When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Well, a very good morning to our Sports Extra listeners and on the BBC Sport website and app. yeah, delayed start, but the good news is the covers are starting to come off here at Emirates Old Trafford, so hopefully not too far away from a start time. There was some announcement made, but I couldn't hear it, so I can't bring you any details on that just yet. Scott Reed and Nick Webb in the commentary box for this second day between Lancashire and Glamorgan. Good morning, Nick. Are you well?
Very good morning, Borada. Yes,
Borada.
I survived my arduous commute from the other side of the ground.
Yes, it must have taken you a long time. Hope the traffic wasn't too bad for you.
Took the traffic out of the equation.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. So viewers on Lax TV have just been seeing some highlights of that first day. Where we stand here is 264-8 with Glamorgan in their first innings. There is also a match taking place at the lovely Sebba School, which is in the Metrobank One-Day Cup fixture between Lancashire Thunder and Essex Women. That's currently in play. Never rains in Sebba, it's always lovely. Lancashire Thunder 23 without loss in the 7th over with Eve Jones and Emma Lamb batting. So Thunder batting first in that fixture. Essex won the toss and fancied bowling first. So Lamb and Jones are batting, and Thunder 23 without loss in the 7th over. So we'll keep you across the game at Sebba School in the One-Day Cup. In terms of what we've seen here in this opening day, it was quite an enjoyable first day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was an interesting battle, wasn't it? It was particularly interesting to see spin in operation for so much of day one, which is pretty unusual. And Chris Green, probably the man of the day, with 6 for 82, which, as things stand, is a career best performance for him, just by a run or two. For Glamorgan, 2 main innings. Asa Tribe, the young opener, made very well composed 61. Kieran Carlson made 77, but Glamorgan falling apart a bit after the tea interval, having been 190 odd with just 3 wickets down. They lost 4 wickets for 30 and were struggling really to post even 1 batting bonus point. They just about got there with 7 down. They lost 1 further wicket, so we ended up with Mason Crane and Ned Leonard hanging on really just to see today's play. But certainly Crane and Ben Kellaway, the Glamorgan spinners, will expect to be in for quite a day's work, I would imagine.
Yes, because it feels like Glamorgan might be a little bit undercooked at 260 for 8, bearing in mind they were 180 odd for 3.
Yes, it's probably on the low side, though. When I talked to Asa Tribe last night, he was doing his best to convince me and any readers and listeners that Glamorgan were in a pretty good position, and that Callaway and Crane, as they would enjoy bowling for much of the day. I think both sides justified in their selections with 2 frontline spinners and various occasional options on both sides, and that should enable us to rattle through the day's play when we get underway, which shouldn't be too much of a delay because as stream viewers can see, the ground staff are busy working. Gosh, I bet they could do with a day off by now after the test match, and then just a 1-day gap to a county game as well. And presumably 1 or 2 of them have had to nip up to Sedbergh as well to help prepare the wicket for that women's game that's going on at the moment.
Yes, there's quite a bit going on, isn't there, when you get to this stage of the summer for the ground staff?
Well, it is one of the arguments that the county hierarchies put forward in terms of the potential reduction in the county championship schedule, and that ground staff are busier than ever because of the amount of women's games that are coming into the schedule. Lancashire, of course, on a tier 1 level at the moment, and Glamorgan scheduled to be so in a couple of years' time. And obviously the ECB looked kindly on those counties that promised to play a reasonable amount of the women's matches at headquarters where possible. Mm-hmm. Very interested to see at the moment that there are some women's academy games going on over 3 days. with red ball cricket, which is an interesting experiment, really. So at the moment, of course, it's just 50 over and 20 over cricket for the women professionals at domestic level. But it'll be interesting to see whether 3-day cricket comes into the schedule maybe in the next couple of years.
Indeed, yeah, that's potentially a nice prospect to consider over the next few seasons. So the news here is that we've got a delay to the start of this match. I've still not got any kind of confirmation as to any potential start time or anything like that, but ground staff are working to peel off the covers, and hopefully not too far away from a start time. Some news coming from England. Ben Stokes will miss the final test match of the series against India with a shoulder injury. So Ben Stokes ruled out of the 5th test match. It means that Ollie Pope will captain the side and Jacob Bethel plays as well. So I think that's just one change, isn't it? Zach Crawley. Oh, I've been told 4 changes.
How many fast bowlers they changing?
They've missed it. They've swapped a few bowlers around. So no Liam Dawson, Josh Tong and Gus Atkinson come in. Archer and Carse go out. So the team in full is Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brook, Bethel, Smith, Wokes, Atkinson, Jamie Overton and Josh Tong. So Stokes misses out, Dawson misses out, Archer's out, Carse is out, Pope captains, Bethel returns, Tong and Atkinson come in as well.
Yeah, not too much surprise with Tong and Atkinson maybe, and I suppose once you put Jacob Bethel in the side, that gives you an extra part-time spin option. But difficult to balance the side, really, and poor old Liam Dawson, you have to feel for him, really, having waited 8 years for a chance, and he has one less than impressive day, and he's out again, poor so-and-so.
Yes, it's a little cutthroat, isn't it? So plenty of reaction to that news. If you head to the BBC Sport website and app and click on the cricket pages of the BBC Sport website, or indeed the app, you will find reaction to that news, which is filtered through, that Ben Stokes will miss that final test. Jacob Bethel returns, and they made a few other changes as well. So no cricket here, but the blotter is doing its work.
Jimmy Anderson's got another quarter of an hour or so to enjoy his birthday cake.
Yes, we must wish James Anderson a very happy birthday. 43 years old today. So happy birthday to James.
And of course, during the course of yesterday's play, he was bowling to 40-year-old Colin Ingram, so it can be done. Longevity in the world of professional cricket. Very interesting career, Ingram, in terms of the shape of his latter years, because at one point he was a T20 franchise gun for hire around the world, and really wasn't able to play much more than 20 overs at a time because of a knee condition. Had a knee operation which cleared things up, and as his franchise work has lessened a little bit, as stream viewers see Richard Dawson and his sidekick Ian Harvey peering out, Glamorgan coach and assistant coach, together with Asitha Fernando, who isn't in his whites, so presumably isn't expecting to bat any time hugely soon. Yeah, Colin Ingram really has been absolutely top draw in the championship over the last couple of years since he started playing red ball cricket again. But unfortunately, he won't be involved in a playing capacity in the One Day Cup. He'll be doing work experience, as he put it, on the coaching side. So he'll be available, I suppose, if required. But Glamorgan wanting to give a few other players opportunities during that competition, because there's quite a few batters who have had to kick their heels in the seconds, even though they've been scoring reasonably well in the seconds, because there hasn't really been a vacancy in the top 6 of the championship side for Glamorgan, albeit slightly behind in this match at 260 for 8, and with further sheets coming off and spectators waiting poised for viewing action around Old Trafford. Let's hope it won't be more than a few minutes delay.
Yeah, the game between Gloucestershire and Middlesex also subject to a delay on the second day. Middlesex 232 for 3. This is being played at Cheltenham College as part of their cricket festival, but a delay to that game. Leicestershire at Kent has started, as indeed Northamptonshire against Derbyshire. So the leaders Leicestershire 396 for 9, batting first in Canterbury against Kent, and Derbyshire 354 for 8 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. And in Division 1, everyone's playing on time. Everyone started on time in Division 1. So Surrey are 186 for 5 in reply to Durham's 153 all out.
Yeah, they're still all right at Segber School. Lancashire women 31 without loss in the 9th against Essex. How far away is that from here then,
Segber? Probably 70 miles maybe, something like that. Hang on, I'll tell you in a minute. Segber.
It's all right, just...
Segber. 61 miles.
Ah, there we are.
Essex are 358 for 4, batting first against Warwickshire at Chelmsford. Somerset 339 for 5. They're batting against Nottinghamshire. There's a big partnership between James Rue and Tom Abel, both making centuries yesterday. Abel's out for 156. Rue is unbeaten on 162.
Glamorgan seconds in action at Newport. They were well behind on first innings against Notts. They're 59 for 0. Glamorgan with Eddie Byram and Callum Nichols at the wicket in their second innings, but that is still 135 runs in arrears. There is just so much cricket being played at the moment. In fact, there are 2 games going on in Newport, because that women's academy game is going on, where Somerset are 66 for 2, still 60 behind Glamorgan, who declared on 405 for 8. So some useful experiences for a couple of Glamorgan players in building innings should red ball cricket occur in the women's game. Prathana Reddy, who's a Gloucestershire player but part of the Glamorgan setup, made a century, and Poppy Walker, the teenage leg spinner, made 50 not out on the back of taking 4 wickets as well. So plenty of cricket of all sorts going around the country. Just scrolling to see if I could find events at Billericay, where Lancashire seconds 11 were underway. Essex 73 for 2 in their second innings, but that is a big lead of 253 against Lancashire seconds, who were dismissed yesterday for 229 all out. Half century from Shetty, the top scorer there.
Well, umpires are heading out, maybe just for a little precautionary inspection. So it's not rained for a little while, has it? It doesn't feel like it's rained for a bit.
No.
But they're not kind of massively rushing to take the covers off, so maybe they think something else is coming our way.
Yeah, ground staff do, of course, rely on weather radar as well. It has been known in Cardiff. I remember one occasion where they covered everything up in the tea interval, and play was delayed after tea, even though it wasn't actually raining at that moment, but they had everything covered, and sure enough, about quarter of an hour later, huge torrents of rain arrived, and the ground staff and umpires were eventually proved right in their caution, because although we lost quarter of an hour or whatever it was then, we probably gained a bit more later. Slightly concerning, there's still a few puddles of water on the sheet covering the bowler's run-up at the Anderson end. The umpire's having a wander round, and of course there are various soft patches on the creases of the used pitches across the square, which can get a bit muddy, I imagine, if you're not careful.
I suspect they're the areas of a little bit of concern, aren't they? To that edge of the square.
But thankfully, no confrontations between umpires and ground staff and coaches today, unlike at the Oval yesterday, where I don't think either party came out of the exchange hugely well, to be honest. It wasn't very diplomatic on either side, and certainly I've had forceful views expressed to me out in the middle, even when I've been entitled to be out there for the toss by the Surrey ground staff, who are protective of their turf. And India, of course, as one of the world's leading cricketing nations, are probably not used to being told what not to do, so not sure if either side covers itself with glory there.
Well, there's quite a lengthy chat between the two umpires and the ground staff. Blotter's making its way around towards the far side of the ground. The umpires have had a chat. They're heading back off, so we'll see if there's any kind of update from this little conversation. It might be a little bit soft in places around the edge of the square. Maybe that's it's kind of, for viewers on Lancs TV, maybe either side of that hover cover, which is protecting the main pitch. Maybe just little bits of soft areas. You can see the slightly grey areas at the edge of used wickets here. Maybe that's a little bit of a concern. We're kind of second guessing, but there's no urgency just yet to suggest that plays, or at least a start time, is imminent. So we will point you in the direction of other cricket. The Lancashire women's match against Essex is available for Lancs TV viewers to watch. That's from Sedbergh. Oh, look at the weather. We should be playing all our games at Sedbergh School. It's beautiful. 45 without loss in the 11th over.
But what's the Wi-Fi like?
Who cares? It's lovely.
We care. In the commentary box, that's the principal thing. What's the Wi-Fi and the broadcast lines like?
Beautiful, perfect. They're absolutely outstanding.
Sure they are.
They're outstanding. Jones on 22, Lamb on 13. So into the 11th over at sunny Sedbergh.
The head of IT at the school would have nothing less.
About 50 grand a year, but it's pretty good. 45 without loss in the 11th over. Thunder. So you can follow some live cricket for viewers on Lancs TV if you want to watch the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture at Sedbergh. And for our Sports Extra 3 listeners, hop across to Sports Extra 2 if you want. You don't have to listen to Nottinghamshire against Somerset. And of course, if you're on the BBC Sport website and app, then just scroll across and catch another game of your choice.
But check back soon, because it doesn't look like being a long delay.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully with an update for you in the next few minutes.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire
be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I wanna fly the world. I wanna
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was here about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all.
Mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and a fielder on 45 inside the ring as Lamb tries to turn that round the corner, doesn't make contact. It's a wide ball though because it's drifted down the leg side. There's a bit of a free hit for Lamb there, even though she didn't connect. She still gets the wide, 74 without loss. We also have a mid-wicket on the boundary as this one goes over the top, and that's going to be 4. Oh. Bounces once, just inside the rope at long on. Lifted over the top, the captain Grace Scrivens away for 4 runs it goes, and the score moves on to 78 without loss. Really nice stroke from Emma Lamb, who's 30 off 38 all of a sudden. One fielder we've not mentioned on the leg side was backward square leg, but wasn't going to trouble that one. We're allowed 4 out now. We've gone past the 10 over mark, so it's 4 rather than 5 in the men's game currently. So this one's dabbed away. Another single on offer, quickly taken by Lamb, backing up the boundary, 79 without loss.
Classic
Ticking along well.
Classic Lamb. Number of times she'll hit a boundary and then just dab one down and get a single to follow it up, you know. Coach's dream when they do that.
Yeah, very well taken indeed. Maxud, what can she produce to the left-handed Jones then? Another full ball, driven by Jones. Cross comes Scrivens, who's now become mid-off to the left-hander. One taken though, it was in the gap. Nice stroke again, 80 without loss.
Sorry, Mike, getting distracted by packed lunches being given out. You know me.
Sandwiches
you know me and my tummy.
Here comes Maxud. Down the track goes Lamb again. I think it was a sound of frustration from Emma Lamb. She got there and hit it and then realised she wasn't going to get full value. Waits once more. Bat raised. Short this time from Maxud and swept away, but from a sort of standing position. In fact, it was a good old-fashioned pull shot, that one in the end from Lamb. It brings it 181 without loss. The total.
The problem with having a leg spin bowler on when you've got 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side is that it does open up the offside an awful lot for those quick singles and shots into space, especially as the right-hander. Yeah, ticking along nicely now. Lancashire's captain's bringing herself on, Michael, I think.
Yep, we're going to get a bit of the off spin of Grace Scrivens here. So She's a genuine all-rounder as the skipper. And she's going to try and turn the fortunes of Essex here. You feel if they get a couple of wickets, all of a sudden they will be on top. But without them, this is looking an ominous start from these two who, as we say, have had 3 century stands already. The highest being 185 in this competition this year. Just tweaks a few in the direction of a teammate before beginning her work for the day here. Grace Scrivens, she'll have plenty to do with the bat as well. The sun shines down again here at Sebra. That grey cloud has cleared and the sun pokes through the slightly lighter, whiter ones. Single prodded into the leg side for the first run off Scrivens, 82 without loss. And Lancashire already starting to get into a good position here.
Scrivens is just altering her field again. She's bringing in her fielder a bit closer in on mid-wicket to the left-handed Jones.
A couple of deep breaths. Off spinners like bowling at left-handers. They feel it helps their turn. This one's driven to short extra cover. Picked up comfortably enough by Sophia Smale. Did drop a very difficult chance off Lamb on 1 in just the second over of this innings. Just the second ball Lamb faced as Jones looks for the sweep, doesn't connect. It's down the leg side though, so it's another one of those effective free hits. I thought it maybe took a little bit of, in fact quite a lot of Eve Jones's pad, but maybe it was the wicket keepers behind, I don't know. 83 without loss. As Scrivens again, just taking time between deliveries at the moment. And this one is poked back to it. A standing position really by Eve Jones. It's grey atop the hills, but lighter blue sky way to our right towards the Powell end. Bowling from the church end is Scrivens. Waiting is Jones. Slices it behind square on the offside and only finds the hands of the fielder at backward point there. Maddie Penner doing the duties. Scrivens again throws it up, driven past the neat footwork in the end of Lamb to avoid that one, and brings up another single to the total, 84 without loss. As I say, we will keep you across all the scores, both in this competition, the Women's One Day Cup, but also in the County Championship, where Lancashire have been delayed today at Old Trafford against Glamorgan, as that one's prodded out behind square on the offside. No run on offer. Essex, though, are underway in the County Championship, 394. As for this competition, Warwickshire rebuilding at 86 for 5 after 16 overs at the Edgbaston Foundation Ground. Durham now 86 for 1. They've had 19 overs of that game, and in the 21st over, Hampshire 83 for 3. So all the games at a similar stage. More wickets elsewhere, though, because we've had none so far in this game, which is good news for Lancashire. She's got a nice shot of the band room at the far end of the ground, and that's the end Maqsood will bowl from. Just quite feel happy with that one, I think, so held on to the ball.
They get 3 faults for refusal, don't we?
In comes Maqsood. Bowls. Tossed up. Driven hard. And that's why there's no run on offer in the end. She was trying to beat Scrivens with that off drive and ended up hitting the Essex captain. Here's Maqsood again. Outside the off stump. Prods Eve Jones, I think, just trying to get some bat on it because she knew it would take it past the keeper for runs because there's nobody down there, but just couldn't quite reach in the end. 83 without loss it remains. Good start to the over from Maqsood, who bowls again. This one's pushed off the back foot for a single. Out into the offside, 85 without loss. The score moves on to. And Lamb settles again. 84 seems to be where the board and our on-screen graphic is, so we'll stick with that for now, as that one's dabbed around the corner. It had to be a quick one, but it was a quick one. And now the score is 85 without loss for Lancashire. A very, very good start from these two. Players who've played together earlier in their career. Would have been part of that County Championship T20 double winning side that Lancashire had before the professional era of women's domestic cricket. So they take another single on the sweep. Mara Carr appeals as she takes the bails, but it's one of those where she has to look at the ball to catch it, so isn't fully aware of where the batter was, and she's almost past her in the end. Quite comfortably made her ground, did Emma Lamb.
Yeah, she'd be frustrated she didn't beat that fielder at short fine, though. She'd have been looking for a 4 on that one. 87 without loss, it takes the score to. Just shows that they know that one round the corner. As soon as they hit it, if they run, they're there. Driven back powerfully, and good work from Maksud. Got down well and just made herself into a barrier there to prevent that one being hit back past her. Scoreboard's caught up, thankfully.
Here we are, 87 without loss then at the end of the 19th over. It reads in the fluorescent yellow telegraph numbers on the far side against the black backdrop, and a butterfly makes its way from right to left across the view we have.
You see, even the wildlife's trying to get in my eye line. Don't mind the butterflies though, they're only little.
You could confuse it for the ball, I suppose, although they are quite floaty butterflies.
Scrivens is to continue.
Just again wants to move that fielder on the boundary round a few yards. Cover, it's Joe Gardner. Left-handed Eve Jones on strike. Hits the ball to Penner, who throws it powerfully back to her skipper. Just hopping around in a little bit of discomfort there.
Did she get one on the ankle then, or did she just sort of jar her ankle?
Something hurt as she put her foot down, but anyway, no run is the result. Tractor makes its way down the road on the far side of the ground. Mid-wicket as Eve Jones looks. Shorter length, Jones turns it leg side, past Maksud in the sun hat, but not past Cordelia Griffith out on the boundary, so just one to the total, 88 without loss. And the field manoeuvres again for Emma Lamb. We've got long on, a deep wide mid-wicket, sort of traditional mid-wicket line, then a shorter, straighter mid-wicket in the ring, backward point, and one on the 45 is the leg side field. 4 more on the offside as this one's bowled by Scrivens. It's turned round the corner by Lamb, but for once there's not a run for Jones and Lamb on that occasion. They've got backward point, cover, extra cover in the ring, and mid-off in the ring. It's the cover fielder on the boundary. This one is bowled to Lamb, who whisks it away on the drive out to long on. He'll pick up 1, but it was one of those strokes that probably deserved more than 1, as the total whirs along to 89. Essex in need of wickets now. Lancashire starting to get fully into control here. Run rate still 4.5 though. I'll look to try and pick that up if they can. Again, a dab round the corner on the sweep from Eve Jones. 1 to the total, 90 without loss. As the Essex field manoeuvres back to their positions for the right-handed Lamb. See the frustration with those singles as it's ticking between right and left-hander. Lamb down the track, lifts it over the top, and that will go away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Just got enough on that over extra cover, sort of seemed to almost target the route over the head of the fielder in the ring to bring her the boundary. Played it slightly inside out against the off spin, but hit it very well. The score moves on to 93 without loss.
Interestingly, when I was last commentating with Paul Shaw up at Old Trafford, Emirates Old Trafford, he was saying that inside-out shot over the covers is one that the girls should be playing more often. If Paul Shaw's watching this now, I'd be really thrilled with that shot from Lamb.
Former Lancashire coach Paul Shaw.
Yep.
94, I suspected it was 94, given it had been 90, but it just took a while to whir on there as Maxoud bowls a ball that's prodded back by Eve Jones, who's frustrated not to have manoeuvred that towards a gap. It's a good bit of bowling in the end from Maxoud. Slight bit of grip off the pitch, but nothing to alarm the batters yet. So she throws this one up and a bit high because it's going to be driven down the ground, and it's through. An attempt to stop it by Grace Scrivens, although she always had ground to make up there at mid-off. It was straight of her and away to one of the Essex coaching staff for 4 runs. 98 now, without loss.
Yeah, she threaded that through the eye of a needle, past the bowler, past the fielder, past another fielder. Brilliant.
Here comes Maxoud again to Eve Jones, pushed into the offside, stopped at short cover by Sophia Smale, who, even though it was a tough chance early on, maybe ruin not getting more on that catch at slip. Here's Maxoud, bowls to Jones, drives back at Maxoud again, and it's 4 from 4 for the over because Maxoud's got 3 dots with, well, that last one was a dipping leg spinner. The one she got wrong, though, has been hit for 4, so quite a contest between these two. Maxoud just not happy again as she approaches the crease, so again holds on to it. Glam forced back to her ground, and a giggle between the batter and bowler as Maxoud bowls, and this one's driven firmly, and it's going to beat Scrivens to the other side this time, to the right-hand side at mid-off. Another well-hit drive by Eve Jones, and it brings up the Lancashire 100, the 4th century stand between these two openers this season, and it comes up with a 4 to Eve Jones that takes her to 49, and 4 century stands for an opening pair in the season.
Absolutely brilliant. These pair have been stunning for Lancashire this season. What a capture she was, Eve Jones from Warwickshire last year, from the Sparks as they were then, of course.
Here comes Maxoud then to complete the over to Jones, who's onto the back foot, and just pushing this one out for a 50 to the extra cover boundary. There is a fielder there, so it'll only be 1, but Eve Jones has 50 more to her tally. She started as 4th in the run scoring list today, and this 50 will be helping her climb back up past Grace Scrivens in the opposition team and into 3rd position. Lovely stroke.
Beautiful. Some really good stroke play on offer today. Last few overs, they've started to reap the reward for that patience that they showed earlier on in the innings.
Scrivens, who is bowling now, trying to end the Jones innings. I think this may have been mainly pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. It was indeed. Just a little tap at the knee indicates as much. And 1 more to the total, nevertheless. 104. The score now is Lamb waits now, the right-hander, just taps the ball into the gap just in front of point. Fielder comes from a very backward point, almost a short 3rd to pick up. The run is added to the total. So yeah, with this innings, started 7 behind Grace Scrivens did Eve Jones. Scrivens bowling to Jones here, takes her on the pad, no run.
Struggling to get this sweep shot away, aren't they, both these players? Although they've played some glorious shots in front of the wicket, they're not getting Scrivens away, swept either side of the wicket.
The force of the back foot down to long on this time was Eve Jones. Just about successful in doing so, and picks up a single as a result. So Another one to the total 106 without loss. So yeah, just 7 the difference between Scrivens, who has the ball at the moment, and Eve Jones's run tallies. Emma Lamb out at the top of the run scorers. Adds another one to her season total with that push into the offside. She's really working that cover gap, just creating the angle and dabbing the ball there. No real power in it at all. If there was somebody in the ring, they'd always be stopping it, but because they're not, Lamb moves on to 41, 107 without loss. A couple more spectators have accumulated on the benches by the dry stone wall at the church end. Scrivens bowls, and Eve Jones has to be watchful in defence. She'll have her eye on a big score here. A little bit of catching up to do on to get back to that one a ball mark that batters like to be at in one-day cricket these days, but the rate is creeping up towards 5, courtesy of a few extras during the innings as well.
Yes, we're just not even at the halfway mark
Very good
yet.
afternoon and welcome back
so
to
don't feel
Old
that
Trafford.
these players will be
We're
panicking that it's less than a run a ball at this point, Mike, especially with wickets in hands and some big hitting players to follow.
Yeah, they can catch up very quickly, can't they, as well as the other aspect. As I say, those 13 wides and 2 leg byes is hurting Essex a little bit at the moment. Maqsood into bowl. This one is played away to Cordelia Griffith, who is there at
Sachi and
short
Nick
mid-wicket position.
With you again today. 88 overs being bowled today. 150 is lunch interval, should you wish to time your own luncheon around events here. So we're going to see Tom Bailey opening up from the Anderson end. Glamorgan not with much in the way of batting resources left. Mason Crane is 9 not out. Ned Leonard is 4 not out. And Bailey is in to bowl to Crane. Down leg sides. Well taken by Salt, one-handed. And it's a dot ball to start the day. It's all a bit frustrating earlier on, wasn't it, with just that light drizzle preventing things from getting underway?
What, you mean classic Manchester weather?
I wasn't going to say that.
We've not had many rain delays this year, so that's a massive win, that is.
As Bailey is into bowl to Crane, appeal for LBW out, second ball of the day, Lancashire strike. And Bailey has his second wicket, and Glamorgan's first innings is going nowhere fast.
Yeah, that's as dead as you would like. I think just lovely from Bailey, continuing from yesterday. Full, straight, completely misses it. Be crashing into middle and leg. One of his easier decisions.
Yeah.
Of this innings.
Crane just laying down the wrong line, basically. He's looking to get slightly across his stumps and missed a straight one. And the end is nigh, as far as Glamorgan's innings is concerned, with Asitha Fernando coming to wicket, and the Sri Lankan paceman is averaging 3 with the bat in first-class cricket this season. And, well, if he does survive the over or get off strike, it'll be interesting to see whether Ned Leonard just tries to hit a few boundaries while he's got the chance. So the best possible start to the day for Lancashire, with Tom Bailey striking with the second ball. Mason Crane has departed for 9, is 260 for 9. That seals Lancashire's third bowling bonus point, of which there was little doubt. Mention, by the way, to Balconeers chairman John Williams, who got to ring the bell this morning for the start of play as the Glamorgan Travelling Supporters Group celebrate their 50th year of organising away trips. So well done to John and everyone concerned. Fernando on strike, 3 slips, here we go. Bailey is in to bowl and Fernando dabs it down into the gully. And there is no run. Fernando's been trying to develop a defensive shot to go with his attacking shot.
That's generally how batting works, isn't it?
Well, for a guy who's been in the first class game for some years. He's in his late 20s. Let's say he's been concentrating on his bowling. In comes Bailey again, bowls to Fernando, who again runs it down into the gully, and there is no run. Balderson is the fielder.
Yeah, I think I was just going to say, I think Lancashire will be looking to wrap this up nice and quickly, and they've, well, definitely had a good start to their day with a wicket off the second ball.
Yes, we'll see if Jimmy Anderson fancies wrapping things up on his 43rd birthday. As Bailey is into bowl. Oh, that's a wide ball. Booming away over Fernando's head, and he didn't really have to duck for this one. Apparently, according to Glamorgan scorer Andrew Hignell, it's Glamorgan's first weather interruption since the end of May, when they lost an hour and a half at home to Middlesex. They also lost a couple of hours away to Middlesex as well in April. As Bailey is into bowl and Fernando defends. Well, he's got through 3 legitimate deliveries. Glamorgan 261 for 9. Apparently, Glamorgan have only lost 6.5 hours play in the Championship all up this season, and Lancashire 12.25. So about 2 days to 1 lost by Lancashire. I shall make no comments about Manchester weather, since Cardiff isn't the driest place in the UK. Bailey's in, bowls to Fernando, slow Yorker, appeal for LPW as he jammed down on it. And the ball trickles out on the offside. And Asitha Fernando has survived 4 balls. 4 legitimate balls. Very floaty delivery from Bailey, that last up that saw Fernando playing too early, but it was going down leg.
Well, that was definitely a slower ball, wasn't it? If you've ever seen one. Just, yeah, very, very floaty. I think it very much confused Fernando. And, well, there he is, the birthday boy, the main man. Jimmy Anderson will be coming on from the Brian Statham end.
Yeah, if Chris Green doesn't get on to bowl, then this will remain as his best career bowling figures. I think he's only got about 1 run to play with, unless he takes the last wicket as well, which is... But I doubt that he'll get on to bowl.
Yeah, I think Anderson will be looking to wrap things up quickly as he comes in to Leonard. Oh, that's a real close play and a miss there by Leonard. Missed everything by a whisker, as you'd say.
Yeah, Ned Leonard, not the worst of number 10s by any means. Averaging 24 with the bat, but he'll also be cognisant of the fact that maybe he won't get much support from the other end, so he might have to just play a few shots and hit and hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Anderson to Leonard, a bit full and straight, big play and a miss, and that's edged and gone. Didn't even bother waiting for the umpire, did Leonard, just walked off and everyone knew it, and that will be the end of the innings here. Glamorgan 261 all out in their 97.2 overs. Anderson wraps things up with his second ball of the over. And now Lancashire, well, I think we might have a very quick turnaround. And Lancashire will be looking to have a solid start to their innings today.
Yeah, no real surprise then that once Crane had gone, the 10th wicket followed closely thereafter. Bowling figures, James Anderson with a wicket on his 43rd birthday. 16.2 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 34. Tom Bailey, wicket, second ball of the day, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 57. George Balderson, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 34. Chris Green, the star of the show, 34 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 82. And Tom Hartley, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 48. 261 seems somewhat below par, though given I think the turning surface, not as below par as it would be normally.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The surface has, when we spoke to Chris Green yesterday, he said that the surface has everything in it for everyone. He says once you dig in, the runs come easier, it is easier to score, it gets better, but there's something in it for the seamers, good seam, good carry, and obviously we saw turn from quite early on. Probably argued that Glamorgan are still about 50 short, 50, 60 runs short. So, and I think Lancashire will be very pleased with their bowling efforts, as they've been absolutely fantastic. At the back end of the day yesterday, leading into this morning, to wrap things up literally in 8 balls. So it's been absolutely fantastic by Lancashire. So they'll be looking to really make a bigger first innings score and get some sort of a lead. Even 50, 60 runs on this wicket will be crucial.
Yeah, Glamorgan at tea yesterday was sitting fairly pretty at 192 for 3. They lost their 4th wicket, 7 runs after tea, and after Ingram's departure, and also that of Kieran Carlson, who was 6 out for 77. They didn't really go anywhere with the bat, and the ball was turning, but also the older Kookaburra ball is quite difficult to time and to get away and get any runs flowing for any of the batting side. So the action, once we did get underway, is stopped again 6 minutes later as Glamorgan start their warm-ups down beneath us. Sam North East goes out to join the coach, Richard Dawson, who's signed on for this season. Dawson, talks underway about next season. Dawson joined by Ian Harvey, one of his assistants, his former sidekick at Gloucestershire as well, the Australian all-rounder. James Harris is marching towards the middle. Glamorgan, of course, without Tim van der Hoogten for the first time in the championship this season. So Harris, Fernando, Leonard will bear the brunt of the seam bowling, with Zainul Hassan in there as well. He's claimed 12 wickets this season as the opening batter. But you would have assumed that, like Lancashire, who bowled 53 overs of spin, then much of Glamorgan's work would be done by Messrs Callaway and Crane, the leg spinner back in the side for this match, with, if needed, Kieran Carlson, potentially Asa Tribe as backup spinners. Out in the middle, James Harris just going through a practice delivery or two. Sam North East practicing his slip catching down in front of us. 2-6-1 all out Glamorgan if you are just joining us. But yeah, it's been an interesting contest, and I'm sure Lancashire will be rating their hopes of forcing a first positive result on this ground in Championship cricket or Red Ball cricket this season.
Yeah, I mean, everything so far has been a draw, but I feel like that wicket that they're playing on for this match actually might be some sort of a wicket that provides a result. As we have seen, it says something in it for everyone, and we need more wickets like that at Emirates Old Trafford. And I feel like we're set up for an interesting game. Again, it'll be good to see how Lancashire approach their innings, having obviously fielded on there for 97 overs. They'll have a better idea of how they want to go about it and what sort of total they might be looking at. I'm presuming something around that 350 mark is something that they will be aiming for. But I know they obviously have very attacking batters in their armour. Probably would be Phil Salt and Luke Wells to open up. So, and there's obviously been 3 Centurions in there from the previous game in Matty Hurst and you've got Chris Green and Tom Hartley, who actually are from middle to lower end of the lineup. So plenty of confidence for Lancashire going into their batting innings. So yeah, we're set up for a brilliant day of cricket.
In the women's game at Sedbergh School, Lancashire have reached the halfway break, 25 overs on 122 without loss. Jones and Lamb both on 53. So they're going well in that renewal of the 50-over comp after the women's T20 stuff at an end. Glamorgan resumed their campaign, the women's side, on Saturday. I believe it's against Leicestershire, but it is definitely at Neath, which hosts the men's teams on Tuesday and Thursday next week. So looking forward to reporting on that. In terms of the second 11 games at Billericay, Essex 147 for 3 in their second innings against Lancashire. That's a lead of 327. So it seems as though Lancashire's second 11 are going to have to work hard to avoid defeat. Likewise, Glamorgan second 11, who are 120 for 1 in their second innings, which is still 74 runs behind Nottinghamshire. Callum Nicholas has gone for 47. He got 79 in the first innings. Eddie Byram there, one of the overlooked men in this Glamorgan squad since the first 3 games. He's on 68 not out. And obviously he'll be keen to get a bit of first team cricket. It's probable that he'll get a chance during the one-day cap, I expect, but senior batters who haven't been playing, like Byram and Billy Root in particular, and Tom Bevan in his mid-20s, will be very keen to get a few outings in that 50-over competition, as Lancashire's openers take to the field. Glamorgan's players in the huddle as Jennings and tall figure of Luke Wells approaching the middle. Jennings doing a few stretches, Wells rehearsing a few shots. So Glamorgan are going to have to bowl pretty accurately as the heavy roller does its work, does its worst. And out in the middle, there have been 1 or 2 views about the joys of the heavy roller, which is available on a couple of occasions to the captains. And trying to work out what that bit of black mat is doing on the wicket in the crease there.
I think like your
soaking
towel, yeah,
up.
where the obviously where the bowlers will bowl from. So just might be some wet patches on there. So with that heavy roller just going over it, they probably just squeeze out any water that's in there.
Yeah,
just typical northern things, you know. How do you not know that? I also see you really screaming a massive Glamorgan fan today with your Glamorgan sweater. Is it a bit cold?
This is not a Glamorgan sweater, it's my club sweater.
Is it? Looks like Glamorgan's one.
No. Glamorgan are more blue or yellow for the one-day cup.
It's a bit cold in here. Scott has claimed he's put the heating on.
He claims he's put the heating on. I think he's.
I think he's lying to us.
He's
We've
just.
both got our jackets on still.
Yeah, it's.
See?
It's chilly work here in the commentary box. I think Scott's just saving money. It's Asitha Fernando to open up for Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online. 5 Sports, Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, and of course on Lancs TV. And it will be Fernando bowling to Jennings.
It's Fernando to come in from the Jimmy Anderson end. First ball to Wells. outside the off stump and left it on a little bit of shape in the air. Confidently left by Wells.
Yeah, 2 left-handers in the top 3. 3 left-handers in the top 4, rather, with Harris to come. Luke Wells, who has been a Welsh fireman.
See what you did there. He's been in Cardiff quite a lot, hasn't he? He's been a great part of Lancashire for a while now. Fernando to Wells. Again, just drifting down the leg side. He's getting a good shape early on, isn't he? Trying to come back into the left-hander. He's getting a nice bit of swing, is Fernando.
Yeah, one of these players hasn't played a huge amount of UK county cricket. Played the first 6 games of Glamorgan's championship season and is now back for the last 5. Played a couple of games with Notts, but not a huge amount of experience on these shores.
Fernando into Wells, a bit short of a length and just tucked into the leg side for a dot ball. Again, he's getting this sharp in-swing. Look, he's got some in the air, but more sharp off the pitch, and it's a bit of a later swing.
Yeah, I think Fernando might enjoy these overcast conditions because although he's obviously played most of his cricket in Sri Lanka, he looks as though he'd appreciate overcast weather in Britain, and he hasn't had much of that to bowl in yet.
Fernando into Wells. Again, a bit foot of a length, but just drifting on the leg side. Hits Wells's pad on the way. Bit of a shout, but it was miles down the leg side, so...
Yeah, dribbled back not too far away from the stumps, which he didn't know an awful lot about as well.
I think Fernando would be very happy with these conditions. I feel like they were quite perfect. Bowling had a bit of rain this morning, overcast. We could see, looking at the flags, that the wind's sort of blowing from left to right, so going across him, so he's really going to encourage that inward movement into Wells. A bit short of a length, and he just tucked him up, but he's just managed to clip that into the leg side for a 1. Wells is off the mark and Lancashire are off the mark.
Yeah, a bit of pace being generated by Asitha Fernando in his first over. Definitely hurried Wells on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's that sharp movement that we speak about. It just sort of takes off the pitch a little bit, and yeah, Wells has looked just a little bit rushed on those ones, targeting his hip as Fernando bowls his first ball to Jennings. And again, that's a bit of an inward movement, just clips his pad, but got a bit of an inside edge. Half-hearted appeal from slips, but not out. And that will be the end of the first over. 1 run coming off it. Lancashire, 1 for none.
Yeah, promising start from Asitha Fernando. As one of our score screens decides it's had enough.
Oh, wow.
Come on, Scotty, you know which button to press here. No, he's looking baffled.
He's going to be like, well, I won't know.
If it doesn't work, hit it. And if it breaks, it needed fixing anyway. Thankfully, we have the main scoreboard away to our left with nice big numbers on. And we also have the pictures of the match action, which currently showing James Harris. 6 matches he's played in the championship after a belated start because of injury. 19 wickets at 37. And he comes, bowls to Wells, who plays it defensively towards cover, and there is no run. So Glamorgan without Van der Hoogten, as they were for most of the second innings, last week against Kent, to be fair. Van der Hoogten went off during the course of his 7th over. Didn't look too serious at the time, but he thought he might have torn a muscle in the foot area. As that's deflected away by Wells for a single down towards third man. But Harris getting a little bit of bite out of the pitch, judging from the first couple of deliveries.
I think both the bowlers are, aren't they? They're getting something in that pitch, and this is, you know, what Chris Green was on about yesterday, where he says there's something in it for every bowler. So the batters really just have to dig deep a little bit.
Yeah, though Tribe and Carlson obviously got going. Ingram to a certain extent. It was really hard work once the ball got older. As Harris is in or not. Harris was halfway in, but Jennings, it appears, was not quite ready, and Mr. Peveril does the dead ball signal towards the scorers down beneath us on level 2. Harris is in to bowl, defended by Jennings into the offside, fielded by Tribe, and there's no run.
Jennings is the second top scorer for Lancashire after Marcus Harris this season so far. He had a bit of a slowish start in comparison to his usual standards, you could say, but he's still played really well. 200s, 450s, averaging 45, 815 runs so far.
Harris in, bowls on leg stump and turned away for a couple of runs by Jennings. Fernando comes round the fine leg boundary and fields and throws up a hand of apology because he sent his throw over the head of Glamorgan keeper Chris Cook. Well backed up by Callaway. Lancashire 4 without loss, replying to Glamorgan's 261. If you've just joined us on any of the BBC platforms or on Lancashire TV, we had an hour's delay and then Glamorgan lost 2 wickets for 1 run. Harris in, bowls outside off stump. Jennings plays no shot. Through it goes to Chris Cook, who himself is off the field in the final stages of the Kent game. Didn't need to bat in Glamorgan's second innings and went off about half an hour into the day of Kent's innings with a calf problem, but he's okay apparently this week as Harris bowls full length. Jennings playing no shot. Glamorgan are Lancashire 4 without loss after 2 overs in reply to Glamorgan's 2-6-1 all out. Well, James Anderson will be hoping that having claimed a wicket on his birthday and put his feet up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think he'd be having his birthday cake as we speak, relaxing. He's like, I'm done, boys. I'm resting. I've wrapped up things. We're good to go.
Yes, and if he does need to bat today, then Lancashire may well be behind on first innings.
It's Fernando into Wells, bit full of a length, bit of an attempted drive, but just catches the toe end of the bat and trickles to mid-off and no run. Yeah, I think he would love if he does not need to bat today. So no, definitely. I think they'd be looking to bat all day today.
Well, yeah, it's a limited day anyway. We started with 88 overs in the day, 2 off for the Glamorgan innings, 2 off for change of innings, so they only scheduled to face 84.
Fernando to Wells, again a bit short of a length and just left outside the off stump.
So,
I feel like, sorry, I was just going to say, I feel like there's he's getting a little bit more bounce on this pitch.
Yes, he's reasonably quick, Fernando, as you might gather from the fact that he opens the bowling in Test cricket as well as county cricket. Not the tallest, about the 5'10", 5'11" mark, so can be a bit skiddy in Cardiff.
Oh, that's just past the outside off, and for another dot ball, and left alone by Wells.
So he might fancy this pitch for a bit of a change, in that he might be able to get a bit more bounce and carry out of the surfaces that have often been the case in Cardiff, and particularly with the dreaded Kookaburra ball, of which this is the last round in county cricket this season.
Yeah, he's been getting a bit of sharp movement as Fernando, as he comes into Wells. Again, a bit back of a length and just prodded into the offside. Well watched and well weighted, that was by Wells. Again, that late movement going away from him. I think he's been Fernando's been a good addition to the Glamorgan team.
Yeah, he was started poorly, but he was just getting going. He got 6 wickets in the final match of his first block. Just a couple in Cardiff last week, but bowled pretty decently. He did have a couple of expensive matches. He seems to have got his radar a bit better aligned now.
That's Fernando into Wells. Again, a bit full of a length and a big shout by the umpire, and it's given. At Wells, he has to depart, and that is beautifully bowled there by Fernando. It was full, it was straight, ever so slightly angling in, and Wells just plays all around it. And Lancashire, they lose their first wicket of the day. Oh, that was right on cue. He said he's found his rhythm, and he's looked threatening here. Just take a look at this. Full, drifting in ever so slightly.
Yes, as long as it's pitched on leg stump, then that's going to be out, isn't it? No doubt that it was going to go on to hit
Middle and leg, I think. That was pitched on middle, crashing into middle and leg. Superb bowling and a great start here for Glamorgan. Josh Bohannon will be the next batter in.
638 runs, which is pretty respectable, average of 37.
I think I'd say he's probably had one of his quieter seasons in comparison to his last couple, who, you know, we've seen him score big, score his double hundreds.
Average in the high 30s is going to be enough to keep your place in the side, though, isn't it? In most sides, anyway, and certainly nothing in particular to worry about.
I think Fernando has bowled brilliantly so far. Really tight lines, sharp swing and movement off the pitch and a bit in the air, and he's provided Glamorgan with their first wicket nice and early on. It's exactly what they'll be looking for and exactly the conversations they would have had in the changing room. That we batted on the surface, we know what it does. Few quick wickets and you never know. It's Fernando into Bohannon for his first delivery. Again, angled in and just holds this line, and it's a bit of a play in the miss by Bohannon. Beautifully bowled there by Fernando. A wicket maiden. A bit of a round of applause from the crowd here. And with that, Lancashire score is 4 for 1 after 3.
That in reply to Glamorgan's 2-6-1 all out. As Scott Reed will join us. I'll shuffle off in around about 20 minutes time to make sure that we're through to Cardiff in the 1 o'clock. 4 for 1.
Come and goes as he pleases. Rocks up from Cardiff and does what he wants.
Harris is in to bowl to Jennings and comes down the wicket and then plays a defensive shot, or plays inside the line. Made no contact anyway, through outside off stump. I've got to keep the radio listeners updated as well, and Been a couple of times in recent matches for one technical reason or another. It's been less than optimum in terms of getting through quickly.
Oh dear, not ideal.
As Harris is on his way in to bowl to Jennings, who defends it. Oohs and ahs. Ball trickles off the face of the bat up to Fernando at mid-on. There's no run.
Good start with the ball there, isn't it? By Harris and by Fernando. Right on the money with this new ball.
Well, I haven't got many to play with, have they?
No, that's very true.
261. Yeah. If you're joining us, we started half an hour late, and then Lancashire took 2 wickets for 1 run in the space of 8 legitimate balls. Harris threw outside off stump as Jennings shoulders arms through to Cook. Glamorgan with the conventional 3 slips, no gully at the moment. Slips being Ingram, Northeast and Carlson as usual, and Carlson bobbing about, geeing up his teammates, and as ever, a very lively presence in the field. Harris to Jennings, full driven back to him, fielded in his follow through as Bohannon turns at the non-striker's end and dots his bat back down. So a fairly conventional field. There's a fine leg out. There's a squarish mid-wicket, trying to cover square leg as well. Mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. Harris away from us at the Statham end, bowls, and Jennings again taking a step down the pitch and shouldering arms when he gets there. Trying to cut down some angles and prodding rather suspiciously at the surface there.
Well, it's been a good surface, hasn't it? It's been a bit in it for everybody. Yesterday we saw a couple of Glamorgan batters get themselves in. Kieran Carlson in particular. Asa Tribe started nicely. Good opening partnership for the first wicket. 76 they put on. Something in it for the seamers yesterday, and of course the spinners. Chris Green with career best figures, 6 for 82.
Harris in bowls. Jennings forward watchfully, playing it out to Tribe at cover. And there's no run. Yeah, I was less convinced about the argument of there's something in it for the batters, because with the Duke's ball there might have been once you get in. With a Kookaburra ball, for guys in the middle order, often you find you may get in, but the ball then goes so soft that you can't really get it away with much power in the middle to latter stages of the Kookaburra ball, which hopefully this will be the last season of the experiment.
You're not been a fan of the...
It's just led to some very dull cricket on occasion.
Well, so far not here. It's been good here. Let's see if that continues. There's some problem behind the bowler's arm. Something wrong with it. Keaton Jennings in particular seems like he's spotted something that's irritating him.
It's not the biggest of side screens, is it? But
No.
I can't see anyone moving beside it.
Whoever it is has disappeared. It's Fernando. Sets off and bowls to Bohannon. That's worked into the onside. Big tumbling stop by Zain Ul Hassan. Enthusiastic tumbling stop at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 4 for 1.
Yeah, he's one of those who usually looks as though he's enjoying his work. And I think this is something to do with coming into the professional game slightly later than some. You know, having been around various counties for second 11 trials in the South Asian Cricket Academy and so on.
He's at mid-wicket with 3 steps waiting. Fernando in and bowls, and Bohannon's playing softly, edging but down into the ground. In the end it's stopped at third slip by Kieran Carlson, away to his right-hand side.
And often with players like that, there's sort of more mindful of the enjoyment that you get from your profession. if you come into the game a year or two later than most people. Andy Gorvin's another one in that bracket, Glamorgan seam bowler. Professional in the middle to late half of his 20s.
Fernando bustles in, balls again, pressed away by Bohannon. Down towards the third boundary. Kieran Carlson will catch it with it, running away from third slip. Just a single for Bohannon, but that gets him off the mark. Lancashire move to 5 for 1.
Yeah, you fancied a second for a moment there, Bohannon. Put the brakes on fairly rapidly. About 5 metres down the wicket once he realised that Carlson already had the ball in his hand.
Yes, because he's pretty rapid himself, isn't he, Kieran Carlson?
One of Glamorgan's faster players over the ground, certainly.
He was quick running between the wickets yesterday. If you're running with him, you've got to be on the ball, haven't you?
Well, this is a Glamorgan side that's had Marnus Labuschagne in its ranks for short periods over the last few years, but you have to be on your toes when you're running with him.
There's Fernando in again to Jennings on the move. Jennings just a step or two down the pitch and allows it to go through to the gloves of Chris Cook. No run.
You also have to be on your toes when you're in the field with Labuschagne, but because he's prone to have a shy at the wickets at any given moment, really. Whether a batter is a millimetre out of his crease, have a throw.
Five for 1 in the 5th. Jennings on 2. Bend the knees from Keaton Jennings, taps the bat. He's settled in now, waiting for Fernando, who's in and bowling and defends. Drops it away to the offside. Zain Ul Hassan comes forward to field. Again, there's no run. Tight start by Fernando, just 2 runs conceded. He's got 1 ball left of his 3rd over, and he's picked up the first wicket of the Lancashire first innings. Luke Wells, LBW for 2, bringing Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon together. Fernando back at his bowling mark. He's running in from the James Anderson end. 3 slip catches waiting, in and balls to Jennings on the move again. Advancing down the pitch towards Fernando, and then just drops it defensively back just beyond his feet, and it trickles away back towards the bowler. And that is the end of the over, just a single coming off it. So 5 for 1 here, 5 overs gone. Meanwhile at Sedbergh School in the Metrobank One-Day Cup, where Lancashire women are playing Essex, and Emma Lamb still batting, 80 not out, continuing her excellent season. Seren Smale alongside her. So Eve Jones is out. Lancashire have lost 1 wicket, but they're 167 for 1 in the 33rd over of that game against Essex, which is taking place at Sedbergh School.
And a little bit of Welsh interest there with Seren Smale at the wicket. No relation to Sophia Smale. As James Harris runs away from us and bowls to Bohannon, who's beaten, pushing forward. Seren Smale, the first Welsh woman to play for England in the best part of a couple of decades. North Walian. Bizarrely, she knew Sophia Smale from playing tennis against each other at sort of, I presume, county level or thereabouts, when they're sort of quite young kids. As Harris is in to bowl, and that's cut hard by Bohannon, but he will get 0 reward for it because he's hit it straight into the hands of Ben Kellaway at point. 5 for 1 in this 6th over of the innings here on BBC Sport Online. 5 Sports Extra, 3 Lancashire TV, BBC Sounds, all sorts of places. Harris with 3 slips still in there, bowls to Bohannon through outside off stump, and no shot played. Bohannon's shouldering arms through to Chris Cook it goes.
Yeah, that should be at 10 to 2, so Things have been readjusted because of our delayed start times. So 1:50 lunch, 20 past 4 tea. So decent amount of batting still for Lancashire to do in this morning session, an hour and 10 minutes before the lunch break, so plenty of work ahead.
Harris bowls, and that's driven through the leg side. That'll be the first boundary of the innings, with Harris over pitching slightly, and it was cracked away for 4 runs through mid-wicket by Bohannon.
Lovely shot. Strong through that side, Bohannon. Tucks it away nicely for 4.
Just relieving a little bit of the early pressure imposed by the Glamorgan seamers, with an hour and 10 minutes to go. It's still a fairly substantial morning session, as Bohannon squared up slightly, playing to cover, no run. So it's an hour and 50 minutes for the morning session, which will then mean lunch ends at 2:30, so around 50 minutes for the afternoon session as well. Slightly longer evening session maybe, if the light holds okay.
Yeah, we had the floodlights on, didn't we, last night, to finish the day's play.
Harris into Bohannon, up in the block hole, driven and well half stopped at mid. On by Lennon. Did they not run at all there? They didn't.
They didn't, no.
It was a sprawling half stop by Leonard. There was, to be honest, a very easy single there, as Leonard was set back fairly deep, and the ball cannoned 4 or 5 metres away from him. Did really well. The former Somerset seamer throwing himself full length and saving 4 runs, turning it into a dot ball.
He's played a bit against Lancashire in last season or so in the one-day cup. And has he arrived at the end of last season?
He played the last 3 championship matches for Glamorgan, I think it was. He was actually in the Somerset One-Day Cup squad against Glamorgan for the final.
Okay.
But he's now joined full-time. Somerset have got loads of seamers they don't need. They can afford to get rid of 1 or 2.
Because Casey Aldridge is at Durham, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a former Somerset boy.
It's Fernando in to Jennings. It's left through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. Yeah, it's like an unusual part of the season where, even though we've got quite a lot of cricket still to go, we've still got obviously the Metrobank One-Day Cup. We've got September to conclude the championship, but already players kind of leaving and joining other clubs, and because contracts are expiring.
Yeah, they're allowed to talk from mid-season onwards to other counties, aren't they, if their contracts expire at the end of the season. So you tend to get this pattern these days of some players moving on loan initially in September before making permanent moves.
9 for 1. Change of line here for Fernando, around the wicket to Jennings. He's left that through to Chris Cook.
Interesting goings on at Gloucestershire, who seemed worried that they'd lose basically most of their seam attack.
Yes. Yeah.
With several transfers confirmed and others rumoured. There's been nothing confirmed in or out at Glamorgan as yet.
9 for 1 in the 7th. Jennings on 2, 3 slips weight around the wicket. Jennings on the walk, pushes that full but wide of off stump and left.
Is this typical of Jennings, or just in this innings that he seems to be taking a pace down to virtually everything?
No, this is pretty typical. Keaton Jennings early on, if the ball's doing a bit, this is a tactic Keaton uses quite regularly. It often brings the opposition wicketkeeper to stand up and try and put an end to it. But yeah, using his feet, getting down the pitch, advancing towards the bowler, especially early on in his innings when the ball's new, and doing a little bit. See this quite a bit from Jennings. Stays put this time. Allows it to go through again. No run.
Yeah, Cook may well stand up to Ul Hassan, the fourth seamer, but I think he would be foolish to try it with Fernando, probably Harrison Leonard as well.
Yep.
Just looking back at the Gloucestershire departures, Goodman's confirmed going to Sussex. Price, the all-rounder, Tom Price going to Sussex.
Fernando to Jennings. Oh, it's a wide ball, and he goes after that. Keaton Jennings playing the miss. This is the shot. It was full and wide, and Jennings quite fancied latching onto that.
Tom Smith, the Gloucester spinner, retiring, and Craig Miles going back there from Warwickshire. So all change on the Gloucestershire front, and I suspect there are a few more announcements likely.
Indeed, I suspect they are. One ball left of the 7th over. Jennings on 2. Fernando bustling in from around the wicket. Jennings on the walk again. Angled in towards Jennings, and he defends to mid-on. There's no addition to the score. Bohannon has 5. Jennings has 2. Lancashire 9 for 1 in their first innings.
So long time to go before lunch. You normally think at this time we're approaching the lunch interval, but let's hope they have it efficiently heated up downstairs. Very nice veggie curry I had yesterday. Half and half as well, rice and chips. Is that the thing around here? Do you call it half and half?
Yes, yeah, that's pretty. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, why not?
Harris running away from us at the Statham end, and bowling to Bohannon, who defends. 9 runs off the board, 7 overs bowled.
It says lamb tagine on the menu downstairs, but then I've been told that that was actually an option for yesterday, so maybe just not updated the menu.
I think that was still yesterday's menu up, unless the lamb has become mutton and has been marinating overnight. Harris to Bohannon. Works it away on the leg side. Tribe fields at mid-wicket. Already there hasn't, even though the ball seems to be coming through at a reasonable pace, there hasn't been that much that's gone firmly off the middle of the bat.
Been distracted by the drone shots from Seb the School on our screen to our left.
Yeah, which have replaced the scorecard for some reason. Harris is in to bowl. Bohannon on the back foot is playing out on the offside. Ul Hassan does the fielding. No run. Cloud reasonably high. Hopefully doesn't look as though there's any imminent danger of interruptions. It was something of a surprise when we had a bit of drizzle this morning, because that was rated as quite a low possibility on the BBC and Met Office forecasts. Less than yesterday when we didn't get any. Harris in bowls and wraps Bohannon on the thigh. And it's testing conditions then for these Lancashire top order batters. Already lost Wells a leg before to Fernando for just 2. And Harris is asking questions as well. In the absence of Van der Hoogten, Leonard and Ul Hassan will be the backup seamers. Harris in bowls, short, slashed away, but again Bohannon misses out. That one had the power to reach the boundary, but was slapped straight at Ben Callaway at point, and there was no run.
He's done well to pick out fielders, hasn't he, so far, Josh Bohannon?
Or Harris is bowling well to his field. That ball he was possibly slightly lucky to get away with.
Did something similar in the game against Kent at Blackpool at the start of his innings, and really battled through and got himself a good score a few weeks ago.
Harris bowls to Bohanna, turns it on the leg side to complete a maiden over, and the end of my commentary stint for now.
It's a good start this by Harris and by Fernando. New ball, making the most of it here. It's been good seaming conditions, hasn't it, through the course of the game. Anderson and Bailey and Balderson for Lancashire early on with the new ball. We saw good carry and some good pace on the pitch. Speaking to Chris Green about it last night, and then some turn, didn't we, on the first day? So there's something in it for bowlers here at Emirates Old Trafford this week, which they'll be delighted with. It's not always the case. So it's been a really intriguing day and a bit of cricket so far. The scoreline at 9 for 1 after 8 overs will tell you just how well Glamorgan have bowled and how tricky conditions are at the minute. Again, Jennings moving forward, little inside edge back onto his pad. The ball deflects out into the offside, and there is no run. So Bohannon 5, Jennings on 2. And the 9th over. Still 3 slips are in place. Colin Ingram at first slip, Sam Northeast at second, Kieran Carlson at third. 3 fielders on the offside at point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. In fact, mid-wicket just dropping back down towards the boundary, so it's out towards square leg, maybe even a fraction behind that leg side boundary. 9 for 1, Jennings on 2. And Fernando right on the money so far. Back in again, bowls it short this time, and he pulls it out towards the square leg boundary. He's a tribe out there on the rope for Glamorgan. Lancashire move to 10 for 1. And Jennings moves on to 3. It's been a very good start by the Glamorgan bowlers. It's been hard work for Lancashire's batters.
Yeah, it definitely has, and they've actually made the most of the conditions that they've been faced with. Their line and length has been brilliant so far, and Fernando has really led from the front here for Glamorgan. He's just gone for 3 runs in his 4.2 overs. So there's a lot of pace, a lot of carry. The batters have had to work hard.
Right-hander Bohannon on strike. He just strays on towards Bohannon's pads, and it's deflected down to fine leg. Any bat on that? Nope. Leg by. Deflecting off the thigh pad, perhaps. So Bohannon remains on 5. Score moves on to 11 for 1. Brings Keaton Jennings back on strike. The Glamorgan innings wrapped up pretty quickly. We got underway at midday, and by 5 past it was all done. With Tom Bailey and James Anderson wrapping up the tail. So 261 all out. And Lancashire losing Luke Wells for 2. LBW off the bowling of this man, Fernando. He's halfway through his 5th over. Jennings just pulls away for a fraction, looks out towards the leg side boundary and sees that deep square below the hotel. And still 3 slips crouching down. Here's Fernando from around the wicket. Bowls short again, pulled again, and down towards the boundary again, and this time for 4. He's got it in between the 2 fielders on the leg side. Fine leg is Ned Leonard, and a deep square leg is Asa Tribe. And Jennings pulls nicely for 4, 15 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant looking shot there. I think just rolls his wrist over that one and dissects the 2 fielders out in the deep. Lovely shot. There's a clear plan here to Jennings, I think, avoiding him sort of coming down the track a little bit. But I don't know whether that actually was the better plan to him. I know he does that a lot, as you mentioned, but that was sort of troubling him today.
Fernando, and that's a run away past 3rd slip down towards the 3rd man boundary. He's going to get 4. He's playing away from his body there, Jennings, and it has Fernando with his hands on his head, and it had Kieran Carlson at 3rd slip trying to reach as far as he could to his left-hand side. But 4 for Jennings down to 3rd man. He moves to 11, 19 for 1.
Yeah, so I don't think it fully carried, but it was awfully close there. But I think that's that ball there, isn't it? That's sort of bothered him or struggled him a little bit today. So it almost feels like with the ball doing so much and there being such great carry in that pitch, the short ball is almost wasted a little bit at this moment in time anyway. Maybe that tactic is better to be used later on in the day.
Final ball of the over. Fuller delivery targeting the pads of Jennings, and he brings the bat down. And both slip fielders have their hands pointing up towards the skies, almost in disbelief, but he gets bat on ball, Jennings. He's got a huge smile on his face, and Josh Barnon's chuckling away alongside him. And it's a single for Jennings. He moves to 12. End of the over. 20 for 1.
I think Bohannon's probably saying to him, I don't know how you've got away with that, because to be fair, it didn't actually bounce as much as the ball has been doing, and it kind of just shot through. So he actually did really well in the end to get something on it, because that was as plumb as you like otherwise.
Yes, it was.
It'll be Harris to continue from the Statham end, and it's been a brilliant start by Glamorgan so far. And there's a bit of blue skies, like peeking through the clouds.
Just a bit teasing us.
So Harris coming over the wicket. It's Jennings, a bit full of a length, and just defended strongly into the offside. The front foot for no run.
That last delivery shows you just, as an opening batter, how much good fortune you need from time to time when the ball's nibbling around a bit. That one kept a bit low. I mean, yeah, he could easily have missed it, and he's wrapped on the pad and he's walking back to the pavilion. You must have to remain so kind of philosophical about opening the batting.
Absolutely. Harris into Jennings, bit back of a length and just left alone as it just swings away from Jennings outside the off stump.
Some days you get a bit of good fortune goes your way, something happens, just get a bit of inside edge on it, you keep it out, and then you hope in a couple of hours' time you look back on that and think, well, that went my way, and that's a good day for me.
And sometimes you need that. Like, I feel like, you know, when you're going through a rough patch or a bad time, all the edges seems to just land in fielders, and people who normally don't really take good catches take speckies. So it's part and parcel. Harris into Jennings, full of a length and driven strong, but to mid-off, I think that came off the toe of his bat. So yeah, I think that's, you know, when people are spectating or watching, they sometimes forget that element. Like we saw here that Jadeja at the weekend was dropped here on his first ball, and then he's gone and scored 100. And on another day, he's probably walking back, and Root's taken that catch. So Jennings might look back in an hour's time and be a different story. Harris coming into Jennings. Bit full of a length and flicked off the legs beautifully by Jennings, and the ball is racing away. The chase is on by Fernando, but the ball is trickling away and finds its way to the rope. 4 more runs to Jennings. So that's a confident looking shot and beautifully played.
Yeah, nicely timed off his pads. Just straight, a little straight, didn't he, Harrison? Worked away nicely through mid-wicket by Keaton Jennings.
I think we've probably also noticed that when he started his innings, he was quite outside the crease, and then he was walking down even more. But now there's been a slight change, and he's actually gone quite deeper in his crease. And he's found a few boundaries. Harrison to Jennings. Bit full of a length outside the off stump, and that is crunched away. And back-to-back boundary there for Jennings. Bit of width on offer, and he's not going to miss out on that. A lovely looking, almost like a square drive. Bit of an attempt there by the fielder at cover, but no chance.
Yep,
crunched away.
Wasn't missing out on that, was he, Keaton Jennings? Not made too many bad balls this morning, but that was one that Jennings latched onto.
Back-to-back boundary for Jennings, and he comes in again for the final ball of this over. Does Harris to Jennings, shuffles down the track and just defended into the offside for no run. That will be the end of the over. 8 runs coming off it. Lancashire are 28 for 1 after 10. It's a good little couple of overs there for Lancashire. So Fernando bowled 5 overs so far for 2 maidens, 12 runs and 1 wicket. And Harris again, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs but no wicket. Both bowlers have bowled quite nice and tight, but last couple of overs Jennings has found the rope and just seems to be on a little bit more of a move at the moment. And has kept the scoreboard just a bit more ticking and alive in the last couple of overs. As Fernando continues from the James Anderson end. He's coming into Bohannon, who's on 5 of his 17 deliveries. Fernando, again a bit back of a length and just defended off the back foot into the offside by Bohannon. I think Bohannon had a fairly decent season so far. 200s, 150 for him. He's been a key player for Lancashire for many, many years, and a homegrown player, big part of the setup, and has provided some incredible knocks over the years. So Fernando into Bohannon, again a bit full of a length, just drifting onto his pads but flicked straight to mid-wicket for no run. So Ul Hassan making no mistake to cut that one off. I think it's a lot less gloomier right now here in Manchester. A few blue skies peeking through the clouds. There's no rain forecasted for the rest of the day, so we'll be hoping to get no more interruptions for the day today. Fernando into Bohannon. Again, a bit back of a length, has drifted onto his pads and clipped away to find leg for the 1 run. Jennings seems to have found some better rhythm in the last couple of overs with some boundaries to his name. A couple of beautiful looking shots of Harris, bringing his score to 20. And Lancashire. Fernando into Jennings. A bit full of a length and shuffled down the track, but no run.
Just seemed to get up a little bit, didn't it, on
Yeah.
Keaton Jennings? So he's had one that's kept a little bit low.
Yeah.
And one that's just got a little high. Which
I don't think that was short, really. I think that just took off a little bit from a length, and you know, I think Jennings has actually found more success when he's sort of sat deeper in his crease than. I feel like it's almost threatened his edge a couple of times when he has come down to Fernando. As Fernando comes into Jennings, getting a bit full of a length outside the off stump and left alone by Jennings.
all that skill and experience as an opening batter for Keaton Jennings, a fabulous player, kind of having to come right to the fore here, isn't it, when the pitch is doing a bit and the bowlers are bowling nicely. There's one that's kept low, there's one that's got up, he's using his feet, he's getting forward, he's sitting back, he's playing late. He's using all his skills to try and get through this new ball period, which so far, Fernando in particular, backed up by Harris, but Fernando especially started beautifully with it.
Absolutely. Fernando into Jennings, a bit full of a length and just defended into the offside, played with soft hands, no run, and that will be the end of the over. Just the one run coming off it. Lancashire 29 for 1 after 11.
Meanwhile, at Sedbergh School, an appreciation for your old teammate Emma Lamb, who's unbeaten on 118. Lancashire 222 for 1. Lamb 119 not out. What a summer she'd enjoy.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've played with Lammy for many years. Actually, throughout age group, we've played together, but the type of form that she has been in this summer has been absolutely magnificent, and I'm very pleased for her because she puts the hard yards in, she puts the work in, but what a summer she's having.
And a big score being set here by Lancashire. They've still got 10 overs left of this Metrobank One Day Cup fixture. 229 for 1 is the current score. As Emma Lamb launches another delivery out towards deep mid-wicket for 6 to start the 41st over. So we'll keep you across the score from Seb the score in that Metrobank One Day Cup campaign. There's been a couple of games played, and then it stops for the 100, and then it restarts again in September with quarter-finals and semi-finals up for grabs later on this summer. First bowling change, Zain Ul Hassan replacing James Harris from the Brian Statham end. Josh Bohannon's on strike. Here he is in and bowling to Bohannon, full and straight, and Bohannon gets forward and defends. And there is no run. So keeping a close eye on that game at Sedbergh School. It's lunch, I would think, across most of the other games because of everyone else kind of started pretty much on time, and we're in what would schedulely be the scheduled lunch break. So we'll look at some of the lunchtime scores from elsewhere. Ul Hassan's in, bowls to Jennings, big thick inside edge. It ricochets past his stumps. It's gone down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4 for Josh Bohannon. He moves on to 10. 33 for 1 is the Lancashire score. And a slice of good fortune going Bohannon's way.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to sort of throw his hands at that one, didn't he? I think just might have played a little bit away from the body, but a cheeky little inside edge and it trickles away. So good fortune for him and good fortune for us because the sun's out.
Yay. Ul Hassan comes in, bowls to Bohannon, plays forward and defends. Deflects out to Asa Tribe at mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, Division 2 lunchtime scores then. So Derbyshire all out for 377 in their first innings, and at lunch in reply Northamptonshire 48 for 1. Leicestershire making 471, the Division 2 leaders, and Kent in reply at lunch are 18 without loss. It's defended by Bohannon to mid-wicket and there's no run, and there's one other Division 2 game which, a little like this, got off to a late start, so they're still playing at Cheltenham College, where Middlesex are batting against Gloucestershire, and they're 274 for 4 into that kind of morning session in Cheltenham. Again, Bohannon on the defence, off the front foot and up towards the leg side, and there's no run. And the Division 1 games are all at lunch as well. Yorkshire 80 for 2, replying to Sussex 222 all out. Hampshire 213 for 6, taking on Worcestershire this week. Somerset 396 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. Oh, that gets through. Goodness me. I'm sure how Bohannon's supposed to play that.
I don't get how that's missed. How's that not hit the stumps?
Well, for Bohannon, he's grateful it didn't. For the bowler and for Glamorgan, they're wondering how it hasn't. And as a batter, you're thinking, how do I get away with playing that one? That's come back in, it's kept low, you've no chance. And just lucky that it's not gone on and hit the off stump, and it wasn't far away from doing it.
I think even Jennings was a bit in disbelief. I think we all were, because that was actually quite back of a length to a short pitch ball, and it has just not got up past his knee roll at all, and misses the off stump by a whisker. Just absolutely mind-boggling. Even I think that was at his ankles. And luck actually going Bohannon's way. If it would have hit the stumps, luck was not going Bohannon's way, but this time it is. Streaky little inside edge. The stumps have not been hit.
Could be your day, couldn't it?
That's when I always say, if you, in your first few deliveries, if you see a drop catch, get a bit of inside edge and it goes to the boundary or anything like that, cash in. It's your day. Cash in.
Just to wrap up these lunchtime scores in Division 1, change of bowling here to tell you about in a second, but Essex are 465 for 5 in their first innings at lunch against Warwickshire, and lunch up in the northeast, Surrey 322 all out in reply to Durham's 153. So a first innings lead for Surrey of 169 runs. Bowling change, spin.
I mean, we saw how effective spin was for Lancashire, so Ben Callaway will be hoping to do the same as he comes into Jennings and is just punched off the back foot out to the fielder at deep cover for a single. Ben Callaway has been a key player for Glamorgan. I think he obviously, you know, got an absolute beauty from Bailey yesterday to dismiss him for naught. Angle in and hit top of off. But he's been in with the runs and the wickets. He's taken 21 wickets so far this season.
At 21th, an average of 31, couple of fifers.
It's Callaway into Bohannon, looking a bit short one, looking to come through for a single and set back by Bohannon, and rightly so. He's bowled quite flatter, isn't he, as Callaway's. We saw Chris Green is that type of bowler too, so be open to get some turn. Again, it's just clipped off his pads into the leg side for another dot ball.
Yeah, Chris Green bowling 34 overs on the first day. Tom Hartley chipped in with 19 as well, so first day dominated by spin.
And Callaway to Bohannon, and again just drifting into his pads and clipped off the back foot to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, I think, not sure if Ben Callaway will be bowling 34 overs, but
no.
I think we've seen that spin has been very effective on this pitch so far. Callaway to Bohannon, very similar looking delivery again, just clipped off the back foot into forward short leg for no run.
And they've got the leg spinner too, haven't they? Mason Crane, Glamorgan, Mason Crane in the 11 this week.
He's only played 3 games so far as Mason Crane. It's Callaway just fullish delivery and just defended into the offside by Bohannon, and a dot ball, so just 1 run coming off that over. The score is now 34 for 1.
Yep, good start by Callaway to the game pretty early. 13th over of the innings, and Glamorgan turned to spin for the first time. Chris Green was into the attack yesterday within the hour, wasn't he? And they never really left the attack, in truth, for most of that opening day. Hassan's going to continue from the Brian Statham end. His last over included that delivery that jagged back in and kept horribly low, and Bohannon was just left relieved that it didn't rocket onto his stumps. Yeah.
Well, I'm just looking at the pitch, and I can't exactly see like a patch or anything on that to indicate that it hit something and it just shot down, but because that actually didn't happen during the Glamorgan's batting innings, so it's actually been a bit surprising, if I'm honest. Now the keeper has come up to the stumps as well.
Yeah, Chris Cook, who's keeping wicket for Glamorgan. We've seen Jennings wander forward for quite a bit of the innings. Left alone by Jennings as Hassan comes round the wicket to the tall Lancashire left-hander. Taken by Cook, still with 2 slips behind him. Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson. There's a fine leg. And there's 3 on the leg side at square leg, short mid-wicket and mid-on. Actually, it's not Northeast. Northeast at mid-off. So it must be Colin Ingram at first slip and Kieran Carlson at second. As Jennings defends soundly into the offside. It's a Tribe is at cover to field, no run. Yeah, Northeast, the skipper's at mid-off. Tribe is at cover. James Harris is at cover point for Glamorgan. A little bit of sunshine trying to come through. Still a pretty blustery day, but it's cheered up a bit. And, there's a bit more sunshine. The wind is strong enough that Al Hassan tries to toss his towel over towards Fernando, and it doesn't get there. It's held up in the breeze. Worked away off the pads by Jennings, behind square on the leg side. Kellaway will catch it with it. Jennings gets a single. Moves to 22, and the score moves on to 35 for 1. Bringing Josh Bohannon on strike. Left-hand to right-hand combination.
It's always a good one to have. I think, you know, as a bowler, it's one of the most irritating things, because obviously once you're in a rhythm, it's bowling at right-handers, and then you got to keep switching. It does become difficult to adjust. So it is again a test to Al Hassan's skill as well.
Still has Chris Cook standing up. He's in a bowling to Bohannon, back and across, and he's calmly in behind it, watching it right onto the face of the bat, playing it late, Bohannon, deflecting it back to the bowler. There's no addition to the score, into his second over, Zain Al Hassan. 31 with the bat. She had a decent partnership for the first wicket yesterday with Asa Tribe, put on 76 together. Ball just back of a length to Bohannon. That's run away down through third man. Kellaway charging after it, slides up towards the rope, flicks the ball back, and Bohannon comes back for 2. Nice work by Ben Kellaway.
He just kept going there, didn't he? Did Kellaway at one point? I thought he was going to take the ball with him to the rope. Obviously, with a bit of rain this morning, the outfield might still be a little bit on the damp side. So it was well stopped in the end by Kellaway, and just kept that to 2 runs.
Yeah, put the slide in and didn't really stop. It's slipping on the surface out towards the boundary rope. Play and a miss from Bohannon. Snaffled nicely by Chris Cook. He also flicks off the bails. End of the over. Good start by Zain Al Hassan. End of that over, 37 for 1.
He threw a kitchen sink at that one, didn't he? Really wanted to carve that through the offside and find his way to the rope, but great take there by Chris Cook. Just wanted to update the viewers as the brilliant innings of Emma Lamb comes to the close as she scores 142 of 109 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes in that innings, and Lancashire women are 253 for 2 in their 43 overs. What a brilliant performance that has been by Emma Lamb. As Kellaway comes into Jennings and it's just nurdled into the leg side for 1 run.
Yes, it was a bit of a below par performance, wasn't it, by Lancashire last week in the game at Durham. Lost that one-day cup tie last week. Bowled out for 168. We're set 258 to win. So trying to bounce back. Lancashire women this week against Essex.
Kellaway comes into Bohannon and she just played off the back foot into the leg side but straight to mid-wicket, so just a dot ball. Yeah, I think they'll be, wanting to get a big win today, get the points under their belt before breaking up for the 100. Again, a bit back of a length, and again clipped off the back foot by Bohannon, and again to mid-wicket, almost like a repeat delivery. It's like a replay. Again, Kellaway into Bohannon, and again it's just played off the back foot into the offside, just caresses it a little bit backward of point, and they come through for a single in the end. Played that nice and late. Ben Kellaway now will be coming into Jennings, who'll come round the wicket. Slight change in field. She's got a deep square leg, deep backward square leg. You're looking to having just a conventional Mid-wicket, no 45. The deep square leg's being pushed around even more backward, as Jennings does play that sweep shot quite often, and you can do that both sides of the wicket, the conventional and the reverse. Callaway comes into Jennings, and again it's just drifting onto his pads, but no run. Bit of a half-hearted shout there, but go massively down the leg side.
Got a bit of bouncer, didn't he, Callaway?
It's getting it to grip a little bit as Callaway into Jennings again, tossed up, and Jennings just paddles that backward of square, and it races away to the fence. He played that nice and fine. There's no chance for the fielder at deep backward square leg. It's 4 more runs to Jennings' total, bringing his score to 27 and Lancashire's to 43 for 1.
It's a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Lovely shot.
Good, strong player of spin, Keaton Jennings. Just paddled it away around the corner for 4. 43 for 1. At about just under half an hour left of the morning session. See if Bohannon and Jennings can take Lancashire to lunch. Can Glamorgan find any more breakthroughs? All her sands look pretty lively, hasn't he? He's going to continue. I'll bring Nick Webb in to join your statue.
Yeah, he's been a good steady rebuild period here for Lancashire. So Ul Hassan comes to Bohannon. Again, just a bit back of the length and defended into the offside by Bohannon. Yeah, Lancashire will be hoping to go into lunch without losing any more wickets and steadying the ship. And I'm joined again by Nick. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Yeah, Glamorgan need another one before lunch, don't they?
Yeah, this partnership just building ever so slightly, so it's 39 runs now. So Ul Hassan comes into Bohannon, again full of a length and just defended off the front foot straight to mid-on by Bohannon.
Hope Scott doesn't eat all the lunch before we get there.
Meat potato pie today.
Okay.
With a bit of gravy. That's name me a more northern lunch. So Ul Hassan into Bohannon, and again just angles in. Big shout, big shout. Did he get some bat on that? Did he? Was just angling down a bit too much? So the umpire just was unmoved by that one. I think you had your arms raised up. Take a look at this.
That one looked a bit adjacent from my point of view. Yeah, just doing a bit too much. It hit him low on the pads, but maybe just a little bit too much movement there for Zain Ul Hassan, but certainly it hit pretty low down.
So Ul Hassan into Bohannon, again a bit back of a length, angling in, big shout, but that was high and going down the leg side. I'd say.
Yeah, it's getting on a little bit from Ul Hassan, who's not the fastest of bowlers, but certainly had Bohannon in a bit of difficulty in the last couple of deliveries, having got on rather earlier in proceedings than he often does. Zain Ul Hassan, relatively short periods for the two openers, opening bowlers, that is.
Ul Hassan into Bohannon, again a bit full of a length and just defended into the offside. Yeah, I think he's obviously quite skiddy, and that shape back in has hurried him a couple of times, just because I feel he might have expected a little bit more bounce, but we've actually noticed that Ul Hassan's actually not got as much bounce as the opening two bowlers.
No, you wouldn't expect that, really.
Ul Hassan into Bohannon, again a bit full of a length, and attempts to drive that into the offside, but catches the inside edge of the bat and goes into the leg side and eventually finds the rope. I'm not sure he meant to hit that there, but is 4 nonetheless.
Yes, Ul Hassan looking a little bit despairing to see the last ball of the over disappearing to the ropes. Looked to hit it fairly straight, Bohannon, but ended up running away through mid-wicket. 47 for 1. Lancashire starting to build nicely. I've got all sorts of wires tangled up in the commentary position, as I so often do. 47 for 1. Bohannon has 17. Jennings has 27. The man out. Wells was LBW to Fernando for 2. Ben Callaway will continue to provide his off-spin from the Anderson end, and Jennings plays the first ball into the offside, fielded by Carlson at cover. So Ingram is the only slip now, and Tribe is the short leg. Callaway in bowls, pressing forward is Jennings, and Callaway still at the age of 21 is having to learn fast really this season, bowling lengthy spells in several successive matches. As that's on leg stump, turned away by Jennings, they'll go through for a quick single. Fernando fields, but his throw is slightly inaccurate, so it doesn't trouble Bohannon anyway. 48 for 1, and indeed against Kent he actually had to go off for about half an hour with what looked like a sore back, having sent down plenty of overs both in that game and previous championship game. As that's nicely driven by Bohannon, but he won't get anything for it as it's stopped by a diving Sam Northeast at mid-off. 48 for 1. Callaway in over the wicket for the right-hander. And, oh, that's beaten everything, and it'll be a bye, I think, or 2 possibly, running down towards the boundary in front of us. Ul Hassan chases it and keeps it down to 1. Chris Cook only got half a glove on that one. And, well...
that was close, wasn't it?
Bohannon didn't look to have much idea.
I think he attempted to drive that one again, similar looking to the last one. It just went through the gate and missed everything.
As that's flicked to short leg, is it out? It is! Jennings is on his way. Ben Callaway strikes. Asa Tribe takes a really smart catch at short leg, low down, and Glamorgan do have the second breakthrough they were looking for. Jennings has gone for 28. It's 49 for 2.
That's a brilliant catch there by Asa Tribe. Ben Callaway again just drifting that, angling that in, and catches the inside edge onto his pad, and one-handed diving catch by Asa Tribe. That's a brilliant piece of bowling and fielding by Glamorgan. And Lancashire, they lose their second as Jennings has to depart for 28 of 45 deliveries. Lancashire now 49 for 2 of 17 as Marcus Harris makes his way out to the crease to join Josh Bohannon.
20 minutes to go until the lunch interval and the game moving on. 4 wickets have fallen already this morning as stream viewers get a really good view of that.
Look at that.
Tribe grab, one-handed low down to his left. And those are the reflexes of a 21-year-old. 2 21-year-olds combining, which is for the dismissal, which is nice for Welsh supporters to see after a few years where they've struggled to bring players through to a certain extent. Quite a mature team it's been, but these 2 youngsters really making places their own this season as a little gentle sunlight pierces the cloud here at Old Trafford.
Gentle? This is as good as it gets.
All right, it's cracking the flags in
cracking
north
flags.
of England
It
terms.
is absolutely cracking flags. Luckily, I think Simon here to our right is saying time to get some SPF on, you know.
Not likely to be needed in the commentary box, which is firmly in the shade. And nice and cool, yes. Yes, Scott still hasn't worked out how to work the dials.
No, he has not, since Ul Hassan comes into Bohannon. Again, fall outside the off, been driven hard by Bohannon. as the ball is racing away and the chase is on and the ball eventually wins. Beautiful looking shot by Bohannon, played on the up. And his first, you know, convincing boundary, I would say.
Can't afford to give it much width at the medium pace that he bowls at, Al Hassan, and was duly punished on that occasion, having had Bohannon in difficulties a couple of times in the last over. 50 up. 53 for 2.
Yeah, I think he's attempted to play that a few times, hasn't he, so far today, and he's got a hold of that one for sure. All his hand into Bohannon. Again, a bit full of a length and drifting into his pads and catches the inside edge as it trickles into the leg side. Comes through for a single. Again, that's that ball sort of hurrying him, isn't it? The one that jabs back in and just skids off a length.
That might have provided a catching opportunity had they had a short leg in at that end as well. But they don't.
As Marcus Harris takes his guard, as he will be facing up Al Hassan for his first delivery of the day. Al Hassan just having a... Harris just having a little look at the pitch there. Kicks a few little bits out of his way as he gets ready to face his first ball. Al Hassan again forward, but catches the edge and just drops short of second slip, and it's all happening out here. Bit of movement as well by Al Hassan, but played nice and softly I would say by Harris in the end.
I love the prodding of the pitch, which is not often near where the ball lands.
Yeah.
It always seems to be a bit shorter of a length than where it's actually pitched, in my view, from up here anyway.
Al Hassan into Harris, again a bit back of a length and just nudged into the offside by Harris for no run. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like he's walked down every single ball now, and he again prods that little patch down even further, giving it a bit of a knock on the head.
Yeah, is it really where the ball's landing, or is it just psychological?
Al Hassan into Harris, again full of a length outside the off stump and left alone by Harris. I mean, sometimes it can be like a batter's routine, you know?
Yeah.
Just to go down, prod it, and come back. But he's got to be a bit careful not to do a Johnny Bairstow here. Because he keeps doing that after every ball. And hoping there's no Alex Carey situation going on here. That's they bring in another.
Probably a sporting chap, Chris Cook. Sam Northeast has restored himself to the slips.
Got 3 slips now to Harris. Al Hassan comes in for the final ball. Again, full of a length outside the off stump and left alone by Harris. And that will be the end of the over. And Lancashire score now 54 for 2 after 18 overs. Marcus Harris has joined Josh Bohannon at the crease. He's yet to get off the mark, and Bohannon sits on 22 with approximately 15 minutes to go to lunch. And take a look at the women's scorecard, who are playing up in Sedbergh, who are 279 for 3 in their 47.5 overs, as Emma Lamb has done bulk of the scoring with 142, and Eve Jones with their opening stand was 162 for no loss. And another boundary in attempt of a switch by Severn Smale.
As Callaway bowls, fires that one in rather, and Bohannon defends. Yeah, the battle of the Smales. Seren is 29 not out. Sophia 1 for 56 off the 8 overs, so the Lancashire Smale is winning at the moment. As Bohannon deflects another one to short leg. Tribe with the red flashes on the bottom of his fielding pads. Callaway in, bowls to Bohannon, works on the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's interesting to see that Chris Green, who got through that vast amount of work, 34 overs on day one, he doesn't have huge first-class experience. Callaway bowls, and well, Bohannon goes for a flourishing drive. Seemed to get the big wind up there, and then drove it off the bottom of the bat to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I think he was wanting to really climb into that one, wasn't he? But it just sort of caught the toe end of the bat, as there's some sort of a disturbance there from behind the sight screen, as he's been asking as a fan there to move.
It's odd, really. It can't be a very wide sight screen because people at the side of it seem to be distracting the batters. Callaway bowls. Bohannon back on his stumps, and that one bobbles down towards leg slip. And there's no run. Mid-on is about 2/3 the way back, so daring Bohannon to try and hit over the top.
Yeah, that was quite close, actually.
Callaway in, bowls. Bohannon tucks that one away on the leg side, bounces off Tribe's pad and straight to mid-wicket. So Callaway whipping through his overs. Even for a spinner, he tends to get through his overs pretty quickly in terms of time. 54 for 2, and we've got 12 minutes to go until the lunch interval. If you have joined us recently and you're wondering what on earth's going on, we had an hour's delay because of some light drizzle. Might have been a more prompt resumption, I would have said, from up here, but the umpires are out there and can assess conditions directly. There's quite a lot of mopping up, considering that it hadn't rained for very long.
I think it's that wet rain. Hassan to Harris, and that's defended off the front foot confidently into the offside for no run.
Yeah, that'll be the wet rain.
Yeah, it is. It's a thing. So when that rain is really fine and it's drizzly and it's quite misty,
it's the wrong sort of rain.
It actually gets you like more wet than the big droplets, heavy rain. It's a thing. That's wet rain. You're not agreeing with me. Hassan into Harris. Again, a bit full of a length and attempts to drive that through the offside, but catches the inside edge of the bat and trickles the mid-on for no run.
Reminds me of a championship match Glamorgan had at Lords against Middlesex a few years back, and we had an awful lot of not happening for very little rain, and we were told it was the wrong sort of rain because it was just sitting on the surface. Sort of dragging a rope round obviously didn't occur to them.
Hassan to Harris, and again just defended off the front foot, straight to Hassan for no run. Harris is yet to get off the mark.
Michael Hogan, who was the Glamorgan captain at the time, was diplomatic on the record and tamping and fuming off the record. I reckon they could have been playing a fairly large percentage of the time that they weren't playing.
Hassan into Harris, round the wicket, bit full of a length outside the off stump and left alone by Harris. Still getting a nice bit of shape, isn't he? Is Hassan.
Yeah, it's a promising spell. Into his 5th over now. No Ned Leonard as yet in the Glamorgan attack. Wonder whether we'll see Leonard or Mason Crane first.
It's Hassan into Harris, full of a length and driven, but straight to point for no run.
Good sprawling stop by James Harris there. Point position, not one of his more frequent fielding positions. Fernando is winding up, so he might have a little cheeky blast before lunch as well, possibly bowling the next over at this end, I would guess. They keep Callaway going.
Yeah, definitely. I think Callaway's looked in good rhythm. Hassan to Harris, and again defended off the back foot into the offside for no run. And with that, we Hassan's first maiden.
0 for 16 off 5. Callaway 1 for 8. Fernando was the other wicket to fall so far here on BBC Sport Online. 5 Sports Extra 3. And Lancashire TV. As Lancashire women 295 for 4 in the last over of their 50. Smale has gone. So a few bats being flung in the closing stages, as you'd expect at Sadborough. Callaway, what have we got? 8 minutes before lunch. Glamorgan might sneak in 3 more overs if they whiz through them, but there's a bit of field adjustment going on in the Mediterranean sunshine of Old Trafford.
The Mediterranean Manchester sunshine. That's what it is. I like that.
Callaway is in bowls to Bohannon, who's forward defending back to the bowler, and there's no run. Northeast has now gone in at leg slip to add to Ingram at slip and Tribe at short leg. This man back on the boundary on the leg side in case Bohannon tries to go for the big hit. They'll take a quick single to mid-on and they'll get there okay, as Mason Crane can't field cleanly. It's a little bit cheeky, that one. Crane is also doing a bit of exercising as well, so whether he fancies sneaking on for an over before lunch.
Presumably they'd want him after lunch, if try and get Fernando to find them another wicket, maybe, possibly.
Yeah, it's you wouldn't have thought Callaway would come off before lunch, but maybe Crane will bowl the last over at that Anderson end. Here's Callaway into Marcus Harris, who presses forward and defends. And Glamorgan will want the same sort of economy that Lancashire bowlers turned in yesterday afternoon stroke evening, controlling the scoreboard, as they say. Harris pushes that one into a gap on the offside. Will wander through for the single. 56 for 2. Can Lancashire just get into a little spell of milking the singles? Callaway will want to keep more pressure on. Towel flapping out of the back of his trousers, keeping the ball dry after that early morning drizzle. Callaway bowls. Bohannon back on his stumps, defends on the leg side. Tribe does the fielding. Lancashire currently 205 runs behind, with 8 first innings wickets standing. Callaway bowls. Bohannon drives up to mid-on, but he's hit that one too firmly to nick a single this time. It is 56 for 2 after 21 overs. Batting to come. Salt, Hurst, Balderson and Green, the principal protagonists for the home side. So they've got plenty in the tank. Glamorgan will attempt to turn the screws in the same way as Lancashire did yesterday.
I believe, is that Mason Crane coming into bowl?
Yep. So it's Crane from the Statham end, despite Fernando's warming up.
He might want to try and squeeze a few more overs, so I might think the best way to do that possibly could be bringing on their 2 spinners from either end. And we saw Tom Hartley and Chris Green do it for Lancashire, where they bowled lengthy spells in tandem.
Yeah, final Lancashire women score 306 for 4 in 50 overs against Essex at Sedbergh. Lamb 142, Jones 71, Smale 31, Threlkeld 23 not out. 2 wickets for Grace Scrivens, 1 each for Sophia Smale and Gardner.
That's going to be a big chase, that is, for the Essex women's, but it seems like the wicket has played really well, so it'd be an interesting second half. As Crane comes in, and again just outside, left alone by Marcus Harris outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's a few scores around 300 in the women's game today. Hampshire 291 for 7 against the Blaze. Durham about to pass 300 against Somerset.
Mason Crane into Harris. Again, it's tossed up nicely and just defended into, or trickles into the leg side just for no run. It's only in his third game of the season for Mason Crane.
Yeah, he was injured at the start of the season and then found it difficult to break into the side when they were winning.
Crane into Harris, short and wide outside the off-stump and cut away hard, but there is protection in the deep at deep point, and it will just be a single.
There's a little bit in and out of the T20 side after a really good start to that competition. Championship 1 for 139 up at Leicester, where all the Glamorgan bowlers struggled, and 4 for 89 at home to Gloucestershire before being injured and being unable to bowl in the second innings.
Crane into Bohannon, again just drifting onto his pads and flicked into the leg side for an easy single.
Well, we've got 2 balls left, 13:48 on the scoreboard clock.
Probably try and squeeze in another one from Ben Calloway at the other end.
Yeah, unless one of these goes to the boundary. Oh, there's a bit of
He's doing that.
fiddling around from Marcus Harris. He doesn't want to face any more, so of course he decides it necessary to readjust his gloves.
Crane comes into Harris and again tossed outside the off stump, and it's just prodded to the fielder at deep point as they come through for a single. Now Bohannon will just be, you know, they'll come in for a chat and prod the grass and redo his gloves as the clock is getting closer and closer to that 150 mark, and Bohannon's just taking his time. To Crane, short and outside the off stump, and that is punched off the back foot. The chase is on for the fielder and does a great diving stop at deep cover, and Bohannon, he will come through for a third run. That is a great effort there out in the deep.
Yeah, Ned Leonard flinging himself at the ball from some way off, really. Ball cannoned away because he had to try and get a firm hand on it to make sure it didn't go over the ropes. And the fact that that was hit almost the boundary means that Glamorgan won't get the extra over before lunch, and Lancashire will take lunch on 62 for 2, with Bohannon on 27 and Harris on 3. The men out Wells for 2. Leg before Fernando, and Keaton Jennings caught at short leg by Tribe off Calloway for 28. So unusual timings today. We'll be back on BBC Sport and on Lancashire TV at 2:30.
I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, that's true.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long. Hi. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp that
Training
was
camp.
turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I
But
broke
they're
my
talking.
ankle.
I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, you've interrupted
Hi,
them now.
I'm here.
Who invited her?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
It's age, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it?
Course
Ask
we
you
are.
some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals.
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve.
So were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
This is
No,
why
come
you-
back.
this is why you have to
Only
be the
by a
one to
year.
hear.
Only by a year. Only by a year. Only by a year.
And so learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing, because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right.
London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that. And so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
What
what
was
about
I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad. And she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. I'm realistically probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't
She's
realise.
playing,
That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started. And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school, you're coming to Old Trafford, because like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club. and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people ball. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that, but...
What's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
We
So
want
we want to sell it out. Yeah, completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains
on.
approach,
Yeah.
isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
That's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm
That's
greedy.
right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
Imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500-metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
it's
I mean,
it's
men,
just
men,
yeah.
men.
It's
Yeah.
archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't catch, we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well, though,
boots,
as well.
yeah, there's not really any female specifically.
And some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
There
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
It is surprising. I
it's
didn't
kind of
realise.
still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was. Like, it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero. Didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst there was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me, just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like, if jeans can do it, you can have different, you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. Yes. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the, you know, bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And so I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female. Yeah. One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like, that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre, away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing, and then I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect, but I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to, and you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes.
Regathering of the ponytail.
Lancashire women's number 16, Kate Cross.
It'll be interesting to see how Crossy gets on here, if she gets any movement. She's going to put some real pressure on Scrivens and Smale early doors.
Yeah, she's another one who'll be looking for form for the World Cup.
Yeah, she was slightly unlucky not to be selected for the second and third ODI this summer. England opting for an extra spinner. Didn't really pay off. Crossy into Scrivens. Nice pace from Crossy. And again, rolling dive in the covers. Prevents a single.
I guess the challenge the quick bowlers will have, of course, is that it's in India, and if it's not in India, it's in Dubai for the Pakistan game. So the pitches may well take a bit more spin than they respond to that seam bowling. But Cross will still want to be there.
And she comes into Scrivens. She's another one who might potentially be looking for selection after an impressive form of the bat this season. And of course she can offer that right arm off spin that we saw earlier, which was very effective. One run.
Scrivens probably had the time to get for the second there, but turned it down.
Not quite as quick off the mark as Emma Lamb is Scrivens. Emma Lamb looked like she was on some superpower powder or something, you know.
Yeah, seemed to be on a bit of a mission today, didn't she?
She comes, Crossy coming in again. Right arm over, of course. That's a bit uppish, but it's nicely played off her toes, through mid-wicket, 4 runs to Scrivens. She just waited for that, didn't she? She just let it come to her. Actually, it's not Smale, beg your pardon. I was looking at Scrivens and meant to say Smale. You know what it's like. It's a long day. At 6 o'clock in Birkenhead this morning we set off. I set off. And then my tyres were flat. another story. Kate Cross into Smale. Fuller. Lots of oohs and ahs behind the stumps, but clearly, again, didn't connect. Must have been close.
Strange one that. She got in a really good position to play it, but just didn't connect.
And it's a strange field placement as well, because there's one slip, quite wide of Ellie. It's almost a second slip. And a point and then a deep third. So it's sort of caught between the attack and the defence there. In comes Cross. Nicely defended from Smale. A run. Just pushes it into the mid-wicket area. Full face of the bat.
That afternoon sunshine really coming into effect now at 2:30.
I think it's here to stay as well. Some of those grey clouds over on our left-hand side have started to be a little bit bluer, a bit less threatening. Cross past the umpire, a bit shorter. It's been cut into the vacant cover area. There's 2 fielders after it. Going to take an easy 2 there. And that won't have been Morris on the other side of the wicket, or will it? Might have been Emma Lamb doing all heroics earlier.
No, it's last over. Morris
was it? Is she going cover to cover? Oh, she's doing cover to cover. There you go. Get some air miles in. So the end of that over. It's 10. Loss of no wicket. Yeah.
So steady again.
Steady again. I think Lancashire only 11 for no wicket at this point, so there's nothing in it. Early doors.
It was a faultless innings, wasn't it, from Lamb, bar that one half chance in the second over of the game where Smale went away to her right hand side. She's probably ruined it, even though she, I think, did well to get fingertips.
Gore with one arm shrouded in the white arm guard. Thought about taking a run, did Scrivens there, driven it, played it too well actually, straight to the fielder. Yeah. Fixes her hair, takes a few steps back to her stride. Just positioning her wrist on the ball, fingers on the seam. Away she goes again, left arm to the left-hander. A little bit shorter, and she's just placed it down to the fielder at point. No run.
It's important Essex stay within range of this throughout. I don't want it creeping up to 7s and 8s too early.
No, as we've seen when Threlkeld and Smale were going at it, it's not actually all that easy to get above the run rate without hitting big shots. Gore. Again, slightly short of a length. Scrivens tried to cut that past Lamb, a point. Having a good day so far, is Lamb. Just 142 runs and two boundaries saved already.
Elsewhere, 292 the target for the Blaze against Hampshire. They're 11 for 1 in reply in the 4th over. We've got Somerset 11 without loss, chasing 316.
Very good afternoon and welcome back for this slightly delayed second session of day 2 between Lancashire and Glamorgan in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2, with both sides having hopes of being in the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 next season, if indeed there is such a division and it's not Pools A and B or whatever. We await confirmation of what the county structure will be for next season, but over the lunch interval came news that various counties' deals to sell off their stakes in the 100 franchises have been completed, thankfully. Since Counties has been eagerly anticipating how to invest that money, I would imagine, including these two.
Yes, yeah. Took a bit of signing off, didn't it? But yeah, it's all been. I think it's 5 or 6, I think, that have announced the deals have all been confirmed now.
As Ben Callaway will bowl the first over after lunch at 62 for 2 to Bohannon, who drives to mid-on and takes a single. As Crane had to work for that one. 63 for 2. Crane bowled 1 over for 6 runs before lunch from the Statham end, and we'll see shortly whether he'll be continuing. Callaway is liable to be bowling a fair bit of the afternoon, 1 for 11 in his 6th over. He's bowling the left-handed Harris. As Harris cuts that one and will pick up a run because Ul Hassan can't field cleanly at backward point. Leonard mops it up in the deep on the offside. Another single taken, 64 for 2. Unfortunately, the weather is not as bright as it was late in the morning session. The rather darker clouds have returned as Callaway bowls, and on the back foot, Bohannon plays back to him. We have lost 8 overs out of the day's play, which are due to be added again tomorrow. Callaway bowls, oh, that's short and pulled away on the leg side. Great delivery from Callaway, and they go through for another single. Bohannon working it out to mid-wicket, and 65 for 2.
Yeah, that's a little gloomy, isn't it? A bit cloudy. It ended yesterday with floodlights on. But yeah, not as perky as it was this morning.
Harris on strike, pushing forward, defending back to Callaway.
It was a really interesting morning session, wasn't it? It's been a really intriguing game of cricket, actually. And Glamorgan bowling nicely with the new ball. The spinners are in the game, just like Lancashire's were.
As the last ball, as Callaway with hands on knees as it goes through to Cook. And 3 singles taken off the first over after lunch. 65 for 2. Weather forecast is according to the BBC. Should be very little chance of rain for the rest of the day. Sunny intervals tomorrow. Friday possibility of a few showers, but we should get most of the 4 days played after a year in which we've had very few interruptions by British cricket standards.
Yeah, just a handful, isn't it? I can barely think of too many county championship games in particular that have been affected by it. Just the odd maybe hour or so in each session, maybe once or twice, but nothing too sinister.
Yes, Lancashire had missed just over 12 hours and Glamorgan just over 6, according to Dr. Hignell's stats.
Well, Dr. Hignell says that's the case. Then we shall believe it. Fernando to get us back underway from the Brian Statham end following the lunch break, with Josh Bohannon on strike. In and balls, it's full and it's clobbered away into the offside by Bohannon. Quite timed as he was hoping for, bouncing out towards cover. There's no run. In fact, the floodlights are coming on, just slowly flickering into life. These early afternoon cloud cover above us. 65 for 2. Bohannon 29, Harris on 4. And Fernando with the wicket of Luke Wells. In the morning session, comes tearing in looking for another. That's run away down towards third man for a single by Bohannon. He moves on to 30. The score moves on to 65 for 2.
Yeah, those sales going through, including the RSPG Group, which owns the Lucknow Supergiants in India and the Durban Supergiants in South Africa, has purchased 70% of Manchester Originals, while Washington Freedom the American side has bought 50% of Welsh Fire. The initials coincidentally the same, WF. I wonder if we're going to see a bit more synergy, Welsh Freedom or Washington Fire.
Marcus Harris is on strike. Fernando around the wicket to Harris, just turns it into the onside and there's no run.
So it's claimed that more than £500 million has been generated via the sales. Manchester Supergiants, anyone?
Yeah, I think there's no rules about changing them. You can't change their names, I don't think. And there's Fernando's in, driven away. Lovely shot by Harris. That'll be 4 through extra cover. Punched away through the gap between cover and point. And Harris moves on to 8, 70 for 2. In saying that, maybe you can't change the names. I'm not entirely certain if you can or not. You can? All right, okay.
If you've paid many tens of millions of pounds,
do what you want,
change what you want.
Do what you want. Make it into a T20 competition. Play it in July. 70 for 2. Yeah, fair enough.
There has been various whispers that it might turn to T20, haven't there, over the years?
Harris on 8 is Fernando. From the Brian Statham end. Under floodlights in, balls angled in towards Harris. That's whipped up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. Still Lancashire's leading run scorer, Marcus Harris, even though he missed a couple of rounds of county championship cricket, going back to Australia to be with his family. And knocking on the door of 900 in the county championship for this season. So the back foot dabs it into the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, the
end of the over, that 70 for 2.
The man in charge of Washington Freedom and now half of Welsh Fire, Mr. Sanjay Govil. There's the usual comments that you might expect on any major commercial investment. It says we've identified significant synergies between our organisations. Look forward to sharing our expertise and learning from Welsh Fire's established strengths. It will be interesting to see how many players around the world with T20 franchises falling under the control of fewer groups that players do sign up for, say, the Super Giants and end up playing in Manchester, Lucknow and Durban, say. Callaway is in, bowls, it's full, it's driven, it's a dot ball. Driven firmly but straight to Harris at mid-off and there's no run. Similarly, Steve Smith due to play for Welsh Fire and Washington Freedom. As that's driven by Bohannon back to Callaway and there is no run. And could be the future for a certain breed of player. As on the back foot, Bohannon defends back to the bowler. You sign for a franchise group and go around the world representing its teams in various competitions at various times of year.
You could be a Welsh Fire commentator, Nick, just float around following the various sporting teams.
As that's worked away on the leg side by Bohannon. There's no run. I think the odds of that are reasonably low. We don't all have our toes in the glamorous world like you. Callaway bowls to Bohannon, who goes for the drive, and he's got that one away through the offside. Fernando is off in pursuit. He will stop it inside the cover point boundary, and they will take 2 runs from it. 72 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's disappointing 261 all out. As, Scott will be working on both counties and franchises in the next month. As Callaway bowls back on his stumps goes Bohannon. Kept a little bit low, dug it out, played it back to the bowler. 2 off the over. 72 for 2. I'm about 20 years old, too old to qualify as a commentator on franchise cricket, I think.
The 100 is for everybody, Nick.
Not cranky old geezers, it's not.
$72 for 2.
Fair few mature guys and ladies in the crowd today, as we always have for Championship cricket, including a party of balconiers who are up for 5 nights.
Nice.
Exceptionally, they stay until Saturday morning. They often go home and sort of tea time on the final day, but make an exception for Manchester, having an extra night.
Fancy a Friday night in Manchester.
Ooh.
The Balconiers. Fernando just pushing his fielder down on the third man boundary, just a little bit squarer. Again, sets off to Harris, has turned into the onside. Jog through for a single. Moves to 9, 73 for 2.
I'll probably be having an exciting Friday night on the motorways. Working out which bits of motorway have had traffic cones randomly scattered round them. One lorry parked in the middle of it, no workers in sight, and off for the weekend, leaving only their cones behind them.
Quite strong winds pushing into Fernando's left-hand side as he comes in from the state of the event to Bohannon, who defends, right in behind it. Bouncing back down the pitch. Sam Northeast comes round from mid-on to complete the fielding. No run.
I'm sure it's a big bugbear of many of us on the commentary circuit, and indeed the cricket circuit generally, the amount of road works you get in inverted commas. If work is going on the road, I have no problem with it, but it seems to be long periods of time when work is not going on and motorists are still inconvenienced.
On a Friday night especially. Fernando in, balls again. Oh, I kept low. Yeah, he's gone. Bohannon gone for 32. That looked like that just shoot through. He's had a couple that have kept low from this end, whether it's Al Hassan or on this occasion Fernando. Bohannon has to depart for 32. Trapped LBW. Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket in the early part of the afternoon session. 73 for 3, halfway through the 26th over.
Arrowing in, as you say, keeping low, probably is halfway up the shins, that one. There's a bit of fire in Fernando's belly at the moment.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he?
2 for 19. And I don't mean the meat pies that were on offer in the media box, because if he'd eaten one of those, he'd be bowling about 20 miles an hour, I think, instead of 80.
They look quite sizable things, those meat pies, yeah.
They were. I don't think I need to eat for the rest of the week now.
Matthew Hurst is the new batter coming out. We're just watching that replay again. Bohannon got one before lunch that jagged back and kept low and went past the off stump. That came back as well, also keeping low. Not much you can do about that. Heading off, Fernando tearing in, picking up his 2nd wicket. Lancashire lose their 3rd. 73 for 3. Matthew Hurst heading out to join Marcus Harris Game is intriguingly balanced here. 261 all out, Glamorgan. 3 for 3 in reply, Lancashire.
That's another point for Glamorgan. Now only 3-2 behind.
Some little bit of something behind the bowler's arm. It's just catching Matthew Hurst's eye. This is a pretty tricky time to come out and bat. The conditions are not ideal. It's not particularly batter friendly for most of the game, but under floodlights, cloudy conditions. Fernando tearing in here. 2 slips in place. Hurst the new batter. Fernando in bowls and Hurst in behind it and defends. And there is no run.
Ben Stokes, by the way, is expected to be out of action for 6 or 7 weeks as a result of that problem that's keeping him out of the final test. Which was initially reported as a pec problem, now listed as a shoulder issue. It's roughly the same part of the body, I suppose.
3 for 3, Fernando. Off again into Hurst. Pops a little bit at Hurst. He takes his bottom hand off the bat. Steers it very impressively out towards backward point, and then instantly comes down the pitch to take a closer look. Hurst on naught. Fernando started beautifully here from the Brian Statham, then following the lunch break. Hold his opening spell from the James Anderson end. A nice little bit of a here. There's a short mid wicket, mid on, forward short leg, or square leg rather. As Fernando comes in and bowls to Hurst, defended. Fine leg, couple of flips and 3 on the offside. Got over that. Probing away was Fernando. Has found the wicket of Josh Bahanam. 73 for 3. 26 overs. Hurst on naught, Harris on 9.
In the women's game at Segba, Essex 21 for 1 at the start of the 8th over, chasing an improbable 307 to beat Lancashire after Emma Lamb's 142 and Eve Jones's 71. Gave Lancashire a pretty large total. Elsewhere in Division 2, leaders Leicestershire made 471 at Canterbury. Kent, the bottom side, 61 for 1 in reply. Callaway starting a new over from the Anderson end and defended by Harris out on the leg side. Harris, a reasonably unobtrusive start so far, 9 off 25 deliveries. Callaway in round the wicket. Bowls short, cut away nicely. Could well be 4 runs. It will be 4 runs. Down to the wide third man boundary. And Harris picks up 4 to move to 13 and the total to 77 for 3. And well, Chris Green yesterday was pretty consistent across the day. 34 overs, went for less than 2.5 runs and over. And Callaway will have to do a similar job here as forward comes Harris to defend out on the offside. No run. Two slips and a short leg for Callaway. Ball to Harris, who cuts and who gets it. It's a no ball and he's got it through the slips for 4 runs. So 6 onto the Lancashire total. Always makes me wonder when spinners bowl no balls, and don't know if Hurst would have had time, Harris would have had time to hear that before playing that particular shot. So it looked a little bit edgy, but somehow got between Ingram and Northeast at slip. 83 for 3. Callaway bowls, knocked to end the leg side, no run.
So a little under edge on it, didn't he, Harris? Thickish bottom edge, just in between the two slip fielders.
Yeah, I don't think it would have carried even if it hadn't been a no ball. 10 off the over. 83 for 3, and that's a full toss that's hoiked away on the leg side for 4 more. And Callaway stood at the end of his run with hands on knees. He knows it hasn't been a great over. Examines his studs, and a little bit of a present there from Callaway, and Harris taking full advantage, smashing it through mid-wicket. 87 for 3. Callaway bowls. Harris steps back, cuts. This time he's hit it straight to Ul Hassan at backward point. End of the over, during which Lancashire have progressed by 14 runs, and when they're only chasing 261 in the first innings for an advantage, then that's quite substantial as Harris gets going. Moving on to 21 not out. Matty Hurst, the new batter.
Yeah, Hurst, fresh from a century last week at Cheltenham College. It was his second of his first-class career. An important 100 too. Lancashire, when in their first innings, were in danger of not really getting too much going. In the end, the way that Hurst got them to the close of play on that first day, and he punches this delivery to mid-on for no run. Allowed Green and Hartley later on day 2 to do what they did with that double century partnership and push Lancashire onto a very big first innings score, which ultimately was enough to go on and be able to bowl Gloucestershire out twice. So it was an important knock for Matthew Hurst last week.
Yeah, Gloucestershire suffering at the hands of Kane Williamson from Middlesex. He's 153 not out. Middlesex 325 for 5 at Cheltenham.
2 slips waiting. Fine leg, short mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on, mid-off. Hurst in behind it and defends. Ball bouncing out towards cover. No run.
Derbyshire got 377 at Northampton. The home side 114 for 2 in reply. Luke Proctor 57 not out. Derbyshire with a few tail end runs there, steered by Martin Anderson, 105, batting at 7. And Derbyshire getting 3 batting points, having slipped behind Glamorgan last week.
87 for 3, Fernando bustling back in, balls to Hurst, fallen, driven again. Northeast is at mid-on to field, and there's no run. Fallen straight has been the order of the day so far by Fernando to Hurst.
Yes, it's one that's paid dividends, isn't it, with a couple of leg before decisions against Wells and now Bohannon.
Yes, and the other wicket to fall, instead of Keaton Jennings, it was a super catch by Asa Tribe at bat pad. The bowling of Ben Callaway. Jennings for 28, Bohannon for 32, Wells for 2. Lancashire 87 for 3. Short straight mid-on in place now as again Hurst in behind a ball that's good length and just on top of off stump. Defends it back down the pitch. And there's no addition to the score. It's a 3. Catching positions on the leg side, albeit Asa Tribe, who was just in front of the square leg umpire, has dropped back towards the boundary. So there's a deep backward square leg, fine leg. A couple of catches close in on the leg side at mid wicket and short, silly mid on. Northeast at mid on. Mid-off, cover, backward point, and a slip. Full and straight again, and driven once more, and on the bounds towards Kieran Carlson, who's in that straight catching position on the leg side. And there's again no run, so 5 dot balls by Fernando, right on the money in this opening spell. Following the lunch break, his 3rd over is picked up. The wicket to fall so far in the afternoon session, that of Josh Bohannon. 1 ball left to go for Fernando, his 9th over of the day. Hurst still on naught. Fernando in, bowls to Hurst, full again and driven. Fielded at mid-off by Zain Ul Hassan. That's the end of the over. That's a maiden for Fernando. He's bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19. And Lancashire 87 for 3, replying to that first innings score of 261.
Yeah, a reminder, if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to write to Scott Reed, care of the Old Trafford commentary box, might get through in time for September's games.
Yes, quite.
Callaway is into ball cut away by Harris for a single down towards backward point, 88 for 3. I'm just taking the mick out of Scott because his email is locked at the moment. He's tried a screwdriver, he's tried a hammer.
It's not happening.
He's tried the best BBC Lancashire keys, and all he's done is smashed 3 laptops. 88 for 3. And the Tipex all over them, you wouldn't believe. Callaway bowls, appeal for LBW, looked a bit leg side-ish as Hurst tried to work it away. Hurst remains on naught. Harris providing the initial impetus for this partnership. Callaway might enjoy a few balls at Hurst, who blocks one out on the offside. North East fields at cover, no run. North East is now the out of the slips, and Ingram is the only slip, and Tribe remains at short leg. Callaway in, bowls. There's half an appeal for LBW as Hurst got a good stride in there. Have to remember expecting big things off Ben Callaway, but he is only 21, first full season in the game, and handed a lot of responsibility over the last few championship games. Oh, that's a big hit from Hurst to get off the mark. Back over the bowler's head, and it's gone all the way for half a dozen up towards the sight screen. Well, that's quite the way to get yourself going.
Yes, he threw the lot at that, didn't he, Matthew Hurst? Wide ball from Callaway, mid-off and mid-on up. And off he went, clobbered it back over the bowler's head for 6.
Callaway in again. Back on his stumps goes Hurst, and defends. Well, trickles out on the offside. That is the end of the over. Essex women 41 for 2, chasing 307 to beat Lancashire women in the One Day Cup at Sedbergh.
Yeah, big score, hasn't it? 307 century for Emma Lamb, making 142 for Lancashire's women's side at Sedbergh School. Eve Jones 71, Seren Smale 31, Ellie Threlkel, the skipper, 23 not out. So 306 for 4 is what Lancashire finished on. 307 to win for Essex. They've lost a couple of early wickets. One for Mahika Gore, one for Grace Potts as well. So let's start with the ball.
2 metre Mahika. So time for me to give wins, actually, to join Scott.
Cheers, Nick. That's going to continue. He's come Marcus Harris on strike. He's right arm around the wicket to Harris. Plays off the front foot. Push it back to Fernando. There's no run. So Fernando from one end and Kellaway from the other since lunch for Glamorgan. Fernando 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 in this opening spell following the lunch break. Kellaway 4 overs for 26 from the other end. He's got left-hander Marcus Harris on strike. One slip in place. Third man and a fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. And just a backward point. Run away towards point, actually, fielded by Kellaway, who just creeps in a little bit nearer at point. As Fernando was coming into bowl, gathered by Kellaway, and there's no run. 94 for 3. Good afternoon, Sachi.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I think, well, Bohannon, another batter who got himself in. He did the hard work, didn't he? He had a bit of luck go his way, and losing that wicket, especially straight after lunch, was crucial for Lancashire, and well, really good for Glamorgan. And Fernando, well, he's been absolutely brilliant today.
Yeah, 2 for 19. Terrific opening spell. Terrific spell after lunch here. That just gets up on Harris. He's run up onto his toes to steer it away safely into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, it feels like 260 all out and 94 for 3 in reply. Lancashire are a good partnership away from being in a healthy position, but you feel like the game is nicely balanced at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you need a big partnership here. Another 50-60 here could be crucial. I know Matty Hurst plays a very aggressive type of way, so it's how he can control that as well.
It's glanced away down to fine leg by Harris. He's looking shot just off his pads, flicked away down towards the boundary below the pavilion. Mason Crane, and he's on that boundary to field. He wants to get across to his left-hand side. Single for Harris. He moves on to 23. The score ticks along to 95 for 3. Brings Matthew Hurst back on strike. Everyone having to change around with a left-hand, right-hand combination now. They like this field to Hurst at the minute at least, with Kieran Carlson short, straight mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket. Northeast at a orthodox mid-on position. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. Fernando in to Hurst. Just propping forward, but Hurst with his hand suggesting that's just nipped back in again.
Looked a bit high on him as well, probably hit thigh pad and above. It's that nip that Fernando has been getting all day, and it's quite late. It's off the pitch, it comes in quite late. Just take a look at that here. Just ever so slightly straight, and oh, a bit of a big inside edge on it as well. But he indicates that with his hand, doesn't he? Matthew Hurst.
Final ball of the over. Fernando in from the Brian Statham end. Floodlights are on. 95 for 3, Lancashire in and balls to Hurst. That's onto his pads and worked away through the leg side. Nicely timed. Won't reach the boundary rope, but he'll bring Matthew Hurst a couple of runs. He moves to 8. 97 for 3.
Yeah, Matthew Hurst has been really probably more confident coming into this innings today off the back of his 106 of the last game. Second official season, I believe, with Lancashire. Made his debut last year, but bats in a very naturally aggressive manner. He won't be afraid to take on the bowlers as when the ball lands in his slot. But as Scott was saying, it's just a crucial period here for Lancashire at the moment. Marcus Harris will be taking the responsibility of playing that anchor role. And Jennings, Bohannon and Wells are the 3 men to 4. As Kellaway to continue from the James Anderson end. Coming into his 10th over. Kellaway to Harris. Again, just caressed off the back foot into the offside, just for a single. 98 on the board now for Lancashire. And Callaway has been very disciplined with his line and length so far. Again, he's just nicely drifted inwards, and Matthew Hirsch just prods it off the back foot into the offside for a dot ball. Just walks out into the middle and just gives the pitch a bit of tap. Be interesting to see how Hirsch plays Callaway, as you know, you might even look to take him on a little bit, as Madon is at that 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Again, just plays it off the back foot into the offside for another dot. Plenty of chatter in and around Matty Hurst. Callaway again tossed up outside the off stump, and Hurst attempts to drive it a bit hard, but finds the fielder at extra cover. Doesn't quite get hold of it like the way he'd wanted to, maybe slightly early on the ball. Callaway into Hurst. Again, a little bit back of a length and punch straight back to him by Hurst. Bowling a lovely line here. Not giving much room to work with for Hurst. Callaway into Hurst. Again, it's tossed up and it's just played into the offside. Straight to extra cover, another dot ball, and that will be the end of the over. Lancashire now are 98 for 3 after 31 overs. And just looking at the women's game here, that's been played at Sedbergh against Essex. Been set the target of 307, and they are currently 46 for 2 after 12 overs. First wicket to fall was to Mahika Gore, who dismissed Grace Scrivens, and the second wicket to fall was Cordelia Griffith to Grace Potts. As Potts continues. But this game here is beautifully set up.
Are you multitasking? Are you commentating on both games?
Gave a little update there whilst they were messing around here.
I thought you were describing Potts running into bowl. Good effort. Multitasking.
Look at that. 2 games at once.
I better do one. It's Harris around the wicket to Harris, who's playing forward in defence, and there's no run. James to Marcus. Marcus.
That's a better way, isn't it? Harris to Harris.
We had a game here the other month where we had an Anderson batting, an Anderson bowling, and an Anderson Phillip fielding. It's far too confusing. And again to Marcus Harris, just dabs the ball away into the offside, slowly bouncing its way up towards extra cover. In addition to the score, 98 for 3.
I was saying, there's a nice crowd that's come in today.
Yeah.
More than yesterday, for sure.
I think so, yeah. Which is a bit odd. You'd expect kind of the first day to have the bigger crowd, wouldn't you? I agree.
It probably had the better weather as well, and the main man, Wesley Macro.
Yes, he was here, wasn't he, presenting gaps. Full, angled in towards Marcus Harris. Driven to Callaway at cover, no run. Yeah, it's a good day, wasn't it, for Phil Salt and for George Balderson, both receiving their caps yesterday. Wesley Macram and Warren Haig were on duty to present Salt and Balderson with their caps.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of crowd, there was a very interesting person in the crowd here at the Test match. I'll tell you after the ball.
There's James Harris bowling and flashed away down to fine leg by Marcus Harris for a single. Moves to 25. Lancashire knocking on the door of 3 figures. They're 99 for 3.
Do you know who it was?
Cool.
Ed Sheeran. In the party stand.
So we're more likely to have an Ed Sheeran look-alike than in the party stand.
A doppelganger.
Was it?
Yeah, honestly. I was convinced, and I was like, how can he just be roaming around without security in that party stand? He's being swarmed by people. My friend was like, you know, he's not real.
99 for 3. Hurst waits, Harris in, balls defended. And there's no run. Had he just come just as himself, or had he actually come, like, you know, holding a microphone?
He was taking photos with the crowd.
To be
he was
Ed
taking,
Sheeran.
yeah, he was
so
taking
he was
photos. Yeah,
right, okay.
Everyone was approaching him. There was like, it was like a herd of sheep around him, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe he's just there with that security. And it was actually Mahika. She was like, you know, that's a doppelganger. I felt quite embarrassed.
You got a picture?
Yeah.
Harris balls to Hurst. It's short and it's pulled. Gets the ball down towards fine leg. And he brings up 3 figures for Lancashire. 100 for 3, Lancashire in the 32nd over. Oh my word!
You tell me that's not him. I'll show you in 1 minute.
Try and show it the camera. That is.
Tell me that's not him.
Yeah,
hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Absolutely Ed Sheeran.
Tell me that's not Ed Sheeran. That is him.
That is uncanny.
Right?
You could just make a career, couldn't you?
And you're telling me, if you're sat there in the pavilion and he's in the party stand, you're not telling me you don't think that's Ed Sheeran?
That is Ed Sheeran, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, to be corrected by Mahika. I mean, I normally correct.
So were you convinced it was him?
I was convinced, yeah. And she was like.
So how do you know?
How do you not know the classic? You know.
Well, how do you definitely not know it wasn't him?
Right? I mean, it wasn't. That's Callaway into Hurst, just flicked off back foot into the leg side, out into the deep, just for 1 run.
I mean, he's been swarmed there, isn't he? I mean, he's
right.
He actually does need some kind of security to help him out.
So now you know why I was so under the impression that it was him. You just want more of it, don't you? Look at that.
That is crazy look-alike, isn't it?
Callaway into Harris, just defended off the front foot. I just wonder, like, how is that real? like he's a real person. I wonder what his actual name is.
I wonder what his job is.
Yeah, he must just go around and just make loads of money.
Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, being Ed Sheeran's doppelganger. Amazing. All sorts happening on day 5. That's what it was.
But this is what happens in that party stand, isn't it?
Exactly.
You get all sorts in there.
Callaway into Harris, just played off the back foot into the offside. The fielder at deep cover, so it would just be 1 run. Have you ever had any crazy stories like that?
I've not seen an Ed Sheeran look-alike as good as that.
I've not
seen anybody look like somebody as much as he looks like Ed Sheeran.
You didn't expect him to look like that, did you?
Didn't, no.
Yeah. Callaway into Hurst. Just played off the back foot, straight back to him. Like Hurst is Innings, he's got the impression that he kind of wants to take on Callaway, but is holding himself back a little bit, isn't he? And again, it's tossed up, and again, it's driven. But it'll be straight to mid-off, so it'll be another dot ball, and with that, I believe will be the end of the over. Lancashire 102 for 3 after 33 overs.
Yeah, if you missed that news earlier on, we're speaking of the test match. No Ben Stokes in the final test match, which starts tomorrow. Stokes saying the risk is too high to play. So his shoulder injury has ruled him out of the final test match, which starts on Thursday. So Ollie Pope will captain the side, Jacob Bethel will bat at number 6, and there are 3 changes to England's bowling lineup. Jofra Archer and Bryden Cass, and Liam Dawson all missing out. Gus Atkinson, Josh Tong and Jamie Overton come in. James Harris around the wicket, forward goes Marcus Harris, defends towards Asa Tribe, who's at extra cover, and there is no run. Tight period of the game this, not a lot being offered up, no risks being taken.
Yeah, I think they just need to sort of soak up the pressure a little bit, don't they? Just take their time a little bit and make it count later on.
So yeah, it's a really intense little period of the match. Just a touch too straight from Harris onto his namesake's pads. And that's flicked away down to fine leg for a single to Marcus Harris. He moves on to 27. It's 103 for 3. Brings Matthew Hurst on strike.
He's looked quite confident, to be fair, as Hurst, especially when he's shaped up against Harris. Set up some lovely looking drives, but gone to the fielder.
Waits for Harris to bowl. A little straight into his pads and clipped down to fine leg. Fernando Fields below the hotel, which towers up behind him. Single for Hurst. He moves on to 11. It's 104 for 3.
So you know how the pitch, I mean, I've heard, I wasn't here at the part of the club at that time, was the other way. And now they claim that now, since they've changed the square, it's affected types of pitches at Old Trafford.
Harris in bowls. Eased away off the front foot by Marcus Harris to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, so they rotated the square around. Yeah, it was the other way. We had the Stretford end and the Warwick Road end, but they switched it all around. Oh, it must be 15 years ago, I bet. Maybe a little bit longer than that. It's the season that Lancashire won the title in 2011. It was all taking place at that time. Straight ball to Harris, who works it away through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. Might think of 3. He does. It's quite a big hit out towards that leg side, and he's just nudged it nicely to come back and run 3. Marcus Harris moves on to 30. It's 107 for 3 with 1 ball remaining of the 34th over.
He's taking along nicely since he's been back from lunch. I think he's just seemed to be getting himself in better shapes, I'd say, and just being confident with his footwork and decisive, showing good positivity in his defence.
Driven by Hurst, back to James Harris on the bounce. He fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 107 for 3. Hurst on 11, and Harris on 30. Yeah, well, I'm going back to the pictures, like speaking to people at the club about the nature of the pitches here. We're playing on towards the right of the square, and they tend to have different characteristics whether you're playing as we look to the right or far to the left. Obviously, the main international wickets are in the centre. What we've seen this week has been pretty good, hasn't it? It's produced a really intriguing couple of days so far. It's been tricky for batsmen. It has, but you've had to work hard. And Chris Green was saying last night on an interview about there's something in there for batters if they can get in. Kieran Carlson showed that. Asa Tribe showed that. Zain Ul Hassan, again, he showed that. Now Harris and Hurst having to try and work for some runs here. And it's offered something for the bowlers, hasn't it? For the seamers and for the spinners.
It's been a good contest between bat and ball, and that's exactly what we want as Mason Crane comes into the attack from the James Anderson end. But that's what we were saying, because the wicket where the Test was played on, there was absolutely nothing in it for the bowlers. Whereas this one has been more of an even battle, you can say, between batter and ball. It's got something in it for everyone. You're still getting good value for your shots. Yes, we've seen a bit of odd bounces in this innings. When Bohannon was batting, we saw a few sort of just shoot across to him and skid across. But overall, it's been a good cricketing wicket. Crane comes into Harris, tossed out, full toss, but he mistimes it. It's straight up in the air. Ahmedov makes no mistake whatsoever. And Marcus Harris, well, that is not the way you want to get out, is it?
Yeah,
it's full toss. Just tries to kind of work it into the leg side, but catches the leading edge and it goes straight up, and it catches easy as you like.
Yes, what a bonus that is for Glamorgan. I mean, the word celebration doesn't really apply to that, to the outcome of that wicket. There was no celebration. You couldn't possibly celebrate. It was, oh dear, kind of shoulders hunched up, chin down, don't look around too much. Enjoy it when you're all together, as the Glamorgan boys are, I'm sure, now, but that's an absolute gimme, isn't it, for Glamorgan, for Mason Crane for his first wicket. Full toss. Caught at mid-off by Galloway. Brings out Phil Salt to join Matthew Hurst. Fourth wicket down, 107 for 4, and that partnership was just starting to build up nicely for Lancashire. Just early signs of that coming together. 34 they put on Harrison Hurst. Salt comes out to join Matthew Hurst. And yeah, a rather sheepish-looking response from the Glamorgan players as Marcus Harris headed back towards the dressing rooms.
Well, that's sort of another batter that's sort of done the hard work again, and the third one and gone out in his 30, and it's just a bit of a loose shot, wasn't it? It was a bit of a half-hearted loose shot and a soft dismissal, something that, you know, Marcus Harris, I'm sure, would be really disappointed with that one, as he was looking quite comfortable coming back off lunch and creating a small bit of partnership, as Phil Salt has joined Matthew Hurst at the crease, and while Mason Crane picks up his first wicket of the first delivery back, only in his second over, probably not a very celebratory wicket or a delivery. But Crane into Salt. Again, it's tossed up and it just spins past the bat. And how close was that? What a delivery to get first up for Phil Salt. Beautiful delivery. Good bit of turn that we've seen in the last day and a half. So Mason Crane comes into Salt, again tossed outside the off stump, and that is absolutely driven hard and past mid-off into the boundary for 4 runs. And Salt was not missing out on that one. It's a diving effort there from mid-off, but well out of his reach. He wouldn't miss out on some juicy full tosses.
He did not. He jumped right into that, Phil Salt. Second game he's played for Lancashire. Played last week at Cheltenham College. That was his first red ball game for a couple of seasons. Back-to-back fixtures in the Championship for Salt. Oh.
Again, it's short and that is pulled away, but there is protection out in the deep, so it would just be the 1 run, but I feel like he's got away with that a little bit, hasn't he? Dragged short, and I was almost looking into the stands for a second.
Yeah, me too. I bet Mason Crane was fearing the worst too as he dragged it short and down the leg side to Phil Salt.
Crane to Hurst. Again, down the leg side, and bit of a half-hearted appeal, but don't think Matthew Hurst got any bat on that, but it was dropped by the keeper anyway. He's getting a nice little drift that angles in, doesn't he, is Crane. Crane into Hurst. Again, tossed up and attempts to drive that, but it's in the air momentarily, but it's completely safe, and that will be dot ball to finish that over. That is 112 for 4 after 35 overs.
Yeah, we're talking about it being a good pitch, which it has. It's been enjoyable to watch because games move forward and you feel like you're going to get a result. But I suspect there's quite a few batsmen on both sides that might not necessarily go along with that. But in terms of trying to see a result and trying to get the game moving forward, then it has served that purpose, certainly. It's been hard graft though, hasn't it? Goodness me. It's seamed, it's spun, it's bounced, it's kept low. It's been a tricky occupation at times.
Absolutely. No, then it just shows sort of the importance of Asa Tribes and Carlson's innings, and the way they've battled it out and picked the balls that they wanted to go after which is going to be key here.
There's James Harris to continue from the Statham end. Forward goes Salt in defence. And there's no run.
Yeah, Phil Salt, he is not someone who's obviously played a huge amount of red ball cricket. Has been exceptional in the white ball format. And has very much established himself as a world-class white ball player. So it's interesting to see how he will go about in his sort of red ball career for Lancashire.
So Harris into Salt, just able to help it off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary. That's a fabulous effort by Fernando, diving forward to flick the ball back. He's on that fine leg boundary, but that went very fine, just off the hip from Salt. Fernando does well to get down to flick it back. He does run 2. Salt moves on to 7. It's 114 for 4.
Salt, who used to previously play at Sussex, and that's where his career had started.
Waits for Harris, who's in and bowling. That's defender just jabs it away into the offside, and there's no run.
He played majority of his career at Sussex, and he made the move to Lancashire in 2022. And I feel he was just about coming up, sort of touching the England team during that time. But over the last 3 years, he's well and truly made a name for himself in the white ball format.
Yeah, which has probably restricted some red ball opportunities for him. Looked out through the leg side by Salt for a single, moves on to 8. 115 for 4, but I think when he's been available, when he's been able to play, he's been keen to play, as we saw last week, wanting to play in the game against Gloucestershire. Likewise again this week, and being presented with his cap before the start of play. His reward for has been very, very good through 3 seasons now with Lancashire. Just back on strike. 2 balls left of the over. It's Harris to Hurst. It's fallen straight, driven firmly down the ground. Some north-east goes tumbling away to his left at mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. From 15 for 4.
Yeah, Hurst is he's a good driver of the ball, isn't he? Hits it hard, gets into good shapes.
Waits for Harris, who's in and bowling. It's driven nicely away, squared the wicket. That'll be 4. Mentioned the timing and the power of his shots, and that square drive brings Hurst 4. As soon as that got underneath the fingertips of backward point, that was rattling its way towards the rope to push Hurst on to 15 and Lancashire on to 119 for 4.
Brilliant looking shot there by Matthew Hurst. Plays it nice and late right underneath him, and any width on offer, he won't be missing out on that. Brilliant shot to finish that over. This Crane will continue from James Anderson, and only bowled 2 overs in a spell. 1 before lunch. Came back and has taken a wicket of Marcus Harris. So Lancashire now are 4 down for 119, but trailed by only 142. Be important for them to get some form of a first innings lead. So I assume batting 4th on this wicket would be quite tricky.
Yes, all the best with that.
Crane into Salt, and that is given. He pokes at that one as it's floated outside the off stump, and with that turn, nice and simple catch to Cook, and well, Salt, he has to depart, and Crane, he gets his 2nd, and Lancashire are in a spot of bother now.
Yeah, that's a lovely ball, isn't it, from Crane? Bringing Salt forward, just enough turn off the edge of the bat, taken by the keeper Cook. His last over, Mason Crane, was a real old mixed bag. He got a wicket with a full toss from the first ball. He dragged a couple horribly short. But then the first delivery of his next over, right on the money, bringing Salt forward, edge through to the keeper. Yeah, and Glamorgan started nicely after the lunch break.
Just there, he just pushed at it, didn't he? So he tried to almost prod it into the offside, but I reckon just opened that face up a little bit too much and just caught the edge on its way as Balderson makes his way out into the middle. But, you know, as we've spoken, Salt hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket over the last 2-3 years, or at least as long as he's been a part of Lancashire. So it does become a bit hard when you come from a lot of white ball cricket and you're not used to playing the longer format. So it might take him a few games to find his feet, because he is a quality player.
George Balderson's the new batter. Joining Matthew Hurst. This is a real scrap here, because you're trying to get somewhere level with that Glamorgan first innings score. 260 feels like a good score. We've been asked yesterday about what would be a kind of a par score, a good score. Difficult to judge on the first day. Halfway through day 2, 260 looks like a good score on the board at 119 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Lancashire here have to really focus hard on rebuilding. As Mason Crane, he's given you a mixed bag, but he's getting a good amount of turn, he's getting a good amount of drift. Just need a batter to stay out there and step up and anchor this innings. This is first ball to Balderson and just plays it with soft hands and catches the outside edge as it trickles to short third, so he'll come through for a single. As I am getting a bit vocal here are the Glamorgan fielders, and rightly so, as they've managed to take a couple of wickets straight after that lunch break, and joined again by Nick. Crane comes into Hurst, tossed up, and Hurst drives that nice and strong out to that fielder at deep cover, so it'll only just be single. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Yeah, Crane needs to keep on chipping away on the wickets column, doesn't he? Because he's not likely, as a leg spinner, to keep things ever so tight in the way that an off-spinner sometimes can. But 2 early wickets for Crane.
Absolutely. Crane into Balderson. It's tossed up into the rough patch and just nurdled into the leg side. The fielder at short leg, so no run.
And this is only the 3rd innings that he's bowled in this season in the red ball format. Started off T20 really well, but then picked up a minor injury, didn't get back in straight away.
Crane into Balderson, just flaked off his pads, looking for a single, and then Hurst is sent back, and rightly so. Good diving stop there by short third.
Yeah, Ul Hassan.
Crane comes in for the final delivery. This over, tossed up into the rough and just defended out into the offside by Balderson for a dot ball, and with that will be the end of Crane's 3rd over. Lancashire 121 for 5 after 37.
Yeah, I've had an email to Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk from Steve Pogson here in Manchester, who's coming off his long run. Notice that the sale of the 100 teams has been largely completed today, including the Manchester and Cardiff franchises. 50 million of funding raised is targeted for grassroots cricket. This possibly applies more to Lancashire than Glamorgan, but what is classed as grassroots? Lancashire have traditionally used Old Trafford and out grounds, Southport, Liverpool, Blackpool, Sale, etc., which is good, spreading cricket across the county. Harris starts a new over, bowling to Hurst, who chops it away into the offside. Oh, there's a mix-up here, and Carlson has a throw at the non-striker's end, and I think would have snatched a wicket if he'd managed to hit. He was completely off balance there, Carlson, as he made a scrambling stop, but Balderson had come a long way down and then had to retreat. So we'll just have a little chat to renegotiate running terms.
He'd given up there, had Balderson, he was miles out, if that.
Yeah, it's a soft surface. I can't imagine it's easy to turn. Harris in bowls a short ball that Hurst plays no shot. Stephen Pogson is concerned at the inclusion of Sedbergh School in Cumbria, ignoring the fact that it is in Cumbria. He says what does get me is that Lancashire play no cricket in Preston, the third largest city in the county, but you do use a private school in the middle of nowhere. Not Lancashire, not accessible to ordinary working class folk. Harris bowls, nice drive. They will take a comfortable single this time. As it's hit wide of cover by Hurst. Comfortable single. Lancashire are not alone in moving cricket to elitist venues from accessible working class areas, says Stephen. Middlesex playing Gloucestershire today at Cheltenham College. Hardly everyday grassroots cricket. Well, yes. I suppose in terms of venues, I mean, I've never been to Sedbergh, so I can't comment on its accessibility or otherwise, but the counties are just looking for nice places to host them, and a lot of cases the places that have the money to have those facilities are private schools. Harris bowls, knocked away by Balderson, down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, I think Sedbergh is a beautiful ground, and I think they've hosted quite a few games over the years for Lancashire, and again their facilities, like you mentioned, are impeccable. So that's largely the reason why Lancashire holds their matches at these certain grounds. But with the facility at Farringdon due to be completed next year, Preston will definitely have a spot.
Harris bowls, turned on the leg side by Hurst, no run. So that's firmly on the way, is it?
Yeah, so it's I think it is due for completion next year, so we'll see how that, obviously we never know with construction and everything, but it is set to be ready for the 2026 season, which should be really accessible. It will be in central Lancashire, so this is yeah, it's an amazing project. That's a lot of money has been invested into that, so we'll have some nice outgrounds.
Harris in to bowl wallops Hurst somewhere, possibly somewhere painful, as Hurst is down initially on all fours, if not more.
He looks in a bit of pain, doesn't he?
He looks in a world of pain, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it, really, in terms of assistance for such injuries.
He's just got to take his time.
Yeah. Whether, as he gets eventually to his feet, any sign of any 12th man? Yes, here comes the 12th. Bring on a drink. Probably not much use, just allows him a few more moments to compose himself.
I don't think Will Williams here is going to offer much sympathy. Just going to say, "You're right. Stop.
Right, mate. Yeah.
Right, mate. You're right. Yeah."
No, I've just
crack on. I think. Yeah.
It's in the whatsits. 123 for 5. Anyway, thank you for your email, Stephen. Asking, is cricket getting more elite in 2025? Loving the cricket, working for plans on a statue to Chris Green at Old Trafford, and thanks us for the coverage. So that project that you were talking about, what sort of matches will the county be staging there then? What's the plans?
I'm thinking when obviously, Emirates Old Trafford's being used and either for the men's game or the women's game or the internationals, any sort of second 11 games or sort of any other women's games, that if the men's are playing, they will be held there, or if women's are playing someone's here, the men's will be held there. So it's just a second ground, but a second solid base, solid ground, going to have an indoor facility, a big pavilion, just so that there's a good base. As Mason Crane continues to Balderson, just defending into the offside off the front foot. Yeah, so it's just a good base, good second base after Old Trafford, which is in a fantastic position for the club to be in, and both men's and the women's sides. So
makes sense. Once they can afford it. Well done, Lancashire.
Crane into Balderson, full toss and is flicked away, but diving stop from mid-wicket and gets a hand to it and just will be a single, so got away with that again. Crane tends to bowl a variety of a mixed bag, doesn't he? But he does have that wicket-taking delivery. He's the one he bowled to Salt was beautiful.
Yeah, he's got a good googly as well, Mason Crane.
As he comes in to Hurst, again tossed up outside, just into the middle stump and just prodded into the offside by Hurst.
And Glamorgan have got quite a lot of spin variety if you consider that Crane can bowl leg breaks and googlies, and Callaway can bowl orthodox off spin and the occasionally sighted slow left arm.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Crane tosses it up to Hurst, driven into the offside, chases on for the fielder at deep cover and looks for a second, but sent back by Balderson. Should just be a single.
Those two, by the way, are also also in the Welsh Fire Squad. So it'll be interesting to see if Glamorgan give a chance to second 11 18-year-old Romano Franco, who's been the regular spin option for the twos in recent weeks. Lancashire women have just claimed another wicket, Essex 100 for 4. That's a victory in the bag for Lancashire.
Yeah, definitely, and they'll be very pleased with that. So it was they had a bit of a poor loss last week against Durham, so be looking to make amends, and they're doing just that. Crane comes into Harris, again is tossed outside the off stump, and Balderson covers that up and defends it into the leg side. No run.
Glamorgan's seconds are on the way to defeat against Notts, who only need 50 odd to win at Newport.
Again, Crane into Balderson, flicked, but hits short leg onto the pads, and it would be another dot ball to finish that over. Lancashire now are 125 for 5 after 39 overs. To be looking to take the tea break.
Tea's at 20 past?
20 past 4.
Yep. An hour and 50 minutes for the afternoon session, and then whatever we need for the evening. In the second 11, Essex have declared at 322 for 6 in their second innings at Billericay against Lancashire. Lancashire at 20 for 0, needing a further 483 to win that game in just under a day and a half, I guess. As I say, Glamorgan's seconds look to be on the road to defeat Notts at 25 for 0, needing only another 28 runs. Glamorgan were bowled out for 246 in their second innings. Eddie Byram opening the batting got 82. Callum Nicholas 47. After that was very little at all. 42 from Jack Hope Bell and 40 from Dan Douthwaite, who was parachuted into that game for a quick knock. 40 off 25 balls, it sounds like Douthwaite. He's now bowled a couple of overs, but looks as though that game will be over soon. Zainul Hassan is back with us from the Statham end, running away from us and bowling, and that's played into the offside. No run. Leonard with the fielding at the point.
Yeah, it's looking very dark and gloomy right now. You don't like we had like it was cracking flags before lunch.
Well, there was some hazy sunshine.
Hazy sunshine.
And now it's Stygian gloom This is more like early April, late September at the moment, but then I suppose we had lots of sunshine in April and May, so we can't moan too much. Ul Hassan is into Hurst, keeper standing up. Hurst turns it away on the leg side. They think about a single, but North East hurries to his right from mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Ul Hassan, who bowled a decent spell, he did create some chances, didn't he? Hurried a few batters, but is yet to find his first wicket.
And he comes, and that's played away on the offside by Hurst. How many overs we had? This is the 40th over, so halfway through the life of this ball, supposedly. And it's got to the stage where Glamorgan have gone for containing tactics to try and frustrate Lancashire out at this end, because there's one slip. North East is on the drive on the leg side. There are 4 saving the single. As forward comes Hurst, defends 2 North East. There are 1, 2, 3 on the ropes. Fine leg, mid-wicket and third man. And Glamorgan just trying to really put the pressure on Lancashire to score some runs, saying, you know, here's a containing field, here's some wicket-to-wicket medium-pace bowling, what risks are you going to take? Ul Hassan bowls, and Hurst is forward defending.
Yeah, he's used his feet to Ul Hassan a couple of times where he just comes down, and you know that's the reason sort of Cook's come up and trying to mitigate that shimmy down the track.
Yeah, Cook would be probably standing up at least 50% of the time to Ul Hassan's pace, and that of Andy Gorvin, who's not playing in this match. Another straight ball, another defensive shot. And Ul Hassan does get in pretty close to the stumps to bowl, doesn't he? So it is pretty straight down the middle for the Midlander, born in Pakistan, but lived much of his life over here, and very much the Midlands accent. Had a brief go in Worcester's academy, didn't quite make it there, but making the breakthrough a couple of seasons ago with Glamorgan, as Mason Crane will continue, and a little chat about tactics, overrate his level, so Glamorgan can't afford to waste too much time. I'm surprised it's not Bethan level, to be honest. There's a few people wrapped up here today.
Having a snooze. Post lunch.
Yeah, it's a bit of a postprandial slump, isn't it?
Yeah. Crane comes into Balderson, big shout, but looks like the impact might be just outside off. As Balderson's got a clear tactic, he knows that Crane is going to be trying to hit those rough patches, those footmarks, and he's just trying to get across those stumps and not let anything through. It's Crane into Balderson, tossed up and just driven to mid-off, no run. You almost feel like Ace of Tribes really in the game here. Crane into Balderson, tossed up forward, driven straight back to him by Balderson.
Yes, Tribes taking the one catch at short leg off Callaway, and I suspect will spend much of the day crouching at short leg with the bowling from that end.
Yeah, that was a brilliant catch. Oh, again, a bit shorter, and it just has an aggressive turn into Balderson, who was looking to punch that through the offside, but cramped him for a massively big turn off those footmarks.
Yeah, it's the ideal spot for Crane, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Left, the leg spinner, bowling to the left-hander and pitching the ball outside his off stump in the rough.
Crane to Balderson into the rough and just covers the line and defends it straight back to him. Another dot. 5 dots now. Really good line and length this by Crane in this over. 1 ball remaining. Crane comes into Balderson, tossed up straighter, flicked, drifting down the leg side. Good take by Cook, and with that will be the end of the over. A maiden for Mason Crane, and Lancashire 125 for 5 after their 41.
Just trying to work out where the role is going to be, potentially, if any, for Callaway's left armers. If he bowled left arm over from this Statham end, he might have a bit of rough outside the off stump of the left-hander. Oil Oracle, sorry about the lack of tie. I thought you were going to do some late night shopping, or were you partying down the hacienda? This prospect brings some hilarity from my fellow commentators. I can't understand it. No, I've never been to the hacienda, or whatever is there these days.
Yeah, it's not,
Does it
not really
exist
a
in
thing
any form these days, or not?
Not
flats.
Yeah, not hacienda's not really a thing anymore. Not in our day.
Here comes Ul Hassan into bowl, and hits him on the pads, Hurst, and bounces away on the leg side. No run. Was it still there in your youth? That, of course, was relatively a few years ago.
My youth, I'm still in it.
when you were on your teens, I mean, rather than your 20s.
No, never was it. Never was a thing. Huh?
97 it closed. Oh.
It was in David Beckham's youth when he was at United, I'll tell you that.
Ozan Bolshurst defends. I've got a few records that might have been played at the hacienda. Got a fair bit of New Order. Weren't they co-owners of the hacienda at some point, I think?
Were they?
Lost Vast. It was one of the many things on which New Order managed to lose money.
Got to ask Scott these questions. I think that was in Scott's youth.
Here comes Ul Hassan in bowls. Hurst deflects it away down to fine leg for a single. Scott points out he was 14 when it closed. Well, might have been sneaking in, pretending to be 18. Pretending to be 18. Of course I'm 18. Yes. 126 for 5. Yeah, and New Order managed to lose money, supposedly, on their biggest record. I think this was apocryphal, that they didn't actually lose money on the 12-inch vinyl of Blue Monday, despite the very complicated design of it. Ul Hassan pauses while he adjusts his field. As he comes around the wicket, and Balderson defends into the offside. And there's no run.
Still getting a bit of movement is Ul Hassan, but Glamorgan, since the lunch break, have been excellent. Picked up 2 crucial wickets. Marcus Harris and Phil Salt.
Yeah, several Lancashire batters seem to have got themselves in and then got out again. Scores around the 30 mark. Ul Hassan to left-handed Balderson, who's beaten by that one. They like the look of it. There's a huge appeal for LBW.
Ul Hassan was running off thinking, surely that's out, but I don't know if there's a bit of height on it. I actually thought it had clipped his top of off or something, but the umpire is just not interested, and Ul Hassan just sort of has a word. What's it missing, ump?
Yeah, he's not usually a sort of gratuitous appealer, Ul Hassan. So he believed in that one, I think. Doesn't tend to shout for nothing. No replay at the moment, as Al Hassan will have another go at getting rid of Balderson. He comes round the wicket, prodded forward by the left-hander into the offside, and there is no run. So Glamorgan managing to put the brakes on at the moment, despite the presence of a leg spinner in the attack, in the same way as Lancashire did around this time of day yesterday. Although it's sort of earlier in the day's players, if you like, because everything was delayed by an hour's drizzle this morning. But Lancashire going along, still scoring rate at 3 and over, as we do get a replay hitting just outside the line of the off stump, possibly has saved Balderson there.
Possibly height as well. Definitely, I think impact was outside the off stump, as Crane comes into Hurst again, just prodded into the offside to the fielder at short extra cover, no run. I think it's crucial, sort of 20-25 minutes left till tea, and Lancashire really have to dig deep here to make sure they don't lose any more wickets. Crane tosses it up and Hurst drives it hard, and a great diving stop there at short extra cover. That would be a dot's ball.
Well, Glamorgan are flinging themselves around the field with great enthusiasm, aren't they?
And as they should, you know, I think they're a little bit ahead of Lancashire at the moment, although you might not think they are, but they've been brilliant so far with the ball. Crane down the leg side, Hurst sweeps behind, chases on for deep backward square leg and cuts it off, but they'll come back for 2 runs. Yeah, I think, Glamorgan senses is some crucial 20-25 minutes for them as well, if they can sneak another wicket.
Yeah, first innings leads may not be huge either way, the way the game's sitting at the moment.
Yeah, any lead would be good, as Crane comes into Hurst and drifts a little bit into the leg side, but defended straight back to him by Hurst.
Are we going to see the first positive result in red ball cricket here this year?
I don't want to speak too soon.
Looks on the cards at the moment if the weather holds on Friday, when there might be a bit of drizzle around again.
Absolutely. It's Crane into Hurst, into the rough, sweeps top edge, and that's another wicket. Simple catch to slip, and Hurst looks at his bat in disbelief as he has to make that long walk back, and Crane looks to land it in those foot marks, and Hurst looking to play a similar shot off the bat onto pad, and it just tosses up straight to first slip. Easy catch, and Hurst has to depart again. Another person in his 20s has to go, and Lancashire in real trouble with 128 for 6.
Initially, that looked like a fairly low-risk shot, didn't it? It was pitched well outside leg and flicked away, maybe off the top of the pad as well as the gloves, just lobbing up to slip. And something of a soft wicket to... not sure if that one did pitch in the rough. It did turn, but it was a bit shorter than the foot marks. So full credit to Mason Crane, who's got 3 now.
Yeah, I feel it also sort of bounced as well, so the bounce sort of got on him a little bit, and I think a bit unfortunate with that one was Hurst. As Chris Green makes his way out to the middle, he's been the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire. Scott joined me momentarily.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the players, hasn't he, for Lancashire in the last kind of couple of weeks, really. He's got kind of back-to-back centuries in Championship cricket. Ton last week against Gloucestershire, century against Derbyshire the week before, wickets this week, wickets last week. He's all action.
Bill
Where would you like it located?
Right outside that pavilion.
Yeah, I think that's...
of him like jumping in the air.
It's destined to be that way, I think.
Yeah. That's the request from one of the members, I believe, or
For a
fans.
statue?
Yeah.
Why not? And what a lovely statue it'll be. A very smiley statue.
Absolutely. Crane again into green first ball and just prodded into the offside, and he's making it happen as Crane. He's only bowled 6 overs. He's picked up 3 wickets for 17, and this is really, really good from Glamorgan. Just goes to show those important 2 innings from Kieran Carlson and Asa Tribe, and the value of them.
Yeah, Carlson's not with partnership with Ingram was important. I mean, you look back at that first day. I thought it was a brilliant first day. I thought there's loads happened. There's a bit in it for everybody. You look at how today's unfolded as well. It's obviously pretty tricky to bat on, isn't it? It's spinning, it's bouncing, it's doing all sorts. So the seamers are in the game. I mean, I've really enjoyed the day in a bit. I think it's been a really enjoyable couple of days of cricket so far. Lancashire having to scrap really hard for everything they get here. As Hassan comes in and bowls to Chris Green, just to George Balderson rather, just slides past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper Chris Cook. There is no run. Trying to somehow scramble the way to that up to kind of 260, kind of any lead for either side on first innings.
Yeah, I think
pretty important.
Absolutely, and Lancashire, well, if they can just try and close that gap as much as possible. You know, it actually proves it's been exciting, because each session, actually each hour, has been interesting, and it's sort of swayed from one side to the other, really. But
Sand balls edge, but down into the ground, bouncing in front of Colin Ingram at first slip. Balderson will come back for 2. There was that nervous, quick glance over his shoulder from George Balderson, but that edge was soft and into the ground and well in front of Colin Ingram. So he comes back for 2, moves to 5, 130 for 6.
yeah, brilliant this by Glamorgan. And Hassan, I know he's been a bit unfortunate in terms of he's not been able to pick up a wicket, but he's been pretty solid with his line and length, and has got a sort of good carry, good movement off the pitch, that late movement.
It was Hassan before lunch that got one to stay low, probably for the first time in the day. Again, that beats Balderson through to the keeper, and there's no run. The one that he got to ban and jagged back, he kept low, and this morning you think, oh, there's quite a bit in this service. This is pretty tricky, and you can see both batters coming down and having a closer look, which gives a bit of a telltale sign that life is not easy at the minute for George Balderson and for Chris Green.
And yeah, and 260 really looks like is it a good total now, with Lancashire 130 for 6 as Hassan comes into Balderson, a bit full of a length, and again playing a miss, but it hasn't carried to Cook. I don't know whether Chris Cook might look to actually come up to the wicket again, but he stays firm as he stood back. Quite a few player misses for Balderson. Walks out to the crease and taps a bit of the patch in the middle. So Hassan desperately searching for his first wicket. As he charges into Balderson, again drifting down the leg side, attempts to flick it, but gets nothing on it in the end. Glamorgan, all the fielders are looking very positive, very chirpy. The slip cord and having a whale of a time. Just under 20 minutes left till tea. Hassan to Balderson. Again full of a length, and again tries to punch it off the back foot and just goes through to the keeper. Player miss at that, and that will be the end of the over. Brilliant over there from Hassan, his second maiden. Lancashire 130 for 6 after 44. Just take a look at what's happening at Sedbergh. Essex are now 127 for 4 in their 27 overs, chasing 307. Required run rate of 7.8. And they've, you know, Lancashire women there looking in a very commanding position to claim another victory in their 50 over comp. Currently second on the table. As Mason Crane continues now. And James Anderson end again is tossed up to Chris Green and is driven hard, but again a brilliant stop there by Kieran Carlson at extra cover, and denies Green the run, denies him to get off strike. And again, Crane into Green, who crouches low and then just plays it off the back foot and plays it straight back to him. Tall man is Chris Green, and you can see how he crouches and gets a bit low when he's playing the spin. Mason Crane, he's been looking to hit those rough marks, foot marks. Again, just defended into the offside by Green. Crane's been brilliant hitting those foot marks off the pitch, and that's caused him to get some aggressive turn and bounce. Crane to Green, tossed up again, driven into the offside. Diving stop there by mid-off. Great stop by Ben Callaway, but Green comes through for a single to get off the mark.
Yes, we welcome listeners to Sports Extra as well, who are joining us for the tail end of this afternoon session. It's been a pretty lively day and a half, with Glamorgan all out for 261. That innings was wrapped up inside the first 5 minutes this morning.
Crane into Balderson, just plays and misses at that one. He played for the turn, but it was a googly.
And what we're seeing now is Glamorgan with the ball on a pitch that's offered quite a bit through the course of the day and a bit for the seamers, for the spinners. There's bounce, there's turn, there's few have stayed low. This has been hard work.
Crane to Balderson, just defends it off the back foot into the offside for a dot. And that will be the end of the over. 131 for 6 after 45. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the first time there's been more that's happened for the bowlers than the batters here this season.
Definitely, yeah. It's been pretty hard going at times, really, to bowl sides out and to take wickets and to see the game move forward. But what we've seen so far has been, well, yesterday, Kieran Carlson, I guess the pick of the batters, Asa Tribe as well, managing to kind of stick at it and get some runs, and 260 in the first innings for Glamorgan now looks like a pretty good score. They were 180 for 3, so 260 all out. Felt as though they'd left a little bit out there, but with the score at 130 for 6 in reply, yeah, we could be set for a really intriguing kind of low-scoring match. Things can obviously change, but Glamorgan's fight back with the ball today. It's been impressive to watch. Al Hassan is in and bowling to Chris Green, who's off the front foot and pushing away towards the offside, fielded at cover. And there is no run. Green has 1 and Balderson is on 5. So Lancashire, since they came out to bat at about, what time, about 20 past 11 this morning. I think it took about 5 minutes or so to wrap up the Glamorgan innings. 1 wicket for Tom Bailey, 1 for James Anderson. And then Lancashire setting about trying to get somewhere near or beyond that Glamorgan score, as Hassan is in and bowling, driven back towards him by Chris Green. And there is no addition to the score. Lancashire have lost their openers. Luke Wells first to go for 2, LBW to Fernando. Keaton Jennings for 28. Josh Bannon, 32. Marcus Harris off a full toss for 30. Matthew Hurst on the sweep, top edging for 21. Phil Salt caught at slip off Crane for 2. Green defends again to mid-off. And there's no run. 2 wickets for Fernando, 1 for Kellaway, and 3 for Mason Crane. So 4 of the 6 wickets have fallen to 2 of the Glamorgan spinners. And when Glamorgan were batting, 7 of the 10 wickets also falling to spin. 6 to Chris Green and 1 for Tom Hartley. 131 for 6. On the front foot goes Green, just squeezes the ball away in towards the offside. Ball is pushed out towards point. Green gets a single. He moves on to 2, and the score moves on to 132 for 6. We've got about 10 minutes left until the tea break. 20 past 4 is the scheduled tea break. We didn't get underway until midday, and it's been a terrific session of cricket. Yesterday we saw Lancashire take wickets after tea, picking up 6 wickets pretty quickly. It's been Glamorgan's afternoon with the ball. Balderson back on strike. Al Hassan from around the wicket bowls, and forward goes Balderson and defends. Gathered at backward point by Kellaway, and there is no run.
Yeah, 4 wickets have fell in the session so far, so it's been a very strong session here for Glamorgan. But I feel, you know, I feel like Al Hassan's done really well to create pressure and to conserve runs, and you know, like obviously Crane has taken majority of the wickets, but can't forget the work that Al Hassan's put in from this end.
In to complete the over, balls just back of a length to Balderson. That's pushed away towards backward point where Kellaway fields, and there is no addition to the score. 132 for 6. 10 minutes left of the evening session. George Balderson's on 5, Chris Green's on 2. Sachi Pai alongside myself, Scott Reid. I'll bring Nick Webb in. Sachi to come and join you.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant session here for Glamorgan, and Crane will be looking to continue as we approach the last 9 minutes of this session.
I feel like the spinner being brought on just before lunch. 9 minutes of commentary. Right. Are you at that end? Are you doing Mason Crane at the moment?
I'm doing Mason Crane.
Got ya.
Crane into Green, tossed up and getting driven hard, but great stuff again by Carlson. He's been busy there as.
Yeah, he's fielding like a man 7'6", isn't he, instead of 5'8". He's really throwing himself around.
It's Crane into Green, tossed up, and again Green drives it straight back to Crane, and that's a caught and bowled for Crane. And another wicket now for Lancashire as Green has to depart. Just another soft dismissal. And Lancashire now in real trouble. Again, Mason Crane tosses that one up straight, and Chris Green just hits it straight back to him. And well, Crane hangs on to that one.
Yeah, reasonably simple return catch there for the leg spinner, who's having a fabulous time today. Those footmarks evident relatively early in the proceedings, and Crane now has taken the last 4 wickets to fall in this afternoon session between the 35th and 47th over. That one reaching him about knee-high, just to his left. Reasonably simple chance. And Green was the hero with the ball for Lancashire, but couldn't do that with the bat, as Tom Hartley comes out to join Balderson, with just Bailey and Anderson to come in the Lancashire ranks. So Jimmy Anderson, who might have thought and would have hoped that his day's work in the middle was over when he took the last Glamorgan wicket around about 12:05, It seems reasonably likely that he's going to have to get the batting pads on. Lancashire are 7 down. And, well, like the Glamorgan innings, once you get in a bit of trouble, things seem to go from bad to worse. Glamorgan slipping from 199 for 3 at one point to 261 all out, losing 7 wickets for 63. And wicket to wicket now, Crane has claimed 4, while 25 runs have been added.
Tom Hartley will join Balderson at the crease. 2 left-handers now as Crane comes into Hartley into the rough, and bit of a shout for an LBW, but I feel he got an inside edge on that one. It's Hartley, and I think Chris Crane will be disappointed with that one. Either it almost felt like a little bit of a half-half kind of shot. I feel like he wanted to drive it but didn't quite get to it as Crane comes into Hartley again, who just catches the inside edge and trickles into the leg side for no run.
He may be caught in 2 minds, as you say.
Yeah, definitely. Crane comes into Hartley. It's tossed up and a big shout. Hits the pad and given. And Mason Crane has his fifer. And Tom Hartley has to depart for 0. And Lancashire now 8 down for 132.
First fifer of the season for Mason Crane. An injury-interrupted season, but boy, is he making the most of it now.
It's tossed up and it turns in off the foot marks, and he looks like Tom Hartley kind of looks at the umpire as if it's the impact not outside off, but that looked like it was crashing into middle stump. And brilliant bowling here by Mason Crane.
Well, we saw Chris Green pick up his first-class best yesterday, 6 for 82. Today, Glamorgan's Mason Crane is very much on target for a county best, if not for a career best. His CB is 5 for 35 in Hampshire colours. Career best for Glamorgan is 5 for 99. And at the moment, he's got 5 for 18.
It's brilliant. It's been brilliant bowling here by Crane. I think he's really put doubts in the minds of the batters with the turn he's been able to get, the turn, the bounce. I guess he's given some soft deliveries in there, but you can't take away from the fact that he has bowled a brilliant spell. And he's enjoying himself out there, and rightly so.
Yeah, it's a bit of an up and down life as a leg spinner, I guess, in the county game. Don't always get your chances.
Crane to Bailey for his first ball, tossed up. Just catches the inside edge and trickles to short leg, and that will be the end of the over. 2 wickets coming from that over. Big round of applause, and Lancashire 132 for 8, and there's 3 minutes left till 2.
Yeah, I think that'll be probably Crane's work done for the afternoon session, but he'll be enjoying his muesli bars and isotonic drink at the interval. With 5 for 18 under his belt. Lancashire resumed after lunch at 62 for 2. So they're off 6 wickets in the afternoon for 70 runs. Fernando started it when he had Bohannon LBW for 32. And then since then, Crane has woven his magic as Ul Hassan sets off his in to bowl outside off stump. Balderson plays no shot. So just Anderson to come. And if a wicket falls in this over, do we have a delay in tea? Because we quite often do when there's 9 wickets down at an interval. but that might not apply when the times have been revised anyway. Al-Hassan bowls and goes past the outside edge of Balderson's defensive prod. Well, we've seen a couple of little flurries of runs, notably from Bohannon and Harris, who struck a few boundaries. Jennings got a couple away early on, but since then, batting has looked like an absolute nightmare, really.
I think Glamorgan have bowled fantastically well. They've not given much away to the batters, and the batters have had to work really hard, and they've bowled well in partnerships.
Well, Hassan bowls, and that one's gone past the outside edge as well. Obviously, the footmarks developing early in the match from the fast bowlers have helped the spinners, and the atmospheric conditions as well not helping the batters, as Lancashire women claim another wicket. Essex women now 142 for 6, and Lancashire set for a big victory, having posted 305 themselves. 132 for 8 here, Lancashire men, as Al-Hassan, right arm around, is into bowl. Balderson taking a step down and then pushing on the leg side. For once, Cook is standing back to Al-Hassan, having been up to the wickets for large chunks of the afternoon. So in this session, Lancashire have lost Bohannon, LBW to Fernando for 32. Harris caught at mid-on off Crane for 30. Salt caught behind off Crane for 8. Hurst caught at slip, trying to sweep, lobbing it up off Crane for 21. Green caught and bowled for 2. Hartley leg before for 0. Al-Hassan bowls. Balderson forward, playing out on the offside. Callaway does the fielding at point. Relatively quiet session for Callaway, who had the second wicket. Jennings in the morning session, and in response to a couple of inquiries I've had on X, Ned Leonard is out there and as far as we know, fit to bowl. Certainly been fielding enthusiastically with no sign of injury, just not used as he comes into fielding action at mid-wicket there. Just turned away for another dot ball to finish the over. So we will take tea here on BBC Sports and Lancashire TV, with Lancashire struggling badly against Mason Crane in particular. The Glamorgan leggy has a 5-wicket haul, and it looks as though Glamorgan are heading for a first innings lead unless we get some heroics from Balderson, Bailey and last man Anderson. Will be back at 4:40 with Lancashire 132 for 8 in reply to Glamorgan's 261 all out.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Bowling to Gray, chops it away into the offside, no run available. So 142 for 7 the score, and it'll remain there as the ball is prodded leg side to Alana King. Morris again. Bowling a ball that's hit over the top of mid-wicket. Now that one's going to go all the way for 4. It does, just pops up off the rope to indicate as much. 146 for 7, another 161 for victory. That seems way out the reach of Essex here. It's just a matter of whether Lancashire are going to be able to get these last 3 wickets and give themselves a slightly easier afternoon, you feel.
Yeah, that one just avoided the outstretched arms of King, and we've got a jet plane flying overhead. At least we've seen this one.
As this is bowled by
Oh, good
Morris,
shot, good shot.
In between mid-off and mid-on, rolls away towards the boundary, and Potts can't quite keep it within the ropes. So another 4, 2 in the over. Brings up the 150 as well for Essex. So that's a little consolation for them. And
yeah, Eva
good bit of
Gray's,
stroke play from Gray.
Eva Gray's not giving up, is she? She's still going to go for her shots. I don't know if Morris will mind that too much, because not many of those that are mistimed as 2 fielders in position.
Find out as Gray comes forward defensively and just defends that one back where it came. So yeah, with a bonus point it would give Lancs 31, and it would mean they would move ahead of the loser of the Blaze v Hampshire. As down the leg side gets Threlkeld, interested in the stumping, but the umpire wasn't, and I don't think
still get out and
Gray
obviously
had moved her feet enough there for the stumping, and it was signalled a wide as well. So 151 the total moves on to for the loss of those 7 wickets. Gray spins the bat once more, waits again, driven past King but not past Kate Cross at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. So not quite as eventful as the last one from Mahika Gore.
No.
But Lancashire still well on top in the game. With Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne on Lancs TV.
Certainly are. If you like what you're hearing, give us a like, give us a share. As Mike says quite frequently on these broadcasts, it helps get others interested in the game, helps spread the game, and that's what we're all about. And if you haven't enjoyed it, then don't tell anyone.
240 the target for Surrey. They're within 9 of that now, although they have lost 7 wickets all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So they're under a little bit of pressure on the wickets column there, as that one's driven up to mid-off by Kopak. Finds opposite number Eve Jones, and there's no run as the 2 number 11s are involved in the game. We have too many runs, I think, for Somerset to get as well. 163 more required and 18.2 overs. They're 5 wickets down, chasing 316 against Durham. So it looks like Somerset will be the side from the chasers, keeping up the pressure on the top of the table. And the Blaze are now 169 for 5, so they need 123 off 13. So it looks as if Hampshire will be the side winning that game. I think that might leave the possibility with a bonus point that Lancs could go top of the table, because Hampshire would have 31 and so would Lancashire. So what will happen with the run rates is difficult to know. Lancs ahead on that at the moment, and you assume are going to increase their net run rate here, as that one is a short ball but down the leg side, so a wide ball, 152 for 7. So the sooner Lancashire win this, the better chance they give themselves of maintaining that good net run rate and improving upon it and going to the top of the table. So that would be a very, very good outcome for Lancashire. He did slip from 2nd to 3rd in the previous round of fixtures, as this one skips up off the pitch into the gloves of Threlkeld and is well past an advancing Kopak. Advancing quite brave, I think, given the way Americans got out to a bouncer that gave it the hurry
like.
up.
Excuse me.
Kopak's having a good laugh about it, but
well, yeah, laugh or she'd cry, I think.
Yeah,
I wouldn't like to be out there facing her, I'm not going to lie.
Interesting approach. In comes Mahika Gore, bowls a 4-1, looking to say, if you do advance, I'm going to just try and run it right through you and hit the stumps. Kopak had stayed where she was this time, was able to dig the Yorker out. Very impressive spell of bowling, this one from Mahika Gore. You see Kate Cross warming up as well now, so the news isn't getting much better for Essex.
Could it get any worse? Oh, I know, Sophie Eccleston isn't playing, they haven't got to face her as well.
But Mahika Gore is certainly leading the way here. It goes short this time. It's pulled off the nose by Kopak. It floored her on its way, and she did quite well to get something on that and not send it down the throat of Grace Potts, who sent it there on the floor. That was quite lively from Mahika Gore.
I do like it when a fast bowler who's bowled a load of bouncers gets a few back.
153 for 7. Very much another point to Mahika Gore there, knocking the batter over. In she comes again to bowl to Gray. That one's good length, and Gray defends it. But Mahika Gore's getting quite a bit out of a fairly placid pitch here as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see. I'm just a massive fan of Mahika Gore. I remember seeing the first time I saw her play at Emirates Old Trafford, and it was actually the second time, and it was the day of the old girls reunion, all the old Lancashire players, and we were in the members' lounge looking through the glass, turned to one of my mates and said she'll play for England next season. Lo and behold, she was picked in the next squad, I think.
Here she comes again. Bowls to Gray. That's a
really
good shot.
Really good shot, Eva Gray.
Cleared the front leg and has baseballed it through wide mid-wicket for 4. Nice stroke.
Yeah, she's just
got
different,
hold of that.
isn't she? I mean, that wasn't a particularly great ball from her. But you know, even good bowlers bowl bad balls. But I just think I'm a massive. She's got so much potential. She's not even at her peak yet, you know, physically.
Well, that was one where the pitch didn't give her anything back, and it got spanked away as it should have been.
Good shot from Eva Gray. Very good.
She's on to 16 off 13.
Oh, she's doing her best, isn't she?
Still doing a bit to entertain us at very least, isn't she? Surrey have won by 3 wickets at the Edgbaston Foundation ground.
What could be worse than bringing Crossy on? Bring Alana King back.
So, the Australian international back into the attack. We've been keeping track of that game in Division 2 of the County Championship as well, also available via Lancs TV. Lancs now 132 for 8 in pursuit of Glamorgan's 261, so there's been a bit of a collapse at Old Trafford as Alana King comes in and bowls. It's shorter length and cut away. Seren Smale will do the fielding on the cover boundary. There's one more to the total, and that moves on to 157, which means another 150 are required for victory by Essex. Things going rather better for the Red Rose here at Sedbergh. They're on course for victory. Reminder, Essex are also playing Warwickshire. They made 602 for 6 declared, as this one is defended. This is in Division 1 of the County Championship. No run from that forward defence from Eva Gray there. In reply, Warwickshire are 27 without loss. Here comes Alana King. Bowls to Gray. He's toe-ended this one, but into a gap out at wide. Ooh, long on. They're going to go for 2. That looked close, and it is out. It is out. Superb throw coming in from Fee Morris. We were talking about her throwing prowess, and it has resulted in the dismissal of Kopak, who is out for 2, trying to get back to the non-striker's end. Just a little bit too ambitious there from Essex. Poor way to lose their 8th wicket. They still need 150, and Lancashire on course for a bonus point win, which we think is likely to send them top of the table.
Yeah, some good maths from you there, Mike. But looking at all those other scores there, the one that interests me is Durham. They're on a bit of a resurgence, aren't they? The end of back end of this season. I mean, Susie Bates is smacking them around the park. She's been backed up well though by the rest of the team up at Durham, and that's great, isn't it, for them? A new team into the league.
Surrey have won, so go to 24. Just double check they haven't got a bonus point by doing it inside. They've done it inside 40 overs as well, which might explain the flurry of wickets they lost towards the end there. So Surrey will go to 25, in fact, so they'll stay ahead of Durham, who are likely to pick up 5 themselves and go to 24. Lancashire will go to 31, as will Hampshire, and the Blaze will stay on 29. So that's the picture at the top of the table. Esme McGregor has joined Eva Gray at the wicket. There are 17 overs to bat, but there are 148 runs needed off the 99 balls, and there's just 2 wickets in hand. This game is well and truly Lancashire's, as
life
come off everything there and gone past slip and away for runs. It took a bit of bat, I think a little bit of pad, and then flicked up past Steve Jones at slip, and is another fortuitous run for Eva Gray. Really good turn from Alana King once again.
Yeah.
He's leading the way for Lancashire here.
It looks like a nice bit of bounce out there for the spinners.
McGregor faces her first ball and defends it well. Nice and far forward and just using her weight to send it down into the pitch, but Alana King's got a smile on her face, and when Alana King has a smile on her face, you know something's happening.
Danger, danger, high voltage.
160 for 8 as that one's driven this time by McGregor. Sarah Smale rather seems to try and surround that one.
Made a bit of a meal of that.
Yes, but she does successfully surround it eventually, and it doesn't go for a run.
I think she
sees the funny side.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure King would have if that one had grabbed through it. But there we go.
She gets a high five.
147 more needed. That's very unlikely indeed. But
so
it's all about whether Lancashire can finish this off with Gore and King.
And surprisingly, Gore's getting another over.
Gore on her way from the church end of Sedbergh School's cricket ground, and it's into the toes of Gray, and she just gets a bit of bat there in time to help it on its way, and there will be just the one down to long leg. 146 to win now, an unlikely and almost impossible 146, certainly an improbable 146. This is Gore, shorter length, up in the air, but nobody there this time. Didn't quite carry as far as mid-wicket on this occasion. And an improvised single gets McGregor off strike, but looked rather uncomfortable there, I think it's fair to say.
I don't think she quite knew what she was doing there in terms of...
Well, she was getting the bat in the way of the ball.
Yes.
The bat between the ball and her.
I don't think she quite placed it there. If she did, it was a fantastic bit of adjustment.
Yeah, I think it was more self-preservation.
Oof,
short
that's
again,
a good
top
shot.
Edge, and
well
Gray
played.
won't mind
You
that
deserve
at all.
That.
It was,
that was great.
She knew if she got something on it, she'd have a chance of a boundary, and she took it away off the top edge for 4. But Ali Threlkeld might contemplate another one in behind square on the leg side here if this is the ploy from Mahika Gore.
Potentially, yeah.
Short and quick. Gray's done well there, actually, just to use the top edge of the bat to lift it down to fine leg for 4. Here comes Gore again. He's going to bowl a slower one that's worked away into the leg side. Another single on offer. It's rather ruined the economy here of Gore by going for the short bowling, but it has brought her to the wicket, so she won't mind too much.
She should try and just get one on this the player's toes now. Yorker. If you've got that in your locker now, would be a good time to use it.
Here's Mahika Gore again. Bowls left arm over the wicket. It was just a regulation good length ball that's pushed back by Esme McGregor up to mid-on. I think she's quite glad it pitched there, actually. The last one.
As opposed to pitch and hit her in the in and around the facial area.
Yeah, you don't need one halfway down when you're coming in at number 10 with 150 to win. 140 now. With the runs from Gray. Shorter length. McGregor just twiddles a bat at it because it was stuck in the pitch a bit, that one. And nearly managed to feather it through to Threlkeld. Dot ball. That's the end of the over, so another over passes by, but Lancashire moving ever closer to victory here at Sedbergh School. This picturesque setting in the Cumbrian Hills.
Yeah. It's a shame, really. I would like to see Grucott go on. I know this sounds ridiculous because I'm a Lancashire ex-player and a Lancashire fan. I'd have liked to see Grucott go on and really make a big score and see how our team would react to that.
Yeah, it was a stylish 50 from Crew Cup, wasn't it? But it just wasn't enough on a day like this where Eve Jones had got 71 and 142 from Emma Lamb, which was momentarily the top score in the competition this year, but Susie Bates,
she's still a top English player. That's what I'm going to say. Top English player. Just don't count the overseas people.
A few little markers for the World Cup being put down in the one-day cup here today. Is King bowls, and this one's short and cut away to Seren Smale, so there'll be one more on offer. And that run.
Good evening and welcome back for the final session on this second day of this Rothesay County Championship match, Division 2, between promotion contenders Lancashire and Glamorgan, with the game having taken quite the turn in Glamorgan's favour on the second afternoon, as Mason Crane has picked up 5 for 18 in his 8 overs of leg spin. And Lancashire resume on 132 for 8. That's still 129 runs in arrears, which looked pretty unlikely when Glamorgan were all out at 6 minutes past 12 today for 261.
Yes, it's been quite a bit happened. It's quite a lively afternoon session, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, Leighton on the Wirral is looking forward to his visit here tomorrow, hoping that Glamorgan can keep the pressure on Lancashire. Should be a good and pivotal day tomorrow. Could be all over tomorrow at this rate, the way wickets are going. Here comes Mason Crane then, to try to add to his 5 wickets, bowling to Bailey down leg side. Bailey makes no contact. Cook can't quite take cleanly. Crane's best first-class figures are 5 for 35 in Hampshire colours. His best Glamorgan performance is 5 for 99. Crane bowls. Bailey pushes forward into the offside. There's no run. So if he takes one more wicket, it will be a first-class best. Lancashire women have won. Essex all out for 168. Lancashire win by 138. As Bailey drives at that one, there's initial excitement. I think it was a polite inquiry to umpire Milnes rather than expecting it. Slip and a short leg. Catching fielders as Bailey pushes forward. Thought they might have put in a leg slip. There are 5 saving the single, and there are 2 outfielders for protection at deep backward square and deep cover point. Crane bowls. Bailey pushes forward to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So this Lancashire innings is stalled in similar fashion to Glamorgan's, albeit not with quite the same base. 32 is the highest score so far as Crane bowls. Bailey is forward defending. Graham Brill says he said yesterday that Mason Crane would have a massive role. 260 looking a good score. Seems that once the lacquer is off the ball and it turns square, bounce is difficult to predict. Do you take the new ball when available? Well, I don't think it'll get that far, to be honest, in this innings, as we've got only 49 overs on the board. So it may not be a question for Sam North East, as Cetha Fernando will come back to try and knock over a couple of tail enders. He's bowled well today as well, with 2 wickets to his credit.
Just saw some scenes there from Seb Pascal, that victory for Lancashire women in the One Day Cup, keeping their hopes of a qualification for the knockout stage very much alive. They break now for the 100, and that group campaign will conclude into September. So congratulations to Lancashire beating Essex at Sebba. Here's Fernando from around the wicket bowling. Forward goes George Balderson in defence, and there is no run. 32 for 8 in the 50th over of the Lancashire first innings. 5 wickets for Mason Crane, 2 for Fernando. Glamorgan roaring back into the game, having seen their first innings wrapped up inside the first 5 minutes of play this morning. Couple of slips waiting, driven away by Balderson, picked up by Kellaway at backward point, and there's no addition to the score.
Yeah, if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, as Scott's emails been bouncing off a satellite somewhere over Greenland at the moment, I think.
Don't think they've got that far. 132 for 8. Fernando 2 for 22. Balderson's on 5. In comes Fernando. Strikes that nicely, Balderson. Driven firmly on the bounce back to the bowler.
Well, there's enough buildings that are postbox red on this ground. You ought to be able to get some letters here somehow.
Yes, our friend and colleague Mark Church has been asking for people to write letters to him this season. I'm not quite sure why. It's something different.
That's churchy for you,
well,
isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a quirky chap.
Yeah, crackers. 132 for 8. So 2 slips, third man, fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, and backward point. Pushing forward goes Balderson. The ball slides on past the edge of the bat, through to Chris Cook. And again, Balderson coming down the pitch.
It's a strange old game, cricket, isn't it? And Glamorgan put together a couple of decent partnerships yesterday. I mean, scoring never looked easy and trouble-free, but Essex have had brief flourishes from 3 of their top 4, and that's about it. Lancashire, rather. Just looking at Essex on the screen.
Fernando to Balderson. Can't find a gap in the offside. Picks out Kellaway at point. And again, there is no run. 129 behind Lancashire. So can they find a partnership of some description to narrow that deficit? Trying to scramble close to that 260. 132 for 8. Final ball of the over. Fernando to Balderson. That's onto the pad. Around the wicket to the left-hander. So maybe enough on that to suggest that's tailing down the leg side. It's a maiden over for Fernando, though. His 4th of his 11 overs bowled today. Lancashire 132 for 8 into the evening session on the second day. Lancashire trailed by 129 runs. Tom Bailey and George Balderson together. Resuming after tea. It was a pretty lively afternoon session. 18 wickets falling in the match so far, 6 in the afternoon session.
And Mason Crane looking to add another as he bowls to Bailey, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump. Through to Chris Cook. Sky's slightly lightening in the distance, so we may get a bit of better light for parts of this evening session, which has got quite a long way to go still. There's Crane bowls, well, that's a bit of a drag down, but he gets away with it. Bailey punching straight to mid-wicket, no run. We've got further 33 overs to come after this one, so it's a slightly longer than usual evening session because of the delays this morning. Crane bowls, Bailey drives to mid-off. No run. How orthodox a batter is Bailey? Will he potentially have a heave sooner or later?
I think he enjoys it more when he can have a swing.
Will he try and do so? He steps back and tries to cut that one, and a howl of frustration from Crane as ball misses the outside edge.
He's got some good scores. He's got a top score of 76. That was a pretty powerful innings he got at Northamptonshire a couple of years ago.
Crane bowls full flighted, driven straight to Carlson at cover.
Wasn't quite in this circumstances though, on a pitch that's like this.
He's averaging 21 this season, which is respectable for a lower order bat. Crane tosses the ball to umpire Milnes, who tosses it back and says, "You've taken enough wickets with it, get on with it." Crane in towards us, bowls, and Bailey swings back and leaves with exaggerated care as it goes through outside off. Crane gets through a maiden. Lancashire survive. 1-3-2 for 8. It stays as it was at the tea interval, and 33 overs to be bowled today.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Middlesex are still going in their first innings. Big first innings score here, 420 for 8. And Kane Williamson making 153. There's Nigel. Half century for Josh De Carries as well. 57 for Leas Deploy. So 420 for 8 Middlesex. Batting against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College. Kent have lost a couple of wickets, replying to a score of 471 made by Leicestershire. So 150 for 2 in reply. It's a nice looking shot by Balderson, drives it to mid-off. Tumbling stop by Sam Northeast.
This is one of the problems of the Kookaburra, isn't it? It doesn't come very cleanly off the bat at this stage of the innings.
Ben Compton 76 not out for Kent in that reply, 151 for 2, and the other Division 2 game is Derbyshire at Northamptonshire. Derbyshire made 137, 377 in their first innings, 377. Northamptonshire in reply, 191 for 5. So the back foot, it's run away through backward point by Balderson, and that's the first run of the evening session. Balderson moves on to 6, 133 for 8. So Northants trail Derbyshire by 186 runs. Tom Bailey on naught, facing Fernando for the first time. 2 slips, third man, and a fine leg. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Bailey back and across, steers the ball away to the offside. Kellaway fields at backward point. In Division 1, Durham are 173 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Surrey by 4 runs. Warwickshire's reply against a big first innings score by Essex is underway. Essex making 602 for 6 declared. Warwickshire 35 without loss. A couple of steps away. Swings in towards Bailey and he clips it off his toes. Out towards deep backward square leg. And will turn and come back for 2. His first runs as well. 135 for 8 here, Lancashire. Nottinghamshire 126 for 2, replying to Somerset's 438. Worcestershire 62 for 2, replying to a Hampshire score of 293. And the Yorkies are 248 for 3. This is a game being played at Scarborough up against Sussex. 248 for 3 Yorkshire, replying to Sussex score of 222 all out. Short mid-wicket into position. Fernando balls that hits the pad of Bailey, and he's gone. Third wicket for Fernando. Bailey trapped in front, out for 3. Lancashire 9 down, 135 for 9. Still 126 runs behind, and Glamorgan on the brink of securing a really, really big first innings score, especially on a pitch that's been so tricky to bat on.
So Bailey goes for just 2. Fernando has his third wicket to add to Callaway's 5 and the to Crane's 5 and the one from Callaway. And Fernando is getting results, and LBW appeals by bowling a good full length, and several batters appear to be falling over themselves. Was the pace of Fernando, and put in mind of Waka Yunis's time at Glamorgan in the 90s, where Glamorgan, Jimmy Anderson getting a big cheer to the wicket on his 43rd birthday. Put in mind of the time in Glamorgan in the 90s where Waka Yunis was brought in bowling on fairly slow, low Cardiff pitches, and just took the pitch out of the equation by hitting people on the ankles repeatedly, just getting that really full length, and that's how Fernando has got his wickets today.
Yes, that latest being a very good example of that, but not the only way, not the only wicket to have fallen in that manner. Josh Bohannon, something similar, LBW for 32. That kept low to Bohannon, came back and kept low. A late movement there for Fernando to dismiss Tom Bailey. So James Anderson, final batter out in the middle. Fernando into Anderson, goes full to those pads again and clipped away down to fine leg for a birthday run for James Anderson. He's off the mark. Lancashire move on to 136 for 9. He is also on strike for the next over. Lancashire still 125 runs behind.
A birthday run to add to his birthday wicket for Lord Anderson of this parish. 136 for 9, still 125 runs in arrears are Lancashire in this low-scoring game. Thank you to Stephen Pogson for your follow-up email with some nostalgia of his cricketing youth in Barrow. Thank you very much for your time in sending that, Steve. Emails glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Scott's emails have now bounced off a satellite somewhere over Mongolia. May be lost forever in the Pacific Ocean if they continue the trajectory they're on. Mason Crane bowling to Jimmy Anderson from the Anderson end, and Anderson edges towards Gully, and it doesn't carry to Sam Northeast, who's actually in a short third man position, which I don't quite understand. Crane bowls. Anderson goes for the slog sweep. He's got it away nicely, and he'll pick up a single out to the other Jimmy Harris on the square leg boundary in front of the newer bit of the hotel. The area where I was having my brekkie this morning. 137 for 9. Along with quite a few members of the Balconeers, and I think the umpires seen 1 or 2 shirts, ECB shirts around as that scoop towards mid-wicket. Has it carried? Carlson claims it, and Balderson is last out, and Mason Crane has first-class best figures of 6 for 19, and Lancashire are all out for 137.
Yeah, good luck catch too, wasn't it? Didn't come off the bat with too much pace. It's dipping. It's a really good catch by Kieran Carlson. Diving forward, fingers underneath the ball, clinches onto it. And Mason Crane, congratulations. Chris Green with 6 wickets yesterday. Mason Crane with 6 wickets today, 6 for 19. And that is a sizable first innings lead. 124, the difference between the two sides on first innings. Crane will get the pleasure of leading his teammates off the field. Lancashire will have to strike back with the ball in the final we got tonight. Probably 29 overs, something like that, to go in the day's allocation. So in theory, quite a bit to go at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But yeah, big first innings lead secured by Glamorgan. Congratulations to Mason Crane. Fabulous effort. 6 for 19.
Lovely stuff from the once capped England leg spinner as he leads his team up the dressing room steps underneath us. A lead of 124 on first innings. That didn't look very likely when Lancashire had got to 73 for 2 at one point when Fernando got his second wicket, and after that it was the Mason Crane show. 107 for 3 has become 137 all out. So the last 7 wickets falling for just 30 runs, and 6 of them to Mason Crane. Quite remarkable bowling then from the once capped England man. Kevin Higgins on the email asking what would be a good target for Glamorgan to set Lancashire. He reckons 300 would probably be what they're looking for. I think they'll have to work hard even to get that. The difficulty that both sides have had in scoring in this game, it's really been difficult for the batters ever since Kieran Carlson went, I suppose, midway through yesterday. So just have a look through some of the other scores in the County Championship today. In Division 2, the leaders Leicestershire made 471. Bottom side Kent replying strongly to start anyway, 156 for 2. Third place Derbyshire made 377 at Northampton, who are replying with 201 for 5 so far. So maybe Derbyshire with a slight edge there. 71 from opener Luke Proctor has been the highest score for Northants. Also in Division 2 at Cheltenham, the Middlesex innings is still going. In fact, they haven't even reached the 110 over mark there because of rain delays. Middlesex are 435 for 8 against Gloucestershire, with Kane Williamson hitting 153. Luke Holman is 58 not out. Josh DeCare has scored 58. In Division 1, Durham against Surrey. Durham are 181 for 3 in their second innings, but that is a lead of just 12 runs. And Emilio Gay has gone there for 99, caught off Sam Curran. So Durham still with a lot of work to do there. At Chelmsford, Essex declared eventually on 602 for 6, Warwickshire 41 without loss in reply. The Essex innings included 148 from Tom Wesley, 133 from Charlie Allison, and 107 not out from Michael Pepper. Seemed to be batting rather low down the order. I think they might have had a night watchman or two there. Essex at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 130 for 2, and that is in response to Somerset's 438 all out. Hasib Hamid is 66 not out. Freddie McCann out for 48. What else have we got in Division 1? Worcestershire against Hampshire. Worcestershire 65 for 2 in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out. And once again, 1 or 2 rain delays mean that some of these games are not as far advanced as they might be. At Scarborough, Yorkshire against Sussex. Yorkshire, some good runs from their top order. Adam Lyth hit 115, Harry Wharton 85. Both are now out there. 254 for 4, and that's already ahead of Sussex, who made just 222 all out in their first innings. In the women's game, big victory for Lancashire over Essex. Lancashire made 306 for 4, with Emma Lamb hitting 142. Fellow opener Eve Jones 71. Essex in reply, 168 all out, with 4 wickets for Alana King for Lancashire. Jodie Grucock top scored with 52, and Sophia Smale made 38. Seren Smale made 31 for Lancashire. The other women's matches, if I can get them up on my screen correctly, which might take a minute or so. So elsewhere in the Tier 1 One-Day Cup, Hampshire beat the Blaze by 80 runs. Durham beat Somerset by 105 runs. And Surrey beat Warwickshire by 3 wickets. And one other 3-day men's game. The Professional Counties Select 11 reaching 183 for 4 after dismissing the Pakistan Shaheens, their touring A side, for 243. And for the counties, Luke Benkenstein is 92 not out, and that game is being played at Hove. Running through those scores at leisurely pace, because we are going to have plenty more cricket here today with Glamorgan's second innings. Leighton on the email suggesting that if Glamorgan get 120 more runs, that could be enough on this wicket. Well, you never know when things flatten out, deaden out, as stream viewers watch the highlights of Crane's operations this afternoon. Caught and bowled to get rid of Chris Green, followed by a leg before decision. Bailey falling to Fernando, and then Crane finishing it off with Balderson chipping to Carlson at mid-wicket. The Lancashire side are out on the field underneath us, rather earlier than they wanted to be, certainly, and they will have to try and make considerable inroads with the ball this evening, but this game could be well advanced in the next couple of hours or so if the light lasts, because the floodlights have been on for most of the afternoon session. And of course the umpires have to determine the quasi-metaphysical question of when the artificial light takes over from rather than aids the natural light. Once again, Lancashire's very best bit of black toweling is out to try and mop up any moisture in the batting crease where the bowlers land. And the heavy roller is being passed over that with quasi-religious symbolism. Asa Tribe and Zainul Hassan opening up for Glamorgan as usual. And, well, Jimmy Anderson could do with one or two more birthday wickets, having got one this morning.
I think, yeah, I think he wouldn't have wanted to be out there at any point today and wanted to eat a lot of cakes and have a lot of brews and call it a day. But unfortunately, he'll be wishing for wickets as Tom Bailey will be opening from the James Anderson end. But what a performance that was by Mason Crane.
Fabulous career best performance, 6 for 19. Few bad balls, slightly fortuitous with the first wicket, but thereafter had Lancashire in all sorts of difficulty.
Bailey comes into Hassan, just defended into the offside for a dot. Plays it nice and late. Does Hassan felt out of the Glamorgan bowlers, Hassan was a little bit unfortunate. I think he bowled a terrific spell. I think he went wicketless, if I'm not wrong. But you know, he kept it tight from one end, which I would probably say got Crane some of his wickets because of the pressure that was created by him. And he comes out into the middle. Bailey into Hassan, short and wide and left alone.
Yeah, it's the phrase bowling as a unit that seems to have crept into the vocabulary over the last couple of years. Basically just means preferably two guys bowling well at the same time.
Partnership, bowling in partnership, isn't it?
Yeah, and hopefully followed by another two guys or women.
Bailey into Hassan. A bit back of a length and just outside the off stump, but left alone by Hassan. Yeah, I think Lancashire will be quite disappointed with that performance with the bat. You know, in terms of fall of wickets, they were 73 for 3 when they just lost Bohannon after lunch, and to be all out for 137. Losing sets batters at crucial points. Bailey into Hassan, drifting down the leg side, that's flicked away off the pads. The chase is on for the fielder at fine leg and comes around nicely, but they come through for 2 runs. Glamorgan and Hassan off the mark. The lead is 126. So now that we've almost seen both teams bat, what would Glamorgan ideally like to be setting Lancashire here?
I think anything over 300 is going to be testing, so that would mean getting to 180-ish in this innings.
Bailey to Hassan, a bit short of a length and just late leave by Hassan. Does not carry to Phil Salt. Phil Salt's second red ball game in the last couple of years.
Is that all?
Yeah. He's been white ball, playing a lot of white ball around the world predominantly, which has obviously taken him away from first-class county matches. Bailey into Hassan over the wicket, back of a length, and he leaves that, and it goes over the stumps, and it's one of those ones where you say it's a good leave.
Just about, yeah.
Just about.
Just about.
With the end of the first over, Glamorgan are 2 for no loss.
So we've got 28 overs left tonight. Glamorgan might be looking, even if they scored 3 and over. No one scored much more than 3 and over. At times it's been less than that in the course of this match, but if Glamorgan can get another 75 runs or so, get the lead over 200 this evening with maybe no more than 3 wickets down, Anderson will be doing his best to make sure it's more than that and get stuck into the Glamorgan top half in these closing hour and 50 or thereabouts, I guess. Anderson from the Statham end on his birthday claimed the wicket in the Glamorgan innings of Leonard, the last man out, caught behind. Anderson bowls wide outside off stump and Asa Tribe plays no shot. Asa Tribe was the second top scorer in Glamorgan's first innings with 61 in a time when batting looked certainly more easy than it has in the last 4 sessions or so.
Yeah, absolutely, and spin's played a huge part in that.
Anderson in bowls, Tribe defends on the offside, so Anderson has been operating mainly in 4 over spells, so Glamorgan will look to survive that, but be interesting to see how quickly Anderson tosses the ball to Chris Green, the first innings hero with the ball for Lancashire.
I think after 34 overs yesterday, you would have hoped for a little bit more of a break.
Anderson in bowls. Tribe plays no shot through to Salt.
Yeah, obviously Chris Green with the career best figures, 34 overs, 6 for 82 with 7 maidens, and he bowled fantastic for his 6 wickets and bowled beautifully from the James Anderson end, but you almost feel like all that hard work has been undone by the batting.
He's got to do it all again, possibly. Anderson with 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip. Drives on the leg side to Bailey at mid-on, and there is no run. You just wonder how used Chris Green is to operating in these marathon spells, because I said about maybe Ben Callaway wasn't the main threat today. He's had a couple of big 30-plus over games in recent weeks. He's aged only 21, but Chris Green has only played a couple of dozen first-class games at the age of 31. There's no shot played by Tribe there. So although Green is an experienced player in the white ball formats, he's more used to sending down 4 overs or 10 overs in a day rather than 30 odd, and then be called upon to potentially bowl 8 or 10 tonight, possibly. 2 without loss. Glamorgan lead by 126. Anderson looking for an early breakthrough. Anderson is in, bowls to Tribe, who slaps that away through the offside. That will be the first boundary of the Glamorgan innings, with Anderson just erring a little outside off stump, and Tribe with a nice firm back foot punch finding the gap at cover. Glamorgan is 6 without loss, 130 runs ahead.
Yeah, beautiful looking shot that by Ace Tribe. He played a really good knock in the first innings for his 61, very disciplined, and opens his account with a beautiful back foot punch to Anderson. So Bailey will continue to Hassan, and a bit back of a length and defended into the offside. Firm no as he takes a couple of steps down the track. Hassan.
Important for these two to try and set the tone positively for Glamorgan in the second innings. They added 75 in the first 25 overs of the first innings, and Glamorgan did manage to keep some momentum going after that. largely through Kieran Carlson.
Bailey into Hassan. Again, a bit short of a length and guided towards third man. Past the slips, the ball is racing away. The chase is on by Matty Hurst, who makes a diving effort. But I think the ball wins on that occasion, and it will be 4 more runs to Hassan and Glamorgan. I think that was deliberately played, of course, just waited on it, guided it through the slips, and good chase by Matty Hurst, but the ball wins in the end. Bailey just trying to find his line and length here into Hassan. A bit full of a length, and defender straight back to him, looking to come through for a single, but a diving stop by Anderson at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, showing the way for his younger teammates, and it's going to be important for Lancashire in this evening session, because Glamorgan really did pretty much stop everything in the afternoon to keep the pressure on. Carlson was absolutely outstanding at cover.
Yeah, I was about to say that he made some great diving stops to, you know, balls that were struck quite hard. So Bailey comes into Hassan, back of the length, and just tucked off his hip. He'll just come through for a single. Yeah, I think, you know, fielding's going to be key. The energy created in the field often puts pressure on the batter, and I feel Glamorgan did just that when they were out there in the middle. Didn't let, you know, their bowling was fantastic, didn't let much to offer for Lancashire batters. You know, they really had to work hard and almost felt like they had to take those risks.
Even the bad ball, quite often ended up being well fielded when Lancashire did try and put it away for boundaries.
Absolutely. Bailey comes into Asa Tribe, bit full of a length, and that's a play and a miss, and what a beautiful delivery that was by Tom Bailey. Just squares him up, but he misses everything, and he's still there.
Looked like a little bit of movement maybe off the pitch. Tribe wanders down for a bit of a prod.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ball there by Tom Bailey, who bowled quite tight spells in the first innings. So he comes into Tribe again, a bit back of a length, and just defended into the offside of the back foot by Tribe, and that will be the end of the over. 11 without loss after 3.
Morgan will be glad to see the cloud getting a little bit higher and lighter. It's still pretty overcast here at Old Trafford, but they'll be hoping the overhead conditions don't do much to help the Lancashire bowlers, and we expect to see the spin in the attack before too long, I guess, given that the pattern of the game so far, with 6 wickets for Chris Green and 6 for Mason Crane. Here's Anderson from the Statham end. The left-handed Hassan. 3 slips. Hassan plays to mid-on. Bailey makes good ground to his left and does the fielding. 11 for no wicket. Glamorgan lead by 185 runs. 135 runs, apologies to Lancashire's borders. 135 runs. Can they get it up to 200 by the close of play, potentially?
That would be ideal for Glamorgan.
Anderson bowls. Hassan leaves outside off stump.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was the opening partnership between Hassan and Tribe in the first innings. I think I believe it was of 60 odd that they had, and it was a good solid opening stand. And now if you look at it in the context of the game, how crucial that was.
Anderson in, bowls, Hassan leaves. Yeah, they did well to ride a bit of early pressure from Lancashire yesterday morning. Rode their luck on occasion, as opening batters nearly always have to do, but that stand of 75 and 25 overs got Glamorgan something of a base. Neil G is listening around the M25, hoping for no wickets down tonight. Would be the perfect day. Yeah, that would be quite ambitious for Glamorgan to survive another 25 overs tonight, especially with Anderson bowling and Al Hassan playing that one on the offside, and there is no run. Keith Davis is in pessimistic mood on X. He said, knowing Glamorgan as I do at this stage, I'd take a draw, park the bus. I don't think you can park a bus in cricket terms with...
a draw? They're in a commanding position. Glad to know that he's got faith.
There are Welsh supporters with a bit of black humour and a bit of innate pessimism from over the years. Al Hassan drives, not maybe quite under control, but he's got a good firm bat on it, and it runs away square of the wicket on the offside for 4 more. Glamorgan moved to 15 without loss, the lead to 139.
Yeah, probably just slicing that one a little bit, and just finding it's just going to the left, the backward point, and finding its way to the boundary. Al Hassan gets his second boundary of this innings.
Anderson on his way away from us again. Good full length ball. Al Hassan defends it down into the gully, and Glamorgan 15 for naught after 4 overs, leading by 139. I think long-standing supporters of many sports clubs tend to have a little bit of innate pessimism about them, and there have been a few low points for Glamorgan over the years. Hopefully not too many this season after a really poor 3 weeks to start the season, and I was thinking how long till the end of September, but since then it's been a lot better for them.
Bailey into Tribe, bowls short of a length and just punched into the offside by Tribe.
And I guess the coach, Richard Dawson, is in a fairly strong position to negotiate a new deal for a couple of years. It's just on a 1-year contract after the hasty nature of his appointment, with Grant Bradburn's departure announced just after Christmas.
Bailey into Tribe, bowls back of the length and just defending into the offside for a dot ball. Also, you know, second on the table. You know, this win inches them closer.
Yeah, second fairly solid at the moment. 1-4, lost 2 as things stand. Missed out in the T20, which is a source of concern for the club. 1-7, lost 7. The record just keeps going up a little bit each year, but not yet quite enough to qualify for the knockout stages. Elusive since 2017.
Bailey into Tribe, again a bit back of a length, and again defended straight back to him. I think, you know, Lancashire they've got a very strong sort of white ball T20 side, obviously, with the likes of, you know, you've got Phil Salt, Chris Green, Liam Livingstone, Josh Butler comes back in, and doesn't get, the names don't get bigger than that in world cricket, really, do they? So it's a very strong side, and I think that that's probably the strongest format for the club. Bailey comes into Tribe, bowls a bit back of length, angling into his pads, flicked off down to Chris Green at fine leg as he comes through for a single.
Yeah, Lancashire with that T20 home quarter-final in prospect against Kent at the start of September. It's almost Glamorgan travelling here, but they just missed out to Kent on the last day. Glamorgan having a few chances really to almost secure a place, but lost 3 on the bounce close to the end of that particular comp. Beaten at Hampshire and Surrey, and then at crucially at home to Gloucestershire, which was a bit of a shock.
Bailey into Ul Hassan, and that's just outside the off stump and left by Ul Hassan, and another close leave. But well, all you could argue, he knows his off stump.
Yep, going down and doing a bit of gardening. Yeah, Glamorgan's T20 campaign has been under 4 different coaches in as many years. Matt Maynard lost the white ball side of his job. Mark Elaine did just 1 season. Heading back to Gloucestershire. Grant Bradburn in charge for just 1 season. And now Richard Dawson, who knows a thing or two about success in white ball cricket from his Gloucestershire coaching days.
Bailey round the wicket to Ul Hassan, a bit full of a length, and just covers and defends off the front foot. Back to Bailey, catches the toe end of the bat, but that will be the end of the over. 16 without loss after 5. Now the lead is 140. The crowd has been probably a little bit unimpressed today, but there's been a good number that's turned out, I feel.
Yeah, not bad attendances for slightly disappointing weather this week. But as I say, maybe we had used up our share of sunshine in April and May, and it's now for people to be huddled up in coats and sweaters to a certain extent. Balconeers enjoying the scoreboard, the Welsh supporters, as that's worked off his hip slightly unconvincingly by Tribe. Had there been a short leg, then he might have been in business, but then Tribe might not have played the shot in the same way. 17 without loss.
Just hurried him a little bit, I think. It's a bit of a sharp in-swing off the pitch from Anderson, and he just played almost like a one-handed clip behind square.
Anderson in the first inning, 16.2 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 34. So going at fraction over 2 runs and over. Anderson in to Ul Hassan. That one got up a bit. Outside off stump. No shot played, but a bit of pace and carry on that one.
Yeah, it took off a length, didn't it? I think it probably surprised everyone involved. That's the bounce Anderson got on that. Again, you can see how quickly the foot marks start appearing straight away. You know, Bailey, who's bowled over the wicket for quite a long spell, you can already sort of see those foot marks forming in front of Ul Hassan.
Anderson around the wicket to the left-hander, fires one through outside off stump. And I guess a little bit of moisture around yesterday morning has meant softer playing surface, and the marks developing relatively quickly in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Anderson halfway through his 3rd over from the Statham and running away from us in the commentary box, and Ul Hassan defends on the leg side, playing it out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Like seeing a few low numbers in this Lancashire squad, I must say. Gives it a little bit more of a traditional air when you've got a 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10 in there. As Anderson bowls and Ul Hassan getting his bat out the way at the last minute as that came back in on him.
I wonder how quickly would Anderson like to introduce spin. I think Glamorgan took about 12th over. Ben Calloway came on from the James Anderson end. And you know, they felt like there was enough in there for him to make a difference, and he did, to be fair. But
well, Anderson was bowling mostly in 4-over spells, wasn't he, with this Kookaburra ball, and this is the last ball of his 3rd over as Ul Hassan turns to square leg. It is fielded by Hartley. There is no run. It's 17 for naught. Glamorgan leading by 141. Well, there's 3 seamers, or specialist seamers, available with Addison, Bailey and Balderson. Balderson didn't do an awful lot with the ball in the first Glamorgan innings, so maybe we'll see spinners on straight after the opening seamers have had a go. Over after next at this end, if Anderson's sticking to his 4 over. Actually, speaking of which, could be earlier than that even, because we're seeing a short leg padding up, and looks like we're going to have green straight away from the Anderson end.
Yeah, absolutely no time wasted there, is there? And
7th over of the innings. There's your question answered.
Oh yeah, there it is. And Chris Green into the attack straight away, quite quickly, as Jennings gets the pads on to come and field into forward short leg. And it'll be interesting because a lot of the rough patches, and we saw Mason Crane bowling from that end, same end as well, was actually to the left of the right-hander, which worked well for him as a leg spinner. However, Chris Green, being an off spinner, be interesting to see what kind of a turn and bounce he's going to get as well. We did see Ben Callaway get a bit of grip and turn and start to cause some doubts, but you know, having bowled 34 overs yesterday, he's up for a challenge and a task again today.
Yeah, might have to bowl 12 tonight, or be asked to bowl 12 tonight. As things stand, Lancashire are making sure that Jennings has all the appropriate padding on. There's one helmet stacked behind the keeper, so obviously he didn't like the helmet he was first offered. Matty Hurst is bringing out another one. And Jennings tucking the cap in the back of his trousers, and we're ready for the first spin.
Be Green into Tribe, bowls a bit back of a length, then catches the outside edge and flying past first slip as the ball trickles away to the boundary. And that's the sort of luck that Glamorgan need.
Yeah, he was looking for some sort of dab on the offside, but was looking for a bit more bat on it than that. It was just past the diving wells at slip.
A bit too wide of the reach of Luke Wells, who was a tall man, but he was further away from him. Green into Tribe again, who flicks off his pads straight to Bohannon at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, he's taller than me.
Absolutely. Green into Tribe. Again, just that one kept a bit low, played off the back foot, but we've got a long on, so it would be 1 run.
He's 6'4", Luke Wells. Interviewed him once in Cardiff. He had his franchise hat on.
Oh.
After a winning performance, I think, if memory serves me right, it was a 5-over thrash, or not 5 overs, 25 balls after rain.
Green coming round the wicket to Ul Hassan, and into that rough patch there and left alone by Ul Hassan. I think we all know he'd be looking to target those foot marks, trying to make full use of them. Green into Ul Hassan, tossed up and defended, catches the inside edge and just trickles to almost a leg slip position, but no run.
Yeah, Ul Hassan had a bit of trouble against Green in the first innings, eventually had him caught behind.
5 off this over so far. Again tossed up and played off the back foot into the leg side, and they will come through for a single. So it's first over of Green is done, 6 runs coming off it. Glamorgan are 23 without loss after 7, and the lead is now 147.
think it's probably time after this over for me to give way to Scott Reed. So I'll just get you through this 8th over of the innings. And it's Anderson staying on for the 4th and possibly final over of his spell, or this particular spell, if the previous patterns are anything to go by. Bit of sunshine for the daffodil to bloom in this evening session. Lovely man. Anderson bowls, and he's bowled him. Hassan playing those shots. Shouldered arms, got the angles completely wrong, and Jimmy Anderson gets another birthday wicket. Glamorgan 23 for 1.
Yeah, he's left quite a few that have been awfully close to his off stump, and we've said that they've been quite close sleeves, but this one not judged at all. Angles in, hits top of off, no shot on offer, and Anderson is all over that. Takes another, well, his 2nd wicket of the day, but 1st wicket of this innings, and Hassan has to depart for 12 of 27 deliveries. Glamorgan lose their first, 23 for 1.
The lead 1-4-7. How much further can they get it this evening? And what will poor old Zainul Hassan be thinking as he trudges back in the up at the pavilion steps? I mean, it's bad enough getting out at any time of a match or in any way, but when you don't play a shot, it's self-inflicted damage, really. As Anderson permits himself maybe the barest hint of a smile as he operates his troops. Sam Northeast, opposing captain, comes to the wicket, but Northeast, his side having a lead of 1-4-7, which is not bad when you're coming in at number 3. So can Anderson grab another one in his 4th over? 3 slips, 5 saving the single, and just deep fine leg out as Anderson defends on off stump. Anderson doesn't bother to pick it up.
No, he says his job is to come in and take the wickets. But it was a beautiful delivery. I think, Hassan probably expecting it to shape away. You could argue, but he was close in terms of leaving, and that one he doesn't get away with it.
Anderson now over the wicket for 2 right-handers, and Northeast leaves that one. Good bit of pace and carry in this one. Will Anderson be tempted to keep going for one more, maybe? Show he's still got the fire in his belly and the steel in his legs.
Yeah, I don't think he'll take himself off after taking a wicket this over. He'd probably be a little bit more fired up to find that 2nd one.
Captain to captain. Anderson to Northeast, works it off his legs for a single down to fine leg. 24 for 1. Lead 1-4-8. Tribe back on strike. 2nd top scorer in the match so far, courtesy of his 1st innings 61. And said he was glad to have had the challenge of facing James Anderson, and also glad not to have got out to him in the 1st innings. Can he resist again? No, because it's been chipped back to him. And Anderson takes the catch in his follow-through, and Tribe has gone for 11, and Glamorgan at 23 for 2. And the crash of wickets continues.
Brilliant by Anderson. Great athleticism. Look at that. Catches sort of slices it straight back to him, and he dives forward in a tumbling catch there by Anderson, and he has his 2nd of this over. And Tribe not making an impact this time, has to depart for 11. Anderson has his second and Lancashire have their second. Glamorgan now 24 for 2. Just tries to work that into the leg side, flicks it, but slices it straight back to him.
The shot was fair enough. The execution wasn't quite there. Playing slightly across the line, maybe got through it a little bit too quickly even, and the ball catching a leading edge. Anderson still had work to do, falling forward to take the return catch. 24 for 2, effectively 148 for 2, and this game really is moving on a pace. We've had 14 wickets already today, and we have still got 21 overs to come after this delivery from Anderson. Picked up 2 for 1 in this over, 2 for 10 overall. And we've got the spin of Chris Green, the danger man from the first innings, already operating in the 7th over of the innings at the Anderson end. So leg slip is brought in for Kieran Carlson rather than having a third slip. It's obviously a cunning plan, as Anderson is in the Glamorgan vice-captain, and he's pushing it on the offside. Sharp bark of no, as the fielding done by Hartley, and the applause echoing around Old Trafford for a double wicket over from their captain on his birthday. 24 for 2, Glamorgan leading by 148, as Scott will replace me.
Yeah, brilliant over by Anderson. Exactly what Lancashire needed. Wickets in quick succession. Both openers now dismissed. And 2 new batters at the crease, in what seems to be some challenging batting conditions. But, you know, Kieran Carlson, the top scorer of the first innings for his 77, and the captain, Sam Northeast, only scored 10 runs, so he'd be looking to make an impact. So we got a slip, leg slip, and forward short leg, and just one man out in the deep. So Chris Green comes into the attack, just played off his pads down to backward square leg for no run. Welcome back, Scott.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Jimmy's birthday, wants his feet up with some cake, and he's tumbling around taking catches.
Exactly, and again punched off the back foot, clears a bit of room, a bit of confusion, but set back, and great diving stop there by Balderson. No run.
It's great reactions, wasn't it, off his own bowling there, to reflexes to.
He's still got it.
It's incredible.
He's still got it, hasn't he? Absolutely incredible. Green into Northeast, flicked off his pads out to the fielder at deep square leg for 1 run.
Quirky this, isn't it? Because Lancashire quite like to see some signs tonight and into tomorrow that the pitch is flattening out a little bit, but at the same time not just quite yet, because they still need to take 8 wickets and try and limit the damage and try and set about chasing some runs down later on. Fascinating second day, so, and indeed first day.
Absolutely. Again, Green just goes straight on with that ball and has worked off the back foot of Carlson, but no run. Sort of that flatter delivery that he's thrown in there again.
He got both of these batters, didn't he? He got 6 in the first innings, Green. Both of these 2 batters.
Green into Carlson, flicked off the pads, and Bohannon makes a one-handed stop there at mid-wicket. He's quick, isn't he, Bohannon?
Yeah, he's fantastic. I heard Nick mentioning Kieran Carlson, who was outstanding for Glamorgan in the field, and Bohannon likewise for Lancashire. Saves a stack of runs in those positions, mid-wicket cover.
Green into Carlson, just defends it into the offside. No run. That'll be the end of the over, just the 1 run off it, 25 for 2 after 9, and the lead is now 149. And we were saying we spoke about a new mascot. Because you wanted to axe Lanky.
I didn't want to axe Lanky. He's controversially the Lancs TV crew have decided that Nigel should be a mascot. I'm not quite sure where Nigel's from. I think Liv said that maybe he was from the arcades in Blackpool. Anyway, he's been sat there for the last couple of days. Could never possibly get rid of Lanky. It's just be completely unfair.
Lanky can do no wrong. He wins all the races.
If there's a little Lanky needs to be brought up here, we'll put Lanky here, that's fine. There's always room for more.
He's the comms box mascot. Is Nigel.
Barbecue flavoured crisps he's chomping on there. Here's James Anderson to Sam Northeast. That's defender to mid-on, no run. So over number 5 this for Jimmy. So he bowled 4, I think, little blocks of 4 in the first innings, but bearing in mind he picked up 2 wickets in the previous over, he's going to have another one.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be taking himself off if he's got 2 wickets and not gone for many at all. So he probably fancies to see if he can rip one more through, get, you know, captain versus captain.
Yep, Northeast waiting. Anderson in balls, tucked away to the onside by Sam Northeast, Wells and Tom Bailey.
I think, you know, would you say that the pitch might get a little bit flatter as it goes on? I don't know.
I honestly don't know it, because it's difficult to predict how pitches are going to play, but the story has been here that they do. Characteristics change as you go into days 3 and 4. It's defended again by Northeast to the leg side. Who wants it this time? Wells or Bailey? Bailey gets to it first, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it's going to get harder, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it could do. But
just the way it's been playing, and now we're already in our 3rd innings.
Yep.
And we're on our 2nd day. So I think there's more in it for the bowlers, yes, but I do also believe that if you get stuck in with the bat, you have opportunities to score.
Anderson balls, pushing it full, bringing Northeast forward. It's defended, bringing the bat down off the thickish outer half of the bat, deflects away to cover, and there's no run. 25 for 2, but the lead of 149. Lancashire either way, facing a tricky run chase in the 4th innings of the match, whenever that might be.
They do have depth in their batting, which is, you know, a positive for them.
Anderson to Northeast off the back foot, edge, but beyond 3rd slip. I think that's Marcus Harris at 3rd slip. He gets 4 for it. Northeast down towards the 3rd man boundary, but a real flash, thick edge. Harris went after it, couldn't get fingertips to it. Northeast moves to 6, and it's 29 for 2.
Wonder how close that was to the slip corner. A genuine edge there, tries to punch it through the covers, and well, finds the rope, but not in the most convincing way. So Anderson's really making things happen here for Lancashire.
Final ball of his 5th over into Northeast, and Northeast follows that one. Through it goes to Salt. Anderson hips, hands on hips, and feels that maybe he's not far away from a 3rd wicket there. It's a beautiful opening spell from birthday boy James Anderson. He's claimed 2 wickets. Might be the end. We'll see if he comes back for over number 6. Either way, he's dismissed both openers. Zain Ul Hassan, who left one from Anderson, which is a dangerous thing to do, and on to the top of off stump, and then Asa Tribe was caught and ball by Anderson. Tribe for 11, Ul Hassan for 12, 29 for 2.
It's a brilliant catch as well, leading edge, and takes a diving catch, tumbling forward. Chris Green into Carlson. Again, just full and then just worked off and whipped to mid-wicket, but straight to Bohannon for a dot. Carlson's yet to get off the mark. Green into Carlson. Again, just on his pad and flicked away, but out to the fielder at deep square leg. So it will just be 1 run. Carlson's now off the mark. Yeah, no, I think they probably have an idea of, you know, he's sort of, Chris Green's going to bowl a huge spell from that end going into the end of today, so how they play him. Again, it's tossed up, and again, it's whipped away by Northeast, and a bit of a chasers on for Marcus Harrison. They come through for 2 runs, I think. But hadn't got a slight hand to that, maybe.
Yeah, I think he did. Just took some pace off it. Got low down to his left. Got just enough on it to slow it up a little bit and come back for 2.
Green into Northeast again, and he just works that off into the leg side. I thought Jennings was in action for a moment there.
Yeah, this catches on that leg side. He's working the ball and in towards the leg side. There's a leg slip and there's the forward short leg, and at the minute with the way he's working and he's playing these, they're in the game.
Yeah, his bottom man's really coming through, isn't he? He's trying to whip it almost. As Green does a bit of change in angles now, he comes round the wicket to Northeast. Going a bit short of a length down the track and just clips it into the leg side for 1 run. Might be a bit better, potentially a better sort of plan, trying to get more into that rough. See if we can make something happen. It's Green. He's got a big tape on his index finger. Going to toss up and just finds the inside edge of Carlson and trickles to leg side for a dot ball, and that'll be the end of the 11th over. Glamorgan are 33 for 2, and the lead is now 157.
Yeah, and a lot to go tonight. 18 overs to go tonight. It's a good probably hour or so of cricket. I've got spin from one end. We might end up getting double spin. That might just push things along a little bit. Quite a bit of cricket to go, quite a bit of batting to do. Glamorgan looking to try and get themselves into a position here where they can really cement second spot. And they've got a golden chance. Lancashire just trying to cling on, really trying to keep in the game as best they can. There'll be 4 slips in place. Anderson wants another one. This is over number 6 on the spin. 2 for 14.
He's not taking himself off.
4 slip catches waiting. Here's Anderson, sets off, balls to Northeast. That's shuffled away down towards third man. For a single. Anderson kind of looks up towards the skies. So Northeast content just to work it down to third man for a single, and says to Kieran Carlson, you have a go for a bit. It was just bubbling up nicely, the Anderson to Northeast contest. That last over in particular, certainly that thick edge and the play and miss.
He's creating chances, isn't he? Jimmy Anderson's making things happen.
4 slips goes down to 2 slips. Carlson defends, bounce back to Anderson, fields it right-handed, up above his shoulder, off his own ball. Yeah, final game for a while, albeit of course he is a Manchester Originals player, so he might have, I've forgotten what bowlers can bowl now in the 100. Is it 10 balls? You bowl 10 balls, I think, aren't you?
20.
You're
allotted 20. You
right.
can bowl 10 on the bounce.
10 on the bounce, that's what I'm thinking of. 10 on the bounce. Anderson in to Carlson. Tucked away to the onside through mid-wicket. Wells will catch up with it.
I love it. They're all settling for a singles. No, no, no. I don't want to face it anymore. You can carry on.
Yeah, share the responsibility.
Yeah.
Potentially these final 3 from Anderson.
Yeah, you might look to bring on Tom Hartley. And him and Chris Green were bowling quite well in tandem yesterday, I think, in terms of restricting the run flow and creating opportunities and asking the right questions.
35 for 2, Anderson in and balls clipped up by Northeast out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
When Nick was on about Hacienda earlier, if that wasn't your place to be, where was your place to be?
My place to be? Well, I grew up in Burnley, so you would never have heard of the place. But I reckon Jimmy Anderson's been to the place where I used to go to.
Your hometown boy?
Yeah, he'd have gone to the same places, I reckon. 35 for 2. North East on 10. Oh, he's gone for the Yorker there. He's punched it down the ground as Sam North East through straight mid on. And moves on to 14. 39 for 2 in the 12th.
It's a cracking shot that from Sam North East. Yes, it was over pitch, but met with a full face off the bat and driven hard. Beautiful looking on drive.
Smack Waters Yaks. That was always a popular one to go to.
I can't say I've ever been out in Burnley.
Panama Joe's. Oh, I bet Jimmy had a bit of a dance in Panama Joe's. North East on 14. Here's Anderson in, bowls. Forward goes North East. Defends in towards the onside, no run. 39 for 2. End of the over. Anderson's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 20. We've had 12 of Glamorgan's second innings. They lead by 163 at 39 for 2. 17 overs remaining in the day. The best part of the day as well now. They've got a bit of sunshine, nice and bright.
Perfect batting conditions.
Perfect batting conditions, yeah.
If at the halfway mark, well, the end of Lancashire's innings, like what sort of a message, do you reckon has been given to them by their skipper there? They had a bit of a chat in the huddle. Must be difficult to try and motivate. Because they spend, what, 97 overs in the field. Still a long time. Glamorgan were only out there for 52 overs.
Yep. Not much of a rest, is it?
No.
Spinners,
especially
plenty of work.
Especially for this man on our screen. Chris Green into the attack, tossed up and just nodled into the leg side. Closes the face of the bat as Carlson. It's Green into Carlson, bowls outside the off stump and just defended into the offside. Yeah, it's a tricky one because they'll have probably a score in mind that they feel comfortable chasing. They do have a good batting lineup. Green into Carlson, just outside the off stump, just prods it, looks for a single, but turned down straight away.
I mean, for Glamorgan, it's just a perfect position, this, isn't it? Like 16, an hour of batting tonight. I mean, the league could be 200 tonight. Full day still tomorrow. Only day 3 going into tomorrow.
Green to Carlson again, just works it into the onside, but no run.
It's a golden chance, and not trying to squander it. Make the most of it here. Did he try and just keep batting and make sure that he almost put Lancashire out of the equation, take it away from Lancashire? Something to consider overnight. But the minute for an hour or so tonight, just keep batting, keep ticking away.
Green into Carlson, punched off the back foot, and the ball races away to the boundary. No protection in the deep, so 4 more runs to Carlson. Beautiful shot there.
It's a lovely shot, wasn't it? Played it so late, hasn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Just as ever so slightly back of the length, not quite short by Green, and pounced on it, and it's almost like a back foot square punch. So opens the face. Green, final delivery for him, tossed up to Carlson and drifts down the leg side, but no run, attempts to shadow bat from a sweep, but it will be the end of the over. Glamorgan now are 43 for 2 after 13.
I suppose Lancashire going to believe that the pattern of the game is going to continue here. They've only used the 3 bowlers so far. Anderson's opening spell of 6 overs, 2 for 20, brilliant effort. That comes to an end. Tom Bailey will replace him from the Brian Statham end. We saw 6 wickets fall in the evening session yesterday. It was 6 wickets fall in the afternoon session today. So will history kind of repeat itself to a similar degree? 2 so far in the evening session, another 3 or 4, and it's game right back on again, isn't it, going into to the 3rd day tomorrow?
Absolutely, and I think, you know, Lancashire probably I think would want anything below that 300 mark that they'll be comfortable in chasing. That would be their goals. Anderson, Bailey and Bohannon in discussion regarding what field they should be having. Bit of a chatter going on there, like, do we bring in that forward short leg into actions? Yeah, Marcus Harris comes out from gully position into mid-wicket. Catcher mid-wicket. Sam Northeast, a deep backward point, fine leg. Square leg just in front, up and close. Tom Bailey to continue from the Statham end. Again, a bit full of a length, drifting down the leg side and flicked off the pads behind. Phil Salt chases it and gets it back in. Leg bye signalled by the umpire. 1 more to the total of Glamorgan. Lancashire would love to get another wicket or 2 in the remaining 16 overs. Bailey comes into Carlson, bit full of a length and punched hard off that back foot, and the chase is on. Bit of a diving effort there, but the ball wins, and another boundary for Kieran Carlson. A lovely looking shot there. The timing is impeccable.
Well, he was in good form in the first innings, wasn't he? Played beautifully. It's a lovely shot. Got 77 in the first dig. Not just a top scorer in the innings, a top scorer in the game. By a distance, really. Ace of Tribe 60, but nobody else getting beyond kind of mid-30s.
Bailey into Carlson and just defended straight back to him.
Zain Ul Hassan 31, Ace Tribe 61, Colin Ingram 33 in Glamorgan's first innings. Couple of 30s for Lancashire, Bohannon 32, Harris 30, a 28 for Keaton Jennings, a 21 for Hurst, everybody else in single figures. So Carlson's been the standout really, with a noticeable nod to Ace of Tribe in the first dig.
Bailey to Carlson and just squares him up a little bit, and the ball's trickling away as it catches the outside edge, and it's another boundary. Another boundary for Carlson and another boundary for Glamorgan. Not as convincing as the first one, but boundary nonetheless.
They feel just as sweet, aren't they, when they come off the come off a thickish edge like that, especially in a situation like this, because you kind of instantly get the, understandably, the bowling side. Oh goodness, you know, it's not going our way. That type of thing. They've made a change to the fields. The second slip comes wider. He's almost at gully now. It's almost one slip and gully.
Bailey into Carlson. Bit full of them, drifting off his pads and flicked away again by Carlson, and another boundary to Kieran Carlson as he races his score to 18. I think Bailey's sort of bowling both sides of the wicket here, just drifting onto his pads, and he's not going to miss out on them.
And it's what he did so well in the first thing. He mentioned his 71, but certainly at the start he set off quickly, he scored quickly. He was going to run a ball, wasn't he? He got plenty of momentum into their innings.
Bailey to Carlson, again short of a length, and he tucks that to fine leg. It will just be 1 run. So swivels that, doesn't he? He played that shot quite a lot in his innings as well, and that will be the end of Tom Bailey's over. Glamorgan now 57 for 2 after 14, and the lead inching closer to 200, 181.
Yeah, I mean, little 20 off 20 there for Carlson. If he doubles that tonight, leads over 200, and that I sense that Lancashire can drag this back. Starts to look a little bit more of a taller order, doesn't it? So this is not just the runs, it's the way he gets the runs as well in this situation, probably, that can have a big effect here for Glamorgan. Going to make a bowling change. Maybe Green might have a turn from this end, because Tom Hartley's going to replace him from the James Anderson end. It was Green that got the headlines. Hartley chipped in and contributed with him and bowled in tandem at tie for quite a large chunk of yesterday. Bowled 19 overs, 1 for 48, Tom Hartley. Green got the rewards, but Hartley bowled nicely as well.
I think Hartley would be able to make more use of the rough that he will get from the James Anderson end. Again, tossed up. That's what he does. He aims for that straight away. Big shout, but I feel like he's drifting down the leg side. Big shout from the crowd as well, but the umpire's not interested as Carlson attempts that sweep. But as you can see straight away, he's targeting that rough.
Love the crowd cheer as well.
Oh yeah, love it. They appealed for longer.
They did.
Hartley into Carlson, dragged short and punched off the back foot by Carlson, but there is protection out in the deep, so it will only just be the one run. Well, Hartley, he was absolutely fantastic with the ball last game, picking up 11 wickets. 6 in the first innings and 5 in the second. Only picked up 1 in the first innings, but he'd be looking to make a bigger impact as he comes in to Northeast, who then punches it off the back foot out to the fielder at deep cover for another single. Just a bit back of a length here by Tom Hartley, not quite got his length right yet. Hartley to Carlson, again fullish length and driven hard, but Anderson will cut it off and keep it just to a single. overs, 14.2 overs remaining today. Glamorgan looking to take the lead past 200 ideally, with the rate at which they're scoring at the moment. Hartley into Northeast. Fullish ball and defended into the leg side for no run. Loads of chatter from Lancashire fielders. Hartley into Northeast again, full and straight, and just defended off the front foot into the leg side, and that will be the end of Hartley's first over. And Glamorgan now are 60 for 2 after 15.
184 in front, Glamorgan. Elsewhere, just looking around the Division 2 scores, they've reached a closer play in Canterbury, where Kent have made a very good start to their reply to Leicestershire's 471 all out, including a century for Ben Compton. He's not out on 101, so Kent are 203 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 471. Middlesex and Gloucestershire, and Northamptonshire and Derbyshire are the other Division 2 games this week. Here's Tom Bailey in and bowling. It's defended by Carlson. And there's no runs, and Northamptonshire 257 for 5 in reply to Derbyshire's 377 all out. So 120 runs behind Northants with 5 wickets remaining. And Gloucestershire have just got underway, replying to a Middlesex score of 445 all out. A century for Kane Williamson. For Middlesex, Bailey's in. Short pulled out towards the leg side in front of square. Meet Wells on the mid-wicket boundary to field, so just a single. Carlson moves to 22, 61 for 2.
He pulled that one hard, didn't he? Felt like he almost deserved a boundary.
Yeah, timed that with a bit of power, didn't he? Carlson out towards mid-wicket. Just reinforced that leg side field, so Wells comes in from the boundary. So there's Harris at short mid-wicket, Wells at forward square leg. In fact, Harris now instead, he's going to shuffle into position at kind of a wide third slip. So there's 2 slips and there's a gap to Harris. Almost a 4th slip position, really. Bailey bowls tucked away into the onside by North East. So Gloucestershire 28 without loss, replying to Middlesex 4-4-5 in the game at Cheltenham College. Halfway through the 16th over, 185 in front. Glamorgan, Captain Sam North East, waits for Bailey, who loops round and he's in from the Statham end and ball just back of a length to North East. That's punched up towards mid-on. Anderson Fields. In addition to the score. Division 1 games, Yorkshire against Sussex in Scarborough. Yorkshire push themselves into the lead now, 70 in front, with 6 wickets remaining. They're 292 for 4 in their first innings, in reply to Sussex 222 all out. It's left by North East, taken by Salt. Worcestershire 125 for 2, replying to a Hampshire score of 293. Notts are 188 for 2, with Hasib Hamid unbeaten on 103. And Notts trail Somerset by 250 runs, Somerset making 438. Worked out to the leg side where Wells fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, just a single coming off it. 61 for 2, North East on 15. Carlson 22 not out.
Hasib, former Lancashire player, just a bit of a run machine, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got back to the levels he was at
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when he first burst onto the scene, he used to score tons and tons of runs, and I think he had a bit of a moment where he picked up a couple of injuries when he then debuted with England, and he then sort of dipped off a bit. And I feel like he's now sort of re-emerged and found himself again. And he's back to what he used to be.
Yeah, kind of like debut season in 2016. I think got 1,000 runs are not far off in that full debut season. So he got his England call-up as well. But yeah, it looks like he's right back to the form of 7-8 years ago now.
What is usual.
Yeah.
Business as usual.
Business as usual, yeah.
It absolutely is. Hartley into Carlson again, tossed up, and defended straight back to him.
A couple of other games in Division 1. Warwickshire 118 for 1, replying to an Essex score of 602 for 6 declared in Chelmsford.
Hartley into Carlson, attempts to sweep that one behind square. Big shout, but the umpire not interested. Potentially, leg by signalled. Take a look at this. Probably just going down leg a little bit with the angle. Not enough turn to straighten up. I think he was quite successful with the sweep in his first innings, was Carlson. Hartley into North East, Fullish length and driven to mid-off.
One other game in Division 1, which is between Durham and Surrey. Durham into their second innings at 222 for 5. So they lead by 53 runs with 5 second innings wickets remaining.
Hartley into North East again, driven hard, but to Bohannon at extra cover. You could totally tell that, Glamorgan are looking to counter-attack a little bit here, and why not? They've got a lead of 186 now. They kind of have the licence to, you would think. Hartley to North East, a bit full of a length, and just defended straight back to him by Sam North East. Only gone for 3 runs so far. Hartley into Northeast. Just tucked away into the leg side off the front foot. Looked for a second, but it will just settle for a single in the end. And that will be the end of the over. Glamorgan are 63 for 2 after 17.
I mean, the forecast for the next 2 days is excellent. Just looking at what's been suggested, nice and warm and sunny for most of tomorrow, and dry, and with a few sunny spells on Friday. So the forecast is good. I suppose it's not a great need to be that kind of loose and free and attacking, is there? I mean, there's a dozen overs to go tonight. Morgan can comfortably, in an ideal world for them, to be batting still deep into tomorrow afternoon, can't there? There's bags of time left. Captain's out there as well, so the perfect kind of guy to make that call as to how to pace this final 12 overs tonight. Got a great chance here, Glamorgan, the second in the table. Lancashire 2 wins from 2 in hot pursuit, trying to push towards those top 2 places. They've got a fantastic chance to pretty much shut the door, really, on Lancashire's bid to try and sneak into the top 2. Change of bowling, George Balderson into the attack. Sam Northeast just nudges that one out to Marcus Harris at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So it feels a little bit like, I mean, Carlson's been quite bright and bubbly. Pretty busy start to his innings, but Northeast slightly more calmer and sedate, with, I suppose, with so much time in a very strong position so far, not wanting to give that away. Gets forward into this next delivery from Balderson and defends to mid-on. And there's no run. 63 for 2. 16 to Northeast. 22 to Carlson. Lead of 187. Evening session on the second day, live from Emirates Old Trafford, Lancs TV, and across BBC Sport website and app. Sports Extra 3 as well. Balderson to Northeast, right forward and defending. Hartley's there at cover to field. And there's no run. Good start by George Balderson.
He felt like struggled to sort of find his rhythm a little bit in the first innings. So, off his usual mark anyway, he's normally very accurate, very, say, conserving of the runs.
Yeah, I think he's bowled more overs than anybody else this season for Lancashire. Steered down to gully, there's no run, and the most economical of Lancashire's bowlers, at least leading into this game. Maybe Green's 34 overs this week and 60 overs last week may have just narrowed the deficit between the number of overs bowled between Balderson and the rest. But yeah, he's done a very, very fine job for Lancashire with the ball this season.
Absolutely.
2 balls left of his first over of the innings. Clipped away by Sam Northeast out to square leg for 1. He moves on to 17. Score moves on to 64 for 2. Brings Kieran Carlson on strike. Lead of 188. Most of the outfield is in some early evening sunshine, just a little bit of shade below the point and shadow cast from the players, but a little bit of sunshine to warm up those watching in the stands. Here is Balderson to Carlson, and that's worked to the leg side through square leg. He's lightning quick, isn't he? He's gone hurtling through the first. Wanted 2, but there's no chance of 2. Sam Northeast says, steady on, mate, we'll just take the single.
That's the one thing we saw with Carlson earlier when in the first innings, that he's quick between the wickets, and you know, he'd be looking to do that again and push hard with Northeast, and yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant.
Thanks, Haji. 11 overs to go, 65 to 2. We'll bring Nick back into the commentary box. Lead of 189 for Glamorgan. bowling Lancashire out inside 53 overs. 6 wickets for Mason Crane. Best figures for him. 6 for 19. 3 for Fernando as well. First innings lead of 124 runs, and it's now 189 runs.
As Tom Hartley will come in from the Anderson end to try and get a much needed breakthrough for Lancashire, and Kieran Carlson is forward pushing it out on the offside. Looking back on Crane's figures, 6 for 19, but 6 runs were taken off his only over before lunch. So it's actually a spell of 6 for 13 as Carlson is forward, playing out into the offside, no run. Remarkable figures for a leg spinner.
Superb. Just got on a roll, didn't he?
Got on a roll, tweaking it away as Carlson is forward, defending back to the bowler again. And proving impossible to get away for Lancashire in the afternoon session. The last 7 wickets going for 35 before tea and a couple after, as Carlson tries to cut and is beaten there outside off. Through to Salt. So Glamorgan lead by 189. If they can go to the close no more than 3 down, I think they'd be very happy with their day's work indeed, as Carlson strokes one away on the offside for a single out to deep cover point in front of the hotel. So the day's play on which Balconeers chairman John Williams rang the bell, proving satisfactory so far for Glamorgan, as North East drives down the ground and will pick up 4 runs here using his feet well, getting to the pitch of it and sending it hurtling away through long on for 4. 70 for 2 Glamorgan. The lead is 194. Just a classic on drive from North East, whose drives when he is in full flow are a thing of beauty.
Yeah, it's a good shot, wasn't it, to end the over. Good partnership here as well between North East and Kieran Carlson. 10 to go tonight. The lead pushing to 200. Looks like a very, very strong position for Glamorgan heading into the 3rd day. And I've just looked at the weather forecast as well. I mean, it's good for Thursday, Friday, so plenty of time left here for Glamorgan to build potentially a match-winning position. 194 in front. Balderson in for over number 2 for him. Pops a bit, or at least Carlson plays it in that manner. Just defends it with his bottom hand off the bat. Both batters again just start to creep down the pitch to take a further inspection.
Yeah, just a quick chat with Glamorgan assistant coach David Harrison. There was a bit of inconsistent bounce for the seamers, but not as much of us all that.
Balderson in, it's wide, it's full, it's driven away by Carlson. Through wide mid-off for 4 more runs to the Glamorgan total. A lead of 198 now. Carlson moves to 28, and that is the 50 partnership as well. Just 69 deliveries in 43 minutes, about 50 runs so far for this 3rd wicket.
I see the Fernando doing his stuff in the 1st innings by just getting it nice and full. 3 LBWs, all fairly similar, to be honest.
Yeah. But the Bohannon one kept low.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of that probably accounted for him.
Keeper standing up as Balderson's in. That's hammered away again through the offside. That might be 4 more. Can Green get around to cut it off? Oh, he's put the boot on it, Chris Green. But he may have touched the rope. Either way, the ball has then rolled onto the rope. Went feet first. Yellow card tackle that from Chris Green. 78 for 3. He's gone diving in here. Studs are up, I reckon. Here we go. Oh, take a bit of that.
Oh, it's a good job there wasn't another player's shins in the way of that. That would have been red card and 6-match ban.
pushes the lead beyond 200 for Glamorgan, 78 for 2. Balderson to Carlson, it's in the air, but and Harris leaping away at mid-wicket. Whichever chance was that or not. Carlson gets a single, 33. It's 79 for 2.
Yeah, smile on Kieran Carlson's face. Maybe realising that he's got away with one to some extent.
So North East back on strike, 21 not out, 79 on the board for Glamorgan, lead of 203. Captain waits as Balderson from the Statham end comes over the wicket, gets forward into it and defends. Deflects it off the full face of the bat. Back down the pitch, fielded by Balderson. No run. So a couple of boundaries, one which was driven handsomely through mid-off. One that was hit firmly through extra cover. And then the single for Carlson as well, so he's 33. North East waits, however, as Balderson comes in to complete the over. That hits him on the pad. Has he got himself forward and across enough? Umpire David Milnes thinks that's the case. End of the over, 79 for 2. Lead exactly 203 now for Glamorgan.
So Glamorgan looking to profit in the evening sunshine. The sport is a matter of momentum. Glamorgan had most of it in the course of the afternoon. Jimmy Anderson with a couple of wickets in 1 over, just trying to halt that process, and now he's strolling over to have a word with Tom Hartley to see if he can aid his fellow bowlers. G. Evans reckons that maybe a Glamorgan total of 180 would leave it unattainable for Lancashire, chasing 300-ish. Stephen Hedges wonders why Lancashire didn't start with 2 spinners. Well, Anderson had a couple of wickets in his 4th over. Dr. Jamie Lewis observes on X, there's something of the Steve Watkin in Tom Bailey, if not in the action, then facially. The former Glamorgan England fast bowler, who still does a bit of talent spotting for the county. As Hartley is in, Carlson reverse sweeps and will get 4 runs for that. He's middled that one nicely down towards the backward point boundary for 4. Leighton on X saying these are the sort of situations Glamorgan have to take advantage of if they want promotion. Big spell tonight. Well, at the moment they're going reasonably well after losing those 2 in the over to James Anderson. So Glamorgan looking to end day 2 on a high after being kept in check by Lancashire on day 1. Carlson reverse sweeps again and will get just the single this time. Down to deep backward point, running round the ropes. Away to our right. North East just checks his guard against the left arm spin of Tom Hartley, who was the support act really to Chris Green. Green 6 for 82, Hartley 1 for 48. Glamorgan similar with the off spinner Kellaway playing second fiddle to the leg spinner Mason Crane. Hartley in to bowl. North East drives it on the leg side and will take a single out towards deep mid wicket. As Glamorgan tick on to 85 for 1. The lead is 209. Of course, Glamorgan will just look to go on as long as possible tomorrow as Carlson tries to sweep, is hit on the pad, the ball bounces out towards cover. There is no cover fielder, so they go through for a leg by as Luke Wells had to jog round from second slip to do the fielding. So Carlson trying to take the attack back to Tom Hartley in this over. North East on strike on 22 of 40. Carlson's also faced 40 and he's on 38. North East tries the reverse sweep, and well, that's a bit of levity not often seen from the Glamorgan Championship captain. He's gone through for a single down to deep point. Almost like seeing your dad crack open a few dance moves, that. Sam North East trying a reverse sweep. Write it down, he doesn't play it very often. Carlson does try and sweep. There's an appeal for something down the leg side. I think caught behind. Carlson looks unimpressed and says, "What are you appealing for?" Bit of the drama from Kieran Carlson, asking Bailey, what was that all about? 87 for 2. The lead is 211 for Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, and Lancashire TV. So some excitement as Glamorgan look to get a bit of acceleration in the scoring rate. There's a little bit of excitement somewhere in the stands. Someone's been on the lemonade after tea. There'll be a Mexican wave breaking out before you know it. The hundreds next month, wait a week. 87 for 2. As Balderson will look to come to the party with the ball. Awarded a county cap yesterday morning and bowling to North East with keeper standing up, and that's punched away on the offside for a single. It's the crowd, I think, making their own entertainment rather than regarding a section of it. Way to our left in the distance. Single taken, 88 for 2. Glamorgan going along at 4 runs and over in this innings, which neither side could in the first innings, as Balderson bowls to Carlson, who drives and doesn't time it. Carlson 38 not out. A top score in the first innings with 77. A run tally for the season, well, he moved past 700 in the first innings, 733 I think at the start of this, so he's up to 771 approximately, as he's beaten by that one. Balderson firing one past his off stump, and Salt almost instinctively taking off the off bail. Salt doing well there, standing up, considering how little first-class cricket he has played recently. Got a stumping to get rid of Chris Cook, did Phil Salt. Balderson bowls. Carlson plays it carefully on the leg side, and there is no run. And Carlson will try and create attacking moments for himself, but Glamorgan will be hoping that he hasn't he goes about his business sensibly this evening and remains not out overnight. 7 overs to come after this, as oh, he slogs this one through the onside, and Carlson taking advantage of anything he sees as remotely off target, and that was a ferocious blow through mid-wicket. Real stand and deliver stuff from Kieran Carlson as he moves up to 42, and the total to 92 for 2. That one was almost out of the blue, dispatching it very firmly through mid-wicket for 4. Ball back accepted slightly grumpily by Balderson, having suffered that indignity, as Carlson back on his stumps to finish the over, and defending 92 for 2 Glamorgan lead by 216, and Lancashire need at least one more this evening, really, to give themselves something to work with overnight and keep spirits up going into day 3.
Yeah, they well and truly do, but you can't take away that this has been fantastic batting by Kieran Carlson. Yes, well supported by North East, but Carlson's been absolutely terrific, and he's just switched gears, hasn't he? And we saw him do this yesterday, so we know that's the way he bats as well, I assume. But
most of the time by instinct, yes. He's been looking at developing a few lower gears this season when needed, but
the defence, you said,
yeah.
as you say. But no, he's batted absolutely beautifully today, and on a wicket that most batters have struggled.
Yep.
So it's been really good to see this by Carlson. As Hartley comes in from the James Anderson end into North East, who just tucks it away into the leg side.
Sun gone in again this evening.
I think it's surprising when you see it. That's the reaction you need to have. Hartley into North East, just turns a little bit past him, but he managed to negate that into the offside. I think Carlson will be itching to get on strike with the way he's been hitting the ball and pulling out all the shots in his locker. Hartley to North East, bowls, just pads it into the leg side.
Yeah, Glamorgan with the left-hander Colin Ingram in next. He might find a bit more spin working against him, as it were.
Dead ball signalled by the umpire, just North East not quite ready. Hartley into North East, again into the rough, punched off the back foot, and Anderson will cut it off with his foot, and it'll just be the 1 run. Nice touch.
Yes, Anderson could do with something from his side to cheer him up on his birthday.
Absolutely. Hartley into Carlson, who pulls out the reverse sweep again. And I feel like I could sense that was coming. It's been a good shot. It's been a shot that's brought him a bit of success this innings and last innings, as he sits on 42 or 47 deliveries as Carlson. Hartley into bowl, just played off the back foot for no run. That is the end of the over. 93 for 2 after 23.
Half a dozen left then this evening here on BBC Sport Online, on various BBC outlets, and also the county video streams from Lancashire TV, available via the Glamorgan website as well. 93 for 2. Glamorgan lead by 217, and the two batters meet for a mid-wicket chat. There may well be a night watchman padded up at this stage. Harris or Crane. Maybe they'd give Crane the evening off after his exploits with the ball this afternoon. Career best for Mason Crane, if you are just joining us, 6 for 19. As Balderson bowls, North East drives gently up towards mid-on. There is no run. The course of the day, Glamorgan losing their last 2 first innings wickets for just 1 run, 261 all out. Lancashire were going all right at one point, 107 for 3 just after lunch when Mason Crane got to work. Balderson bowls a pale for LBW. North East had got a decent stride in there. Crane taking 5 successive wickets to fall in the afternoon session. Fernando chipped in with 1, and then Crane made sure of a career best by claiming his 6th. 137 all out Lancashire. 4 of the top 5 got past 20, but not much more. Balderson in. Northeast steers it down towards backward point, and there is no run. Josh Bohannon was the top scorer with 30. 32. Marcus Harris made 30. Kieran Jennings 28. Matty Hurst 21. The rest single-figure scores. Asitha Fernando bowled well for Glamorgan as well to make sure it just wasn't the threat of spin. The Sri Lankan paceman coming in with real intent today. Balderson trying to muster his own intent, and Northeast steers it into the covers. And there's no run. Lights have remained on for most of the day here at Old Trafford. Came on early in the afternoon session and been needed for most of that time. Balderson away from us. Bowls to Northeast, turns the wrists on it, knocks it away on the leg side. Harris is quickly round at mid-wicket to prevent a single being taken. 5 dot balls will not concern Glamorgan too much. Just a few shadows being cast by the players now. I think we'll probably get these remaining overs in as Balderson finishes his over, and Northeast is forward steering it down towards backward points. Well, stopped by diving Matty Hurst, and it's a maiden over. But at this stage of proceedings, Glamorgan will be quite happy to while away a few maidens as long as they can keep these wickets intact overnight.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a really strong position here. Make the most of it. And this partnership, what is it worth now? 69. So top stuff from Northeast and from Carlson. That little bit of energy that Lancashire got, a couple of quick wickets. Ul Hassan and Asa Tribe both falling in the same over off Jimmy Anderson. Zain Ul Hassan shouldering arms, and his off stump was uprooted. Tribe off a leading edge, sent one back to Anderson, who took a good catch off his own bowling. Since then, these two have sapped out that sense of jeopardy. And they've put Glamorgan into a really commanding position. 217 in front. Lancashire needing wickets. One more tonight. Goodness me, what they'd give for that. And then they'll be hoping that tomorrow morning's session repeats what we've seen across days 1 and 2, where wickets have tumbled pretty quickly. Carlson's on 42. He has battered in this game as well, and in truth better than anybody else. He's 42. He's got 100 runs in the match, which is almost as many as Lancashire got in their first innings. So he's had a pretty impressive performance with the bat. It's been otherwise for batsmen pretty difficult conditions. Chris Green returns, 4 overs for 15, 93 for 2. Green in and balls to Carlson. Plays it off the back foot. And steers it away through the offside for a single. Moves on to 43, 94 for 2. It is, as you say, Nick, quite gloomy now, but we'll be fine. We've got spin from one end and a minute Balderson from this, but it doesn't feel like it's in that point where there's going to be too much of a concern for the umpires. Green's in. Forward again goes Northeast.
They're getting jolly excited over there on that far side, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's a group of maybe 15, 20 spectators seem to be ramping up the volume.
Green to Northeast, skipping down the pitch and clips it away into the onside. He's sent back because it's fielded by Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket. Well, they're involved in the game, aren't they?
They're warming up for the 100 or the one-day cup, maybe.
Could be, yeah, could be.
Cheer everything.
Green in to Northeast. Let's hit the pad, but outside the line of off stump.
It's getting good backing vocals from the crowd now, is Chris Green.
I think it's that little pocket of supporters underneath the point, isn't it? I think. 10 or 12 cheering almost every every appeal. A quicker ball from Green, which is cut by Sam Northeast towards Bailey on the deep point boundary for a single. Northeast moves on to 26, 95 for 2. A lead of 219 runs. One ball remaining. Reverse sweep from Carlson, and bouncing in front of Wells, who's spun away to his right from slip. And of the over 4 remaining in the day's play, Glamorgan 95 for 2, 219 runs in front. Not many games still in play. In fact, they've reached the close of play in 2 of the other Division 2 matches, and they've finished for the day in 3 of the 5 Division 1 games as well.
Fantastic counter-attacking from Kieran Carlson tonight, says Stephen Hedges on X. Every run will be vital.
Yeah, he has counter-attacked beautifully, hasn't he? And he started like this in the first innings, didn't he? It was a really positive, bubbly start to his in the first innings, and perfect really for the situation of the match here. He's come out and got 43 off 50.
The umpires are conferring, and off we come with 4 overs lost at the end of the day's play. So Glamorgan, I suppose, would be reasonably happy to get in the sheds with this partnership unbroken, albeit they did have a bit of momentum in their favour and might have fancied facing those last 4 overs, but Glamorgan seizing the momentum back in this game through Mason Crane with the ball and now through Kieran Carlson with the bat. They conclude the day's play on 95 for 2, a lead of 219 runs.
Yeah, good day for Glamorgan. Mason Crane in particular enjoyed a fabulous day, 6 wickets for him. It's an excellent partnership by Sam Northeast and by Kieran Carlson. Lancashire will need to find a way to fight back tomorrow as they try and hang on in this match. 219 runs is the lead, with a bit to come still yet for Glamorgan in their batting card as they try and push it forward. But Kieran Carlson on 43 and Sam Northeast on 26 will resume tomorrow morning. A couple of wickets in the innings, both for Jimmy Anderson, both in the same over. Green and Hartley, you suspect again, will have an important part to play tomorrow, heading into the 3rd day. So that's where we stand at the close of play on this 2nd day. Glamorgan 95 for 2 in their 2nd innings, lead of 219 runs. We'll call it quits for tonight, and we'll catch you again tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.